Hello everyone. Before we start, make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. And leave a comment with where you're from and what time you're watching. That way, YouTube will keep showing you stories just like this one. Now, let's begin. Snow has a sound when it falls at night. A kind of soft whisper that most people probably find peaceful. When you sleep under a bridge or tucked behind a dumpster, that whisper sounds more like a countdown. Every flake that lands on your sleeping bag is another tiny weight pressing down. Another degree stolen from your body. Another minute closer to the moment when you might not wake up. I turned 34 the same week the first real storm hit Omaha last January. Someone at the soup kitchen handed me a stale cupcake with a crooked candle, and I sat there staring at it for a long time before I could eat it. Not because I was ungrateful, but because birthdays on the street feel like mock celebrations, like throwing a party on a sinking ship. Another year survived, sure, but at what cost and for how much longer? Pete Garrison understood that feeling better than anyone I knew out there. We had met 2 winters prior at a warming center near the old railroad depot, both shivering so violently that our teeth chattered in unison like some broken percussion instrument. Pete was maybe 55 years old, with a gray beard stained yellow around his mouth from decades of cigarettes, and these watery blue eyes that always seemed to be searching for something he had lost and would never find again. He told me once that he had worked as a plumber for 23 years, owned a little house with a paid-off mortgage, had a wife named Ruth who made the best chicken pot pie in all of Nebraska. Then Ruth got pancreatic cancer, and 6 months later, Pete was sitting in an empty house that suddenly felt like a tomb. The grief ate him alive. He stopped showing up to work, stopped paying bills, stopped caring whether he lived or died. By the time he found himself on the streets, he said it almost felt like relief, like he had finally stopped pretending that life without Ruth was worth fighting for. That January had been brutal from the start, but the weather forecast for that particular Wednesday made even the veterans nervous. The temperature was supposed to drop to -15, with wind chills pushing it closer to -30. I remember standing outside the library on Monday afternoon, watching people rush past in their puffy jackets and heated car seats, and thinking about how fragile the line is between their world and mine. One bad month, one medical bill, one layoff, that is all it takes. The shelters were already announcing they would be over capacity, turning people away by lottery like some sick game show where the losers might freeze to death. Pete and I talked about our options that afternoon, sitting on milk crates behind the Vietnamese grocery store, where the owner sometimes let us warm up near the back vent. We decided to stick together, find a spot in the underground parking garage on Farnham Street, where the concrete held some heat from the cars coming and going. But Pete never showed up that night. I waited for him until almost 9, stomping my feet and blowing into my hands, watching my breath crystallize and disappear into the darkness. He had mentioned something about checking the recycling bins near the university. He collected cans and bottles to buy cigarettes, one of the few pleasures he had left. And I figured maybe he had found a better spot, or gotten into one of the church basements that sometimes opened during emergencies. I told myself not to worry, that Pete had survived worse winters than this, that he knew the tricks better than most. So I hunkered down alone in the corner of that parking garage, wrapped myself in every piece of fabric I owned, and tried to sleep while the wind howled outside like something hungry. My dreams were fragmented and strange, full of images of Ruth standing in a kitchen I had never seen, beckoning Pete toward a door filled with white light. I woke up around 4 in the morning, shaking uncontrollably, and I knew right then that something was wrong. The sun came up around 7:30, pale and distant like it was embarrassed to show its face after what the night had done. I started walking toward the university, retracing the route Pete usually took when he went collecting. The streets were quiet in that eerie way they get after a deep freeze. No joggers, no dog walkers, just the occasional car creeping along with frost still clinging to its windows. My boots crunched against the salted sidewalks, and every breath felt like inhaling broken glass. I checked the usual spots, the alley behind the student union where the recycling bins overflowed on weekends, The loading dock near the science building where warm air sometimes leaked from the ventilation system. The bus stop shelter on Dodge Street, where Pete liked to sit and watch the college kids go by. Nothing. No sign of him anywhere. A janitor coming out of one of the dormitories looked at me with that familiar mixture of pity and disgust, and I wanted to grab him by his clean uniform and ask if he had seen an old man with a yellow beard, but I knew how that would end. I found Pete in the narrow alley between a laundromat and a pawn shop on Leavenworth Street, about 6 blocks from where I had been searching. He was sitting upright against the brick wall, his legs stretched out in front of him, his hands resting on his thighs like he had just decided to take a break and catch his breath. For one horrible second, I thought he was alive. His eyes were open, staring straight ahead at the dumpster across from him, and there was an expression on his face that looked almost peaceful, like he had finally figured out the answer to a question that had been bothering him for years. But then I got closer and saw the frost on his eyelashes, the blue tint around his lips, the way his skin had taken on a waxy texture that no living person ever has. I said his name once, twice, 3 times, each time louder than the last. But my voice just bounced off the walls and disappeared into the frozen air. Pete was gone. He had been gone for hours, probably since sometime before midnight when the temperature had bottomed out and his body had simply surrendered to the cold. I sat down next to him on that frozen concrete, not caring anymore about preserving my own body heat, and I stayed there for what felt like an eternity. His shopping cart was parked a few feet away, still loaded with the plastic bags full of cans and bottles he had collected, maybe $8 worth if he was lucky. That is what his last hours on Earth had been spent doing, digging through trash so he could afford a pack of cigarettes and maybe a cup of coffee from the gas station. I noticed his gloves were missing, probably lost or stolen weeks ago, and his hands were bare and curled slightly inward like claws. The nails had turned a deep purple, almost black. I reached over and touched his shoulder, and it was like touching a statue, completely rigid and utterly foreign to anything resembling human warmth. A sound came out of my mouth that I did not recognize, something between a moan and a scream, and I pressed my forehead against his arm and let the grief tear through me like a winter wind, finding every crack in a broken window. Eventually, a woman walked by the alley entrance, probably on her way to work at one of the shops on the street. She glanced in, did a double take, and then pulled out her phone to call 911. I heard her voice high and panicked, describing what she saw. 2 homeless men, one possibly dead, please send someone quickly. She did not come any closer, did not ask if I was okay, did not offer any comfort at all. She just stood at the mouth of the alley with her phone pressed to her ear, watching us like we were animals at a zoo exhibit that had suddenly become disturbing instead of entertaining. The paramedics arrived about 15 minutes later, followed by a police cruiser with 2 officers who looked bored before they even got out of the car. One of them asked me if I knew the deceased, and I almost laughed at the word. Deceased, like Pete was just a file to be processed, a statistic to be recorded, a problem that had conveniently solved itself by dying in an alley where nobody important would have to see. They zipped Pete into a black body bag and loaded him into a van that did not even have windows in the back. I asked one of the paramedics where they would take him, and she told me the county morgue, where he would stay until they could locate next of kin or, failing that, arrange for a pauper's burial in the municipal cemetery. I thought about Pete's daughter, the one he had mentioned only once in all the time I knew him. She lived somewhere in California, had changed her phone number years ago after one too many desperate calls asking for money. He never blamed her for cutting him off. He said he understood that watching someone you love destroy themselves is its own kind of torture, that sometimes the kindest thing you can do is walk away before the drowning man pulls you under with him. But standing there watching that van drive away with his body inside, I wondered if she would ever find out, if some bureaucrat would track her down and deliver the news over the phone like it was a overdue library notice. Your father is dead. He froze to death behind a laundromat. Would you like to claim the body? Here is what people do not understand about dying from exposure. It is not like the movies where someone dramatically collapses in a snowbank. Hypothermia is slow and insidious and almost gentle in its cruelty. Your body starts by pulling blood away from your extremities, sacrificing your fingers and toes to keep your core warm, and you feel this deep, aching cold that settles into your bones like something alive. Then the shivering starts, violent and uncontrollable, your muscles burning through whatever energy you have left trying to generate heat. But eventually the shivering stops, and that is when you know you are in real trouble. Your body has given up the fight, accepted defeat, started shutting down systems one by one like a building going dark floor by floor. The strangest part is that near the end, many people actually feel warm. Their confused brains misinterpret the signals, and they start stripping off their clothes, convinced they are overheating. They call it paradoxical undressing, and it is one of the ways they identify hypothermia victims. Pete still had all his clothes on when I found him, so at least he was spared that final indignity. But I think about those last hours, alone in that alley, and I wonder if he called out for Ruth if he thought she was coming to take him home. The newspapers ran a small story the next day, buried somewhere in the local section between a report on a school board meeting and an advertisement for a furniture sale. "Homeless man found dead in downtown alley," the headline read, and they did not even print his name. Just described him as a white male in his 50s, no identification found on his person, cause of death presumed to be exposure to extreme cold. That was it. That was the sum total of Pete Garrison's obituary, a man who had fixed pipes and paid taxes and loved his wife and lived a whole entire life before the world decided he was disposable. The article mentioned that 3 other homeless individuals had died that same week across the city, bringing the season's total to 11. 11 people, frozen to death in a country that throws away enough food to feed entire nations, in a city with empty office buildings and heated parking garages and churches on every corner preaching about loving your neighbor. I kept that newspaper clipping for months, folded up in my coat pocket, until the paper turned soft and started falling apart along the creases. I wanted to remember the exact number, 11, because someone had to. A year has passed now, and I'm still here, still fighting the same war Pete lost. I found a spot in a transitional housing program last spring, a tiny room with a lock on the door and a radiator that clanks and hisses like an angry cat, but keeps me warm. I think about Pete every single day, especially when the temperature drops and I see the news reports about warming centers opening and donation drives collecting coats. The thing is, coats are not enough. Shelters are not enough. Not when there are more people than beds and the ones who get turned away have to flip a coin with their lives. What Pete needed, what all of us need, is for people to stop looking through us like we are ghosts, to stop treating homelessness like a personal failing instead of a systemic catastrophe. Pete did not die because he was weak or lazy or made bad choices. He died because a society that can afford to send rockets into space could not figure out how to keep a grieving old man from freezing to death 6 blocks from a heated shopping mall. I carry that truth with me now, carved into my chest like a scar that will never fully heal, and I share it with anyone willing to listen. Pete Garrison was my friend. He had a name, a history, a soul, and he deserved so much better than an unmarked grave in a frozen field at the edge of town. My car became my apartment on a rainy Wednesday in September, and I wish I could say it was dramatic or cinematic, but it wasn't. 6 months after graduating from Ohio State with a degree in communications, my apartment lease ended, and I had exactly $400 to my name. My roommate had moved to Seattle with her boyfriend, my temp job at the insurance company had dried up, and my parents, well, let's just say going back to their house in Akron wasn't an option after everything that happened. So, there I was, 24 years old with a journalism degree collecting dust, and my entire life crammed into the back seat of my 2009 Toyota Corolla. I had picked the McDonald's parking lot on Cedar Road in Beechwood because it stayed open late, had decent Wi-Fi that reached the parking lot, and the fluorescent lights made me feel slightly less alone. I told myself it would only be for a few weeks, just until I found something stable. That was 3 weeks ago, and I had developed a whole routine. Park in the same corner spot after 11, use the bathroom before they locked it, sleep with my pepper spray tucked between the driver's seat and the center console. That particular night was a Thursday in early October, and the temperature had dropped to maybe 45 degrees. I remember because I had layered 2 hoodies under my winter coat and still woke up shivering around 2 in the morning. The parking lot was almost empty by then. Just my car, an old pickup truck near the drive-thru that had been there since before I arrived, and a white van parked way on the other end by the dumpsters. I had gotten used to sleeping light, waking up every time headlights swept across my windshield or someone walked too close to my car. But when I opened my eyes that night, something was different. The air inside the car felt wrong somehow, heavy and charged like the moment before a thunderstorm breaks. I blinked a few times trying to adjust to the darkness, and that's when I saw it. A shape outside my driver's side window, not moving, not walking past, just standing there completely still, maybe 6 inches from the glass. My first instinct was to scream, but nothing came out. It was a man. I could tell that much from the silhouette. Tall, maybe 6 feet, wearing what looked like a dark hoodie with the hood pulled up. His face was pressed so close to the window that his breath was fogging up the glass in small, rhythmic clouds. I could see the outline of his nose, his forehead, the way his hands were cupped around his eyes like he was trying to peer inside a store window, like he was window shopping. For a few seconds, that felt like hours. I just lay there frozen in my reclined seat, praying that he couldn't see me through the condensation that had built up on the inside of the windows. My heart was pounding so hard, I was sure he could hear it. I didn't move, I didn't breathe. I just watched those little clouds of breath appear and disappear on the glass, over and over, while my mind raced through every possible scenario of what was about to happen. Then he moved to the back window. I heard his footsteps on the asphalt, slow, deliberate, unhurried, and watched his shadow drift past my peripheral vision until he stopped right behind me. The back seat was stuffed with everything I owned. Clothes in garbage bags, a small cooler, my laptop bag, a pillow and blanket that I used every night. He stood there for what must have been 2 full minutes, just looking at my things, and I realized with a sickening clarity that he knew. He knew someone was living in this car. He had probably been watching me for days, maybe weeks, learning my routine, figuring out when I was most vulnerable. The thought made my chest tighten so hard I thought I might pass out. I could hear him breathing now, or maybe I was imagining it. Every sound was amplified in that silence. The distant hum of the highway, a car door slamming somewhere far away, and underneath it all the soft shuffle of his shoes as he moved again. He came back to the driver's side. This time he didn't just look. I heard the click of the door handle being tested, a gentle pull at first, then harder. The whole car rocked slightly with the force of it. My locks were down. I always triple-checked before sleeping. But the sound of someone trying to get into your space, your only space in the entire world, is something that stays with you. He tried again, yanking now, and I could hear him grunt with the effort. Then his face appeared at the window once more, and this time he was closer, his features slightly visible in the orange glow of the parking lot lights. He looked normal. That was the worst part. Not some wild-eyed maniac, not obviously dangerous. Just a regular guy, maybe in his 40s, with a receding hairline and stubble on his chin. The kind of face you would pass in a grocery store without a second glance. He smiled at the window, and even though I knew he probably couldn't see me clearly, it felt like he was smiling directly at me. I don't know where the courage came from, but something in me snapped. Maybe it was the smile, or maybe it was the realization that if I didn't do something, I would just lie there paralyzed until he found a way in. I grabbed the pepper spray from beside my seat, sat up as fast as I could, and slammed my palm against the horn. The sound exploded through the empty parking lot like a bomb going off. The man stumbled backward, his face twisting from that calm smile into something like shock, and for a split second we just stared at each other through the glass. I kept my hand on the horn, the noise blaring, and with my other hand I held up the pepper spray so he could see it. I was screaming too, I think, though I don't remember what words came out. Probably nothing coherent. Just raw sound, all the fear and anger and helplessness of the past 3 weeks pouring out of me in one primal burst. He ran, not toward me, thank God, but away, cutting across the parking lot toward the white van by the dumpsters. I watched him go, still leaning on the horn, my whole body trembling so violently that my teeth were chattering. The van's headlights came on, and within seconds, it was peeling out of the lot, tires squealing against the pavement. I caught a glimpse of the license plate, partial, just the first 3 characters BKV, before it disappeared onto Cedar Road, heading east. Only then did I take my hand off the horn. The silence that followed was almost worse than the noise. My ears were ringing, my throat was raw, and I realized I was crying. Not soft tears, but the ugly kind. The kind where your whole face contorts and snot runs down your lip and you can't catch your breath. I sat there in the driver's seat, pepper spray still clutched in my fist, and I cried until I couldn't anymore. The McDonald's night manager came out about 5 minutes later. Her name was Brianna, a heavy-set black woman in her 50s with reading glasses pushed up on her forehead, and a look on her face that was equal parts concern and annoyance. She had heard the horn from inside and wanted to know what the hell was going on. Tried to explain through my hiccups and shaky breath. The man, the window, the door handle. And I watched her expression shift from irritation to something softer, something like pity. She asked if I was living in my car, and I couldn't lie. Not in that moment. I just nodded. She didn't say anything judgmental, didn't tell me I couldn't park there anymore, didn't give me a lecture about making better choices. She just handed me a cup of hot coffee through my cracked window and told me she was calling the police. I wanted to hug her. I also wanted to disappear into the seat cushions and never be seen again. The police arrived about 20 minutes later, 2 officers in a Beechwood cruiser. A younger guy with a buzz cut and an older woman with graying hair pulled back in a tight bun. They took my statement in the parking lot while Brianna watched from the doorway, arms crossed against the cold. I told them everything. The man, the hoodie, the way he had pressed his face to the glass, the partial plate number. The younger cop wrote it all down in a little notebook while the older one walked around my car with a flashlight, checking for any signs of tampering. She found smudges on the driver's side window where his face had been, and greasy fingerprints around the door handle. They took photos. The whole time, I could feel them looking at my car differently, seeing the garbage bags of clothes, the pillow in the back seat, the empty fast food wrappers I hadn't had a chance to throw away. I knew what they were thinking. I had seen that look before, from people at gas stations and rest stops, the look that says, "How did you end up like this?" without actually asking the question. The older officer, whose name tag read Sergeant Kimball, asked me how long I'd been sleeping in the parking lot. I told her 3 weeks. She asked if I had anywhere else to go, any family or friends who could take me in. I said no, which was mostly true. She didn't push. Instead, she gave me a card for a women's shelter about 15 minutes away and told me that what happened tonight could have ended very differently. She wasn't being cruel about it, just matter of fact, but her words hit me like a punch to the chest. I knew she was right. If my doors hadn't been locked, if I hadn't woken up when I did, if I hadn't had the pepper spray within reach, the possibilities unfolded in my mind like a horror movie I couldn't turn off. The younger cop said they would put out an alert for the white van, but his tone suggested he didn't expect much to come of it. Partial plates, dark parking lot, no witnesses besides me. I understood. I wasn't naive enough to think they would catch him. After the police left, Brianna let me come inside to use the bathroom and wash my face. The fluorescent lights in there were brutal, and when I looked in the mirror, I barely recognized myself. My eyes were swollen and red, my skin pale and blotchy, my hair a tangled mess from sleeping on it wrong. I looked like someone who'd been living in a car for 3 weeks, which I guess made sense. I splashed cold water on my face and tried to pull myself together, but my hands wouldn't stop trembling. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw his face at the window, that ordinary face with that terrible smile. Brianna was waiting for me when I came out, holding a bag with 2 cheeseburgers and a large fry. "On the house," she said. I started crying again, which was embarrassing, but she just patted my shoulder and told me to take care of myself. She said she had a daughter about my age, and the thought of her being out there alone in a parking lot made her sick to her stomach. I didn't know what to say to that, so I just thanked her and went back to my car. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. I drove to a different parking lot, a Walmart about 10 miles away, and sat there with my doors locked and my pepper spray in my lap until the sun came up. Every van that passed made my heart race. Every person who walked too close to my car sent me into a spiral of panic. When morning finally came, I called the shelter that Sergeant Kimball had mentioned. They had a bed available, and I took it. I stayed there for 6 weeks, long enough to save up for a deposit on a tiny studio apartment in Cleveland Heights. Long enough to get a job at a call center that paid barely above minimum wage, but at least paid something. I never went back to that McDonald's. I never saw the man in the white van again, though sometimes I wonder if he found someone else, someone whose doors weren't locked, someone who didn't wake up in time. That thought keeps me up at night more than any memory of his face at my window. I got lucky. I know that now. And I hate that luck is what it takes to survive when you have nothing and nowhere to go. Running away from home felt like freedom for about 3 days. After that, it just felt like being hungry and cold and scared all the time. I was 17, a junior who should have been worrying about SATs and prom dates, but instead I found myself sleeping on a bench in Riverside Park with a bunch of guys who had been living on the streets for years. My parents and I had been fighting constantly since my dad lost his job, and one night after a screaming match about my grades, I just packed a backpack and left. I thought I was making some kind of statement. I thought they would come looking for me, beg me to come back. Nobody came. I had $40 in my pocket when I left, and by the 4th day, I had nothing. Pride is a stupid thing when your stomach is eating itself. The group I fell in with was mostly harmless. There was an older guy everyone called Patches because of his jacket, and a woman named Rita, who talked to herself but always shared her food when she had some. A younger guy, maybe mid-20s, named Scotty, who had bad teeth and a nervous laugh. And then there was Carl. Carl was different from the others. He was quiet, kept to himself, and the other homeless people seemed to avoid him. He was maybe 50, with a gray beard and these watery blue eyes that never seemed to focus on anything. He had a shopping cart full of stuff he guarded like it was gold, and he slept on the far end of our little camp, away from everyone else. The others whispered that Carl had money hidden somewhere, that he was sitting on a small fortune but was too crazy to spend it. I never believed that. But I did notice that Carl always had food, snacks, granola bars, sometimes even sandwiches. And on the 5th night, when I had not eaten anything in almost 2 days, I could not stop staring at his cart. It was around 2 in the morning when I made my decision. Everyone was asleep, or at least pretending to be. The park was dead quiet except for the occasional car passing on the street beyond the trees. I'd been lying on my bench for hours, unable to sleep because my stomach kept cramping up. The hunger was not like anything I had experienced before. It was not just discomfort anymore. It was pain, real pain, like something was clawing at my insides. I watched Carl sleeping near his cart, wrapped in a dirty sleeping bag, and I told myself it was just a candy bar. Just one candy bar. He had plenty. He would not even notice. I got up slowly, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat, and I crept over to his cart. My hands found a Snickers bar near the top of one of his plastic bags. I grabbed it and went back to my bench. The whole thing took maybe 15 seconds. I ate that candy bar in 3 bites, barely even tasting it, just shoving it into my mouth like an animal. The next morning started like any other. People waking up slowly, shuffling around, Rita mumbling her usual nonsense while she folded her blankets. I was still hungry, but the edge was off and I felt something close to relief. That relief lasted about 20 minutes. That was when Carl woke up and started going through his cart. I watched him from across the camp, pretending to be busy with my backpack, but I could see everything. He was counting his things, checking his bags, and then he stopped. His whole body went stiff. He checked again, more frantically this time, digging through the plastic bags and pulling things out. Then he stood up and looked around the camp with those watery eyes, and for a second I thought he was looking right at me. My chest got tight. But his gaze moved past me and landed on Scotty, who was sitting on a milk crate about 10 feet away from Carl's cart, closer than anyone else. Scotty had no idea what was happening. He was just sitting there, picking at his fingernails, not paying attention to anything. Carl walked over to Scotty with this slow, deliberate pace that made my stomach turn. He stopped right in front of him and just stood there for a moment, staring down. Scotty looked up with that nervous smile of his, the one that showed his bad teeth, and said something like, "Hey man, what's up?" Carl did not answer. He just asked, real quiet, where his stuff was. Scotty looked confused. He said he did not know what Carl was talking about. Carl asked again, louder this time, and I could hear the edge in his voice. He said someone took food from his cart, and Scotty was sleeping right next to it. Scotty started shaking his head, saying it was not him. He did not take anything. He would never do that. But Carl was not listening. The other people in the camp were starting to pay attention now. Patches stood up from his spot near the fountain, watching. Rita stopped her mumbling. Everyone was looking at Carl and Scotty, and I was just sitting there on my bench, frozen, with the taste of that Snickers bar still in my mouth. I should have said something. That is what I tell myself now, years later. I should have stood up and admitted what I did, but I was 17 and scared and stupid, and I just sat there watching it unfold like it was happening on a television screen. Carl grabbed Scotty by the front of his jacket and yanked him off the milk crate. Scotty was smaller than Carl, skinnier, weaker. He tried to pull away, but Carl had him good. He kept saying it was not him, please, it was not him. But Carl just kept asking where his stuff was, over and over, getting louder each time. Then Carl threw the first punch. It caught Scotty right in the face, and I heard this sound, this wet smacking sound that I can still hear when I close my eyes at night. Scotty went down hard, and Carl got on top of him. The other homeless people just watched. Nobody moved to help. Nobody said anything. I think they were all scared of Carl, or maybe they just did not want to get involved. Either way, they just stood there, and so did I. What happened next is something I have never been able to fully describe to anyone. Carl beat Scotty for what felt like forever, but was probably only a few minutes. He punched him in the face, in the ribs, in the stomach. Scotty tried to cover himself, curling up into a ball on the ground, but Carl just kept going. At some point, Scotty stopped making sounds. He stopped trying to protect himself. His arms just fell to his sides and he lay there, and Carl kept hitting him. I remember the sounds more than anything else. The dull thud of fists on flesh. Carl breathing heavy, grunting with each swing. And this horrible gurgling noise coming from Scotty, like he was trying to breathe through liquid. I wanted to scream, to run, to do something, but my body would not move. It was like my feet were nailed to the ground. I just stood there watching a man get beaten half to death because I stole a candy bar. Because I was hungry and selfish and too much of a coward to speak up. Carl finally stopped when he ran out of energy. He was panting, his knuckles bloody, and he just stood over Scotty for a long moment staring down at what he had done. Then he spit on him and walked back to his cart like nothing happened. Scotty was not moving. His face was unrecognizable, swollen and bloody, and there was this dark puddle forming under his head on the concrete. Rita started crying. These quiet little sobs that sounded more like hiccups. Patches pulled out an old flip phone and said he was calling an ambulance. Carl just sat down by his cart and started eating a granola bar, calm as anything, like he had just finished doing some light exercise. Nobody looked at me. Nobody suspected the skinny teenager who had only been there a few days. Why would they? I was just some runaway kid. Scotty was the one who slept closest to Carl's cart. It made sense that it was him, except it was not him. It was me. and Scotty was lying on the ground, maybe dying because of me. The ambulance took almost 20 minutes to arrive. 20 minutes of me sitting on that bench, staring at Scotty's body, waiting for him to move or make a sound or do anything that would tell me he was still alive. He did not move. His chest was rising and falling, but barely, and the blood kept spreading under his head. When the paramedics finally showed up, they worked on him for a long time before loading him onto a stretcher. One of them asked what happened, and Patches just said there was a fight, some dispute over stolen property. The paramedic looked around at all of us, these dirty homeless people standing in a city park at 7 in the morning, and I could see the judgment in his eyes. He did not ask any more questions. The cops came a little while later, 2 officers who took statements from Patches and Rita, but did not seem too interested in investigating further. Carl had already disappeared by then, slipped away with his cart while everyone was focused on Scotty. One of the cops asked me if I saw anything, and I said I was asleep when it started. I lied right to his face. He wrote something in his little notebook and walked away, and that was it. Nobody was going to look too hard into a fight between homeless guys in a park. I left the camp about an hour after the cops drove off. I did not say goodbye to anyone. I just grabbed my backpack and started walking, no destination in mind, just needing to move, to get away from that spot where Scotty's blood was still drying on the concrete. I walked for hours through the city, past shops and restaurants and normal people living their normal lives, and I kept thinking about what I had done. Not just the stealing, but the silence, the cowardice. I had watched an innocent man get beaten almost to death, and I had said nothing. I had lied to the police. I was complicit in something terrible, and there was no way to undo it. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Scotty's face, the way it looked before and the way it looked after, and I heard that gurgling sound he made when he stopped being able to breathe right. I found a payphone around noon. I do not even know why I stopped there. My feet just carried me to it, and before I knew what I was doing, I was dialing my home number. My mom answered on the second ring. She did not yell at me. That was the thing that broke me. I expected screaming, anger, all the things we had been throwing at each other for months. Instead, her voice cracked and she just said my name over and over, like she could not believe it was really me. She asked where I was, if I was okay, if I was hurt. I could hear my dad in the background asking who was on the phone, and then I heard him make this sound when she told him it was me. This choked, desperate sound that I had never heard him make before. I told them where I was, some intersection downtown that I barely recognized, and my mom said they were coming to get me. Just stay there. Do not move. They were coming. I hung up and sat down on the curb and I started crying. Not quiet crying either, but ugly, loud sobbing that made people on the street stare at me as they walked past. I cried for Scotty, who might have been dead by then for all I knew. I cried for myself, for how stupid and selfish I had been. I cried because my parents still loved me even after everything, and I did not deserve it. My dad's truck pulled up about 40 minutes later, and when he got out and saw me sitting there on that curb, dirty and skinny and broken, he did not say a word. He just walked over and hugged me so hard I thought my ribs would crack. I never told them what really happened in that park. I never told anyone until now. I said I had been sleeping rough, that it was hard, that I wanted to come home. All of that was true, just not the whole truth. I went back to school, finished my junior year, graduated the next spring. I went to community college, got a job, built something like a normal life. But I never stopped thinking about Scotty. I looked for news about him for months afterward, searched online for any reports about a homeless man beaten in Riverside Park, but I never found anything. I do not know if he lived or died. I do not know if Carl was ever caught. That uncertainty is its own kind of punishment, I think. Some nights I still dream about it. I am back on that bench, watching Carl walk towards Scotty, and I open my mouth to say it was me. I took it. Leave him alone. But no sound comes out. I just sit there, silent, while it happens all over again. I am 24 now, and I have not stolen anything since that morning. Not a candy bar, not a pen, not anything. It does not make up for what I did. Nothing ever will. but it is the only promise I know how to keep. November can be cruel in Portland, Oregon, and that year it arrived with a vengeance that cut right through whatever layers you managed to pile on. My high school class had graduated back in 2009, and while most of them were building careers and families, I had been sleeping under bridges and in parking garages for the better part of 3 years. A bad divorce, a worse drinking problem, and a series of choices I still regret led me to lose my job as a warehouse supervisor and eventually my apartment. By the time that particular Friday night rolled around, I had learned the rhythm of street survival pretty well. You find your spots, you learn which shelters have beds and which ones are just trouble, and most importantly, you find your people. That night, I was heading toward an abandoned lot off Burnside, where a group of us had been gathering for weeks. It was hidden behind a crumbling brick building that used to be a print shop, shielded from the main road by overgrown bushes and a chain-link fence with a convenient hole near the back corner. When I squeezed through that gap in the fence around 8 in the evening, there were already 5 others huddled around a rusted oil barrel that Jerome had dragged there a month before. Jerome was a Vietnam vet, probably in his late 60s, with a gray beard that reached his chest and eyes that had seen too much of everything. He had this way of keeping things calm in the group, a quiet authority that came from experience rather than intimidation. Next to him sat a woman everyone called Birdie, because she was always feeding the pigeons with whatever bread scraps she could find. There was also Tommy, a skinny kid who could not have been older than 22, running from something he never talked about, and the Pratt brothers, Lenny and Gus, who had been homeless together since their mother died and left them with nothing but debt. The fire inside that barrel was the only warm thing for blocks, and we guarded it like it was sacred. That night started out like any other. We passed around a bottle of cheap whiskey that Gus had managed to get from somewhere, and Jerome told one of his stories about his time in Da Nang. Birdie hummed to herself while she sorted through a plastic bag full of things she had collected throughout the day, little treasures that meant nothing to anyone else but everything to her. I had managed to score a pretty decent haul from the dumpster behind a grocery store on Hawthorne. A few bruised apples, half a loaf of bread that was only slightly stale, and 2 cans of beans that were dented but still sealed. I shared what I had because that was how things worked with us. You gave when you could and took when you needed. No questions asked and no debts kept. The fire crackled and popped inside the barrel, sending little sparks up into the black sky, and for a moment it almost felt peaceful. The temperature had dropped to somewhere around 30 degrees, and you could see your breath forming thick clouds every time you exhaled. We all stayed close to that barrel, shoulders nearly touching, drawing whatever warmth we could from the flames and from each other. The trouble walked through that hole in the fence around 10:30, wearing a torn army jacket and carrying a backpack that looked stuffed to bursting. His name was Ray Durkin, and everybody on the streets knew to stay clear of him. He was maybe 45, built like a man who had done time and used every minute of it in the prison yard, with a shaved head covered in poorly done tattoos and a scar that ran from his left eyebrow down to his jaw. Ray had a reputation for violence that was well earned. I had seen him break a man's arm over a sleeping spot near the Willamette River 2 winters ago, and the sound of that bone snapping still visited me in my sleep sometimes. He walked into our circle like he owned the place, dropped his backpack on the ground with a heavy thud, and immediately started warming his hands over our fire without so much as a nod to anyone. Jerome tensed up beside me, and I noticed Tommy slowly inching backward into the shadows. Even Lenny, who was usually quick with a joke or a comment, went completely silent. For a while, nobody said anything. We just sat there in that uncomfortable quiet, the fire crackling between us, Ray standing on the opposite side of the barrel with his eyes scanning each of us like he was sizing up prey. Jerome finally broke the silence by offering Ray a pull from the whiskey bottle, a peace gesture that I had seen him use before to diffuse tense situations. Ray snatched it without a word, took 3 long gulps, and then wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. He did not offer it back. Instead, he set it down on the ground next to his backpack and started rummaging through his things, pulling out a filthy sleeping bag and a tarp that looked like it had been dragged through mud. Birdie kept her head down, her fingers still moving nervously through her plastic bag, and I could hear her breathing getting faster. I wanted to say something, to tell Ray that there were other spots he could use, but I knew better than to put a target on myself. So I just sat there, my jaw tight, watching him settle in like a storm cloud that had decided to park itself right in the middle of our little haven. The argument started about an hour later, and it came out of nowhere like a punch you do not see coming. Gus had been getting more and more agitated as the night wore on, whispering things to Lenny that I could not quite catch. At some point, Ray must have heard something because his head snapped toward the brothers and his face went hard as concrete. He stood up slowly, and even though the fire was between them, I could feel the heat of his anger radiating stronger than any flame. He pointed a thick finger at Gus and asked him where his jacket was, the army jacket he was wearing. Gus stammered something about finding it, that he had pulled it from a donation bin outside a church on Glisson Street 3 weeks ago. But Ray was not having it. He crossed around the barrel in 4 quick steps and grabbed Gus by the collar of that jacket, lifting him halfway off the ground like he weighed nothing. That jacket was his, Ray said through clenched teeth, stolen from his camp 2 months back when he was doing a stint in county lockup for assault. Whether it was true or not, I could not say, but in that moment, it did not matter. The truth rarely matters when a violent man decides he has been wronged. Lenny jumped up to defend his brother, which was exactly the wrong thing to do. He shoved Ray hard in the chest, trying to break his grip on Gus, and for a second, it actually worked. Ray stumbled back a step, releasing Gus, who fell to the ground, gasping and clutching at his throat. But then Ray's face changed into something I can only describe as empty, like a switch had been flipped, and whatever humanity was behind those eyes just turned off. He came at Lenny with a fury that was terrifying to witness, throwing punches that connected with wet, heavy sounds against flesh and bone. Jerome tried to intervene, grabbing Ray's arm from behind, but Ray spun around and caught him in the temple with an elbow that sent the old man sprawling into the dirt. Birdie was screaming now, this high-pitched wail that seemed to echo off the brick walls surrounding us. I was on my feet, but my legs would not move, stuck somewhere between the instinct to help and the instinct to survive. Tommy had already disappeared through the hole in the fence. Smart kid. The whole scene unfolded in what felt like slow motion, but was probably only 15 or 20 seconds of pure chaos. That was when it happened. Ray had Lenny pinned against the ground, still swinging even though Lenny had stopped fighting back, and Gus came at him from behind with a piece of broken concrete he had grabbed from somewhere. He brought it down hard on Ray's shoulder, not his head, just his shoulder, but it was enough to make Ray howl in pain and roll off his brother. Ray scrambled to his feet, his face twisted with rage, and he lunged toward the oil barrel. I thought he was trying to grab something to use as a weapon, maybe one of the pieces of scrap wood we had been feeding the fire with, but instead, he just shoved the whole thing over in one violent motion, like he wanted to burn the whole world down if he could not win the fight. The barrel tipped with a horrible metallic screech, and the burning wood and embers inside spilled out across the dry weeds and trash that covered the ground of that lot. For a moment, we all just stood there, frozen, watching those little flames catch and spread like living things searching for something to devour. The fire moved faster than I ever thought possible. 1 second it was just a few patches of burning weeds, and the next it was a wall of orange and yellow racing across the lot toward the old print shop building. The dry autumn had turned everything into kindling, the dead grass, the piles of cardboard we used for bedding, the wooden pallets stacked against the fence. All of it went up like it had been soaked in gasoline. The heat hit me in a wave that made me stagger backward, and the smoke came right after, thick and black and choking. I heard Birdie coughing somewhere to my left, and I reached out blindly, grabbed her arm and started pulling her toward the hole in the fence. Jerome was already on his feet, blood running down the side of his face from where Ray had elbowed him, and he was yelling at the Pratt brothers to move, but Lenny was not moving. He was still on the ground where Ray had left him, curled up on his side, and Gus was trying to drag him away from the flames that were creeping closer with every passing second. Ray had vanished, slipped away into the smoke and the night like the coward he was, leaving the rest of us to deal with the nightmare he had created. I got Birdie to the fence and practically shoved her through the hole, screaming at her to run and not look back. Then I turned around and ran back into that hellscape because I could not leave the others behind. The smoke was so thick now that I could barely see 3 feet in front of me, and the heat was unbearable, pressing against my skin like a physical weight. I found Jerome first, stumbling in the wrong direction, disoriented from the blow to his head. I grabbed his arm and pointed him toward the fence, told him to follow the brick wall and he would find the gap. Then I went looking for Gus and Lenny. I found them near the center of the lot, surrounded by flames on 3 sides. Gus had managed to get Lenny sitting up, but Lenny's face was a mess of blood and swelling, and one of his eyes was completely shut. His left arm hung at an angle that made my stomach turn, clearly broken in at least one place. The fire had reached a pile of old tires near the edge of the lot, and the flames shooting up from that were like something out of a horror movie, black smoke billowing up in a column that blocked out the stars above us. I knew we had maybe 30 seconds before our only escape route was cut off. I grabbed Lenny's good arm and threw it over my shoulder while Gus took the other side, and together we half carried, half dragged him toward the fence. Lenny was screaming with every step, this raw animal sound that I still hear sometimes when the night gets too quiet. The fire was roaring now, an actual roar like some giant beast breathing down our necks, and I could feel the hair on my arms singeing from the heat. Sparks were raining down on us like burning snow, landing on our clothes, our skin, leaving little stinging kisses that we did not have time to acknowledge. We reached the fence just as the flames engulfed the spot where we had been standing moments before. I pushed Lenny through the hole first, as gently as I could manage, which was not very gentle at all, and Gus scrambled through after him. I was the last one out, and as I squeezed through that gap in the chain link, I felt the metal hot against my palms, heated by the inferno just feet away. We collapsed on the sidewalk on the other side, all of us gasping and coughing, our lungs full of smoke and our eyes streaming tears. Behind us, the entire lot was ablaze, flames reaching up toward the sky like fingers trying to grab the moon. Someone in one of the nearby buildings must have called the fire department because I could hear sirens in the distance, getting closer. That sound triggered something primal in all of us. Jerome looked at me with those tired, bloodshot eyes, and just shook his head slowly before limping off into the darkness between buildings. Birdie was already gone, disappeared the moment she had cleared the fence. Gus looked at his brother, looked at me, and I saw the impossible choice playing out across his face. If we stayed, the paramedics would help Lenny, but the police would come too. Warrants, questions, the system that had failed every single one of us in different ways would swallow us whole again. But if we ran, Lenny might not make it through the night with those injuries. I made the decision for him. I told Gus to take his brother and go, that I would stay and flag down the ambulance, give them a fake name, tell them I found Lenny like this on the street. Gus hesitated for just a second, then nodded and started dragging Lenny away from the growing glow of the fire. I sat down on that cold sidewalk and waited for the red and blue lights to arrive, rehearsing my lie, trying to stop my whole body from shaking as the adrenaline drained away and left nothing but exhaustion and a sadness so heavy I could barely breathe. The paramedics found me sitting there about 5 minutes later, covered in soot and smelling like a chimney. I told them exactly what I had planned, that I was walking by and found an injured man on the sidewalk, that I had no idea what happened to him. They did not believe me. I could see it in their eyes, but they also did not care enough to press. They had a patient to stabilize and a fire to stay clear of, and some homeless guy's story was the least of their concerns. The firefighters arrived right after, 3 trucks that lit up the whole block with their flashing lights, and they got to work on the blaze that had now spread to the old print shop. I watched from across the street as they battled it for nearly 2 hours, eventually bringing it under control, but not before the building was gutted completely. A police officer took my statement, wrote down the fake name I gave him, and told me I was free to go. I walked away from that scene with nothing but the burned clothes on my back and lungs that would ache for weeks afterward. I found out later that Lenny survived. Gus got him to a clinic on the east side run by volunteers who did not ask questions, and they patched him up well enough. His arm healed crooked and he lost most of the vision in his left eye, but he lived. That was more than I expected when I saw him lying in that burning lot. I never saw Ray Durkin again after that night, though I heard rumors over the years. Some said he got picked up on a third strike charge and was doing 25 to life somewhere in California. Others said he froze to death under an overpass in Seattle during a cold snap. I like to believe the second one, if I am being truthful, because it feels like some kind of justice, even though I know that is a dark thing to wish on another person. The rest of our little group scattered after the fire. Jerome moved south, said the cold was getting too hard on his bones. Bertie ended up in a women's shelter and last I heard actually got into a transitional housing program. Tommy I never saw again, just vanished like he was never there at all. As for me, that night changed something inside my chest, cracked something open that had been sealed shut for a long time. I checked myself into a detox program 3 weeks later, got clean, got a job washing dishes at a restaurant downtown, and slowly started climbing back towards something resembling a life. I still think about that night whenever November rolls around and the air gets that particular kind of cold. I think about how fast everything can fall apart, how a single act of violence can destroy the fragile peace that people build when they have nothing else. And I think about Jerome passing that whiskey bottle to Ray, trying to keep the peace, not knowing that some fires are already burning long before the first spark ever catches. Sleeping under a bridge in March will make you do things you swore you would never do. I had been homeless in Columbus, Ohio for about 4 months when that night happened, and by then I had already broken most of my own rules just to survive. Before the streets, I worked at a warehouse, had roommates, paid bills on time. Then everything fell apart in a matter of weeks. The warehouse shut down, I got pneumonia, my roommates left, and my landlord started eviction proceedings while I was still coughing up mucus in a free clinic waiting room. My mom died when I was 19, and I never knew my father, so there was no safety net waiting for me. The friends I had from high school were scattered across different states, living their own lives, and I was too ashamed to reach out and admit what had happened to me. Being a woman on the streets teaches you things fast. You learn to trust your gut, to avoid certain areas after dark, to never let anyone know where you sleep. I met him on a Thursday evening outside a coffee shop on High Street. It was cold, the kind of cold that seeps into your bones and makes your teeth ache. I was sitting on the sidewalk, my back against the brick wall, hoping someone might buy me a hot drink or drop some change. He came out of the shop holding 2 cups and offered me one without a word. Medium build, maybe early 40s, clean-shaven, wearing a gray wool coat that looked expensive. His name was Gary, he said, and he volunteered at a shelter downtown sometimes. We talked for maybe 10 minutes, just normal conversation. The weather, how hard the winter had been, how the city should do more for people like me. He had this calm, gentle way of speaking, like a therapist or a pastor. When he offered me $50 and a warm place to sleep for the night, no strings attached, I wanted to say no. Every instinct I had developed on the streets told me to refuse. But I was exhausted, freezing, and he seemed so sincere. I told myself I could handle whatever happened. I was wrong about that in ways I still have nightmares about. His car was a dark blue sedan, clean inside, smelling like pine air freshener. He drove carefully, obeying every speed limit, using his turn signals. We made small talk during the ride and he asked me questions about myself, where I was from, how long I had been on the streets, if I had any family. I kept my answers vague, which he seemed to respect. He told me he lived alone, had been divorced for a few years, worked in insurance claims. Everything about him screamed ordinary. The drive took about 20 minutes, heading into a residential area I did not recognize. Lots of older houses set back from the road with big yards. His place was a 2-story house at the end of a quiet cul-de-sac. No neighbors within shouting distance. That detail registered in my mind, but I pushed it aside. He pulled into the garage and the door closed behind us automatically before we even got out of the car. I remember thinking that was a little strange, but I told myself rich people just had different habits. Inside, the house was neat, almost too neat. Everything looked like it belonged in a catalog. Matching furniture, no dust, no clutter, no personal photos on the walls. He gave me a quick tour of the first floor, living room, kitchen, a small bathroom. He pointed toward a hallway and mentioned that the basement was off limits because he used it for storage, and it was a mess. The way he said it, casual but firm, made me glance at the door. It had a heavy deadbolt on it, the kind you would see on an exterior door, not on a basement entrance. I noticed another door near the kitchen with the same type of lock. He caught me looking and smiled. Said he was paranoid about break-ins since his divorce. That explanation made sense on the surface, but something in my chest tightened. I had learned to pay attention to that feeling over the past months. It had kept me safe more than once. But I was inside now, warm for the first time in days, and I convinced myself I was overreacting. He offered me a shower and clean clothes, said his ex-wife had left some things behind that might fit me. The bathroom upstairs was spotless, white tiles, fluffy towels, expensive-looking soap. I locked the door and checked the lock twice before undressing. The hot water felt incredible, and I stayed under the spray longer than I should have, letting the warmth soak into my muscles. When I got out, I noticed there was no window in the bathroom. Just smooth drywall where a window should have been. The clothes he left outside the door were folded neatly. Sweatpants, a long-sleeve shirt, thick socks. They smelled like fabric softener. I put them on and came downstairs to find him in the kitchen, heating up soup on the stove. He had set the table with 2 bowls, 2 spoons, napkins, like we were old friends having dinner together. The soup was chicken noodle from a can, nothing fancy. He sat across from me and watched me eat with this expression I could not quite read. Not hungry, not impatient, just watching. I finished the bowl faster than I meant to, and he immediately offered me more. After dinner, he showed me the guest room where I would be sleeping. It was upstairs at the end of the hallway, with a single bed and a dresser and nothing else. No lamp, no nightstand, no decorations. The window had thick curtains drawn across it, and when I pulled them back slightly, I saw metal bars on the outside of the glass. Security bars, the kind people install in bad neighborhoods to prevent break-ins. But this was not a bad neighborhood, and every other house I had seen on the drive had normal windows. I asked him about it, and he shrugged, said the previous owners must have installed them. He had just never bothered to remove them. His voice was calm, but his eyes stayed fixed on my face a beat too long. I told him I was tired and wanted to sleep. He nodded, wished me good night, and closed the door behind him. I waited until his footsteps faded down the hallway, then tried the door handle. It turned, the door opened. I exhaled. Maybe I really was just being paranoid. I left the door open a crack and lay down on the bed, still wearing my shoes. I must have dozed off because the next thing I remember is waking up to the sound of the door clicking shut. The room was dark, completely dark, and I could not see anything. I reached for my phone out of habit before remembering I had not had a working phone in months. I stayed perfectly still, listening. Footsteps in the hallway, slow and deliberate, then silence. I slid off the bed as quietly as I could and moved toward the door. When I grabbed the handle and turned it, nothing happened. The door was locked from the outside. My heart started pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I tried again, twisting the handle harder, pulling, pushing. Nothing. I pressed my ear against the wood and heard breathing on the other side, steady and patient, like someone waiting. I backed away from the door and stumbled into the dresser, knocking something to the floor. The breathing stopped. Then footsteps again, moving away down the hall. I stood there in the darkness, shaking, trying to figure out what to do next. I felt my way along the wall until I found the window. The curtains were heavy and I yanked them aside, letting in a sliver of light from somewhere outside. A street lamp maybe, or the moon. The bars on the window were solid, bolted into the frame from the outside. I pushed against them anyway, knowing it was useless. My eyes adjusted slowly and I started searching the room for anything I could use. The dresser was empty, every drawer bare. The bed had no frame, just a mattress on the floor. No closet, no objects, nothing. It was like a cell designed to look like a bedroom. I went back to the door and examined it more closely. The lock was a simple latch mechanism, the kind that could be opened with a flathead screwdriver or a butter knife. I did not have either, but I did have a zipper on my jacket, a metal one with teeth. I took the jacket off and tried to work the zipper pull into the gap between the door and the frame, aiming for the latch. My fingers were clumsy with fear, but I kept trying, scraping and pushing, for what felt like an hour. The latch finally gave with a small click that sounded impossibly loud in the silence. I froze, waiting for footsteps, waiting for him to come running. Nothing. I eased the door open inch by inch, holding my breath. The hallway was dark, but I could see a faint glow coming from downstairs. Maybe a television or a lamp left on. I stepped out of the room and immediately noticed another door across the hall, one I had not seen during the brief tour. It was slightly open, and through the gap I could see a desk covered in monitors, 4 or 5 of them, showing different angles of the house. The guest room, the bathroom, the kitchen, the garage. He had cameras everywhere. On one of the screens I saw myself, a grainy figure standing frozen in the hallway, and I realized he could be watching me right now from anywhere in the house. I forced myself to move, heading toward the stairs, staying close to the wall to avoid any creaky floorboards. Every step felt like a gamble. I made it to the top of the staircase and looked down into the living room below. Empty. The front door was maybe 30 feet away. I was halfway down the stairs when I heard his voice behind me, calm and almost friendly. He said my name, the fake name I had given him earlier, and asked where I was going. I did not turn around. I ran. I took the stairs 2 at a time, nearly tripping at the bottom, and sprinted for the front door. My hand hit the deadbolt and I twisted it, yanked the door open, and felt the cold night air on my face for one beautiful second before his hand closed around my arm and pulled me backward. I screamed, loud and raw, knowing there were no neighbors close enough to hear, but screaming anyway. He dragged me back into the living room and threw me onto the floor. He was stronger than he looked, much stronger, and his face had changed completely. That gentle, concerned expression was gone. His eyes were flat and empty, like he had switched something off inside himself. He stood over me and told me I should not have done that things could have been easy if I had just cooperated. He reached down to grab me again, and I did the only thing I could think of. I bit his hand as hard as I could, sinking my teeth into the flesh between his thumb and index finger until I tasted blood. He screamed and jerked back, and in that second I rolled sideways and got to my feet. There was a lamp on an end table near the couch, and I grabbed it without thinking, swinging it at his head as he lunged toward me. The base connected with his temple and he staggered, not falling but stumbling enough to give me a few seconds. I ran back toward the front door, but he had locked it again somehow. The deadbolt turned. The kitchen. I remembered the back door near the kitchen. I sprinted through the living room, knocking over a chair behind me to slow him down, and made it to the kitchen. The back door had a chain lock, a deadbolt, and a regular lock. My fingers fumbled with all 3 while I heard him coming, cursing and breathing heavy, his footsteps getting closer. The chain came off, the deadbolt turned, the regular lock clicked. I threw the door open and ran into the backyard, cold, wet grass under my feet, heading for the fence at the edge of the property. The fence was wooden, maybe 6 feet tall, and I hit it at full speed, grabbing the top and pulling myself up. I felt a hand close around my ankle, and I kicked backward as hard as I could, felt my heel connect with something solid. His grip loosened, and I hauled myself over the top, splinters digging into my palms, and dropped down the other side into an empty lot full of dead weeds and broken glass. I did not stop. I ran through the lot, across someone's driveway, down a street I did not recognize, just running until my lungs burned and my legs felt like they would collapse. I found a gas station about a mile away, the lights bright and welcoming, and I stumbled inside looking like a complete mess, barefoot because I had lost my shoes somewhere, bleeding from my hands, crying and shaking. The woman behind the counter called the police. I told them everything. They went to the house, but Gary was gone. He had cleared out within hours, taken the monitors, taken anything that could identify him. The police said they would investigate, but I could tell from their faces they did not expect to find him. I spent 2 nights in a shelter after that, then got a bus ticket to another city. I never went back to Columbus. Nobody tells you how quiet the world gets after midnight when you sleep outside. My name is irrelevant now, but people used to call me Eddie back when I had a job installing drywall and a studio apartment in Tucson. That life ended somewhere between my second back surgery and the opioid prescription that insurance stopped covering. By the spring of 2024, my 36th birthday had come and gone without celebration, and I had been sleeping behind the recycling center on Conover Road for almost 8 months. I knew every shortcut in the city, every safe corner to rest, every business that would let me use their bathroom without hassle. I also knew which streets to avoid after dark, and that knowledge is what led me into that alley on the night everything changed. It was a Wednesday, I remember, because the shelter on 5th Avenue served hot soup on Wednesdays, and I had filled my stomach for the first time in 2 days. The Ridley Heights neighborhood had gotten bad over the past year. Drug deals happened openly on the corners, and 3 people had been shot there in the past month alone. I usually walked the long way around, adding 20 minutes to reach my sleeping spot, but that night my legs ached from walking all day looking for aluminum cans to recycle. The alley behind the old textile factory seemed like a reasonable compromise, a straight shot that would keep me off the main streets while cutting through the edge of the dangerous zone. I had used it maybe twice before without incident. The entrance sat between a shuttered pawn shop and a building that used to be a check cashing place, both covered in graffiti and protected by rusty security gates. A single streetlight flickered at the far end, casting orange shadows that jumped and twitched against the brick walls. I pulled my jacket tighter, adjusted the backpack that held everything I owned, and stepped into the darkness with nothing but the sound of my own footsteps for company. The alley stretched longer than I remembered, maybe 200 yards of cracked asphalt littered with broken bottles and fast food wrappers. Dumpsters lined the left side, overflowing with garbage that nobody had collected in weeks. The smell hit me about 30 feet in, that sour combination of rotting food and stagnant water pooling in potholes that never drained properly. I kept my head down and walked with purpose, the way you learn to move when you live on the streets. You never want to look lost or vulnerable. You never want to seem like an easy target. Halfway through, I passed a shopping cart wedged against a chain-link fence, its wheels stripped and rusted solid. Someone had abandoned it there months ago, and now it served as a landmark of sorts, a sign that I had reached the midpoint. That fence separated the alley from an empty lot where the city had torn down an old warehouse 2 years back. They never built anything new, just left it as a flat expanse of weeds and concrete rubble. I was about 20 feet past the shopping cart when I heard it. At first, I thought it was an animal, maybe a cat in distress or a dog whimpering somewhere in the lot. The sound was muffled, distant, coming from the other side of the fence. I slowed my pace but kept walking, telling myself it was none of my business. In my world, curiosity gets you killed or beaten or robbed. You learn to keep your eyes forward and your mouth shut. But the sound came again, louder this time, and I recognized it for what it was. A human voice. Someone crying out, the sound cut short like a hand had covered their mouth. I stopped walking. My heart began to pound against my ribs and I felt the sweat break out on my forehead despite the cool night air. Every instinct screamed at me to keep moving, to pretend I heard nothing, to get out of that alley and never look back. But my feet would not obey. I crept toward the fence, staying close to the dumpsters where the shadows were thickest. The chain link had holes in several places, torn open by vandals or maybe by people like me looking for a shortcut. Through one of these gaps I could see into the lot. The moon had emerged from behind the clouds, casting pale light across the weeds and broken concrete. At first I saw nothing, just empty space and the skeletal remains of the warehouse foundation. Then movement caught my eye near the far corner, maybe 50 yards from where I stood. 2 figures. No, 3. One on the ground. two standing over them. I squinted, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. One of the standing figures drew back his arm and swung something downward. The thud that followed was sickening, a wet, heavy sound that I had never heard before but understood immediately. The figure on the ground jerked and then went still. The other standing figure laughed, a short bark of amusement that echoed across the empty lot and reached my ears with terrible clarity. My body reacted before my mind could process what I had witnessed. I pressed myself flat against the dumpster, making myself as small as possible. Through the gap in the fence, I watched the two men step back from the motionless form on the ground. One was tall and heavy-set, wearing a dark hoodie with the sleeves pushed up to his elbows. The other was shorter, wiry, with a shaved head that gleamed in the moonlight. The tall one held something in his hand, a pipe or a bat. I could not tell which from that distance. He wiped it on his jeans and said something to his companion that I could not hear. The shorter man nodded and pulled out his phone, the screen lighting up his face with a ghostly blue glow. They seemed casual, unhurried, like they had all the time in the world. Like what they had just done was nothing more than a minor errand. The person on the ground had not moved since that final blow, and I knew with horrible certainty that I was looking at a body. I wanted to scream. I wanted to charge through that fence and tackle those men and somehow save whoever lay bleeding in the weeds. But I am not a hero. I am a 53-year-old man with a bad back and malnutrition and no weapon except a dull pocket knife I use to open cans. Those two would have killed me without breaking a sweat, and then there would be two bodies in that lot instead of one. So I did the only thing I could do. I made myself breathe slowly, silently, fighting the urge to gasp for air. I counted to 10 in my head, then 20, waiting for them to leave. The tall one lit a cigarette, the flame from his lighter briefly illuminating a face with a crooked nose and a thick beard. He took a long drag and blew smoke toward the sky, completely relaxed. The shorter one finished whatever he was doing on his phone and shoved it back in his pocket. They exchanged a few more words, glanced down at the body one final time, and then began walking toward the opposite end of the lot where a gap in the perimeter fence led out to Dexter Street. I waited until they disappeared into the shadows on the far side. Then I waited another full minute, counting the seconds in my head, terrified that they might come back, or that one of them had spotted me somehow. When I finally moved, my legs felt like they belonged to someone else. I stumbled backward, away from the fence, my eyes still fixed on the dark shape lying motionless in the lot. Part of me wanted to go to them, to check if they were still alive, to do something. But a larger part understood that every second I stayed was a second wasted. Those men could return at any moment, or someone else might come along, find me near a body, and assume the worst. I knew how this worked. I knew who the cops would believe and who they would arrest. A homeless man covered in dirt, crouching near a murder victim in the middle of the night. I would spend the rest of my life in prison for a crime I did not commit. The only way to help was to find someone with a phone, someone who could call the police and send them to this exact spot before it was too late, if it was not too late already. I ran. Not the careful, measured walk I had learned to use on the streets, but a full, desperate sprint toward the end of the alley. My backpack slammed against my spine with every step. My lungs burned from years of cigarettes and sleeping in cold air. I burst out onto Fremont Boulevard and looked wildly in both directions, searching for anyone. A car, a pedestrian, an open business. The street was empty. Shuttered storefronts lined both sides, their windows dark and protected by metal grates. I kept running, my boots pounding against the sidewalk until I spotted the glow of fluorescent lights half a block ahead. A 24-hour laundromat, the kind of place that stays open all night for shift workers and insomniacs. I crashed through the door so hard that the little bell above it nearly ripped from its mount. Inside, a woman in her 60s sat folding towels at one of the plastic tables. She looked up at me with wide eyes, her hands frozen mid-fold, and I realized how I must have appeared. Wild-eyed, sweating, gasping for breath, a homeless man bursting in like a lunatic in the middle of the night. I tried to speak, but the words came out in fragments. Someone hurt. In the lot. Behind the factory. "Call the police, please." The woman stared at me for what felt like an eternity, her expression caught somewhere between fear and confusion. I thought she might scream or run or tell me to get out, but something in my face must have convinced her, because she slowly reached into her purse and pulled out a cell phone. Her name was Maxine, I learned later, and she had worked the night shift at a packaging plant for 30 years before retiring. She dialed 911 with steady fingers while I leaned against a washing machine and tried not to collapse. I heard her describe the location, repeat it when the dispatcher asked for clarification, then hand the phone to me. The voice on the other end was calm, professional, asking questions I struggled to answer. How many attackers? What did they look like? Was the victim still breathing? I told them everything I could remember. The tall one with the beard, the short one with the shaved head, the weapon that might have been a pipe or a bat. I told them the men had walked toward Dexter Street. I told them to hurry, please hurry, because someone was dying in that empty lot while we stood here talking. The police arrived at the laundromat 14 minutes after the call. I know because I watched the clock on the wall the entire time, each minute stretching into something unbearable. 2 officers took my statement while Maxine made instant coffee in styrofoam cups and handed them out like we were at some grim midnight gathering. They asked me the same questions the dispatcher had asked, then asked them again in different ways, looking for inconsistencies. I understood. I was a witness without an address, without identification, without anything to prove I was telling the truth. One of the officers drove me back to the lot in his patrol car. More police had already arrived, their red and blue lights painting the surrounding buildings in pulsing color. Yellow tape stretched across the gap in the fence. I watched from the back seat as paramedics emerged from the lot carrying a stretcher. The body on it was covered with a white sheet. Nobody was rushing. Nobody was performing CPR or shouting orders. They moved with the slow, deliberate pace of people who had arrived too late. The officer beside me said something, maybe an attempt at comfort, but I did not hear the words. All I could think about was the sound of that final blow, the wet thud that would echo in my skull for years to come. They found the 2 men 3 days later. Someone had talked, a girlfriend or a neighbor, or maybe just someone who wanted the reward money that the victim's family had posted. The tall one's name was Carl Denning, 41 years old, 3 prior convictions for assault. The shorter one was his cousin, a 26-year-old named Ricky Slade, who had been in and out of county jail since he turned 18. The victim was a 23-year-old college student named James Okonkwo, who had been walking home from his job at a warehouse. Wrong place, wrong time, wrong neighborhood. The detectives told me that my description helped narrow down the suspects, that my willingness to come forward made a difference. But it did not feel like a difference. James Okonkwo was still dead. His mother still had to identify his body. His friends still had to bury him. I did what I could, and it was not enough. And I have carried that weight every single day since. Some nights I still wake up in whatever doorway or shelter bed I have found, gasping for air, hearing that laugh echo across an empty lot. I tell myself I made the right choice. I tell myself that going in there would have just gotten me killed too. But the truth is, I will never know if I could have saved him. I will never know if 30 seconds of courage might have changed everything. And that uncertainty, that permanent maybe, is the thing that haunts me more than anything those 2 men could have done to my body. At that point in my life, I was staying at a women's shelter on the edge of town, trying to keep my days structured so I didn't spiral. Mornings were about lining up early, keeping my clothes clean, and checking the bulletin board for anything that paid cash. That day started the same way, with weak coffee and the smell of disinfectant clinging to everything I owned. I headed out before sunrise toward a day labor pickup spot near an old gas station where contractors sometimes showed up. Most days you waited for hours and went home empty-handed, but hope had a way of making you stand there anyway. I kept telling myself I just needed one small break to get back on my feet. Rent deposits, bus passes, and cheap motels all felt impossibly far away. That morning felt ordinary enough to be forgettable, I didn't realize how carefully I would remember every detail later. While we were waiting, a man parked across the street and watched the line for a while without getting out. He looked clean, well-fed, and out of place compared to the rest of us. After a few minutes, he walked over and said he needed help cleaning a house he was preparing to sell. He spoke calmly, said it would only take a few hours, and promised cash at the end of the day. No paperwork, no questions, just simple cleaning. He looked directly at me when he spoke, like he had already decided. I hesitated, but the others were already shaking their heads or backing away. Something about how quickly he singled me out should have mattered more. Instead, I focused on the idea of money in my pocket by nightfall. I agreed before I gave myself time to talk out of it. The drive didn't take long, but the scenery changed faster than I expected. Houses thinned out, streetlights disappeared, and the road narrowed until it felt forgotten. He didn't talk much, just made small comments about the weather and traffic like we were co-workers. When we pulled up, the house sat alone near a line of trees with no neighboring homes close enough to see us. The place looked empty in a way that felt intentional, not abandoned. No cars, no trash bins, no curtains in the windows. He unlocked the door and gestured for me to go in first. The air inside smelled stale, like dust and old wood, not like a place being actively prepared for sale. I asked where the cleaning supplies were, trying to sound casual. That's when he closed the door behind us and didn't answer. At first, I assumed there was a misunderstanding and tried to keep things light. I said I could leave and come back later if this wasn't a good time. He stepped between me and the door without raising his voice, saying we needed to talk first. The way he blocked the exit felt deliberate, like he had rehearsed the movement. I noticed then how quiet the house was. No hum of appliances, no distant traffic, nothing. My phone had no signal, just a blank bar at the top of the screen. He told me there was no cleaning job and asked questions that had nothing to do with work. Each answer I gave seemed to encourage him to stand closer. I realized then that leaving calmly wasn't an option. Whatever this was, it was already moving in a direction I couldn't afford to follow. I tried to slow everything down by talking, asking questions that didn't matter, pretending this was still a normal conversation. My voice sounded steadier than I felt, like it belonged to someone braver. He started circling the room, explaining how the house used to belong to family, how nobody came out this far anymore. He kept mentioning how people disappeared into routines, and how easy it was for someone to be forgotten. Each sentence landed heavier than the last. I edged toward a hallway, pretending to look for a bathroom, just needing space to think. He noticed immediately and told me not to wander. That was when the fear stopped being abstract and became physical, pressing behind my ribs. I understood that every minute I stayed passive made things worse. The hallway led to empty rooms with bare floors and nothing on the walls, like the house had been stripped on purpose. I noticed the windows were nailed shut from the outside, the wood splintered and uneven. The back door had a metal latch I couldn't open from my side. When I returned to the main room, he was watching me with the patience of someone waiting for a clock to run out. He told me I could sit down, that no one was in a hurry. My phone buzzed with a low battery warning, which felt cruel. I asked to use the bathroom again, this time sounding desperate, and he nodded too quickly. As I walked away, I realized he trusted the house more than he needed to watch me. That was the first opening I saw. In the bathroom, the mirror was cracked down the middle, splitting my face into two uneven versions of myself. I locked the door and scanned the room for anything useful. The window was small but not sealed like the others, just painted shut. I grabbed the towel rack and yanked until the screws tore out of the wall. The noise echoed through the house, followed by his footsteps moving fast. I smashed the window with the metal bar, ignoring the sting of glass on my arm. Cold air rushed in, sharp and real. He started shouting, telling me to stop, telling me I was making a mistake. I didn't stop. I climbed halfway out before he reached the door. The drop outside was awkward but survivable, and I hit the ground hard enough to knock the breath out of me. I didn't look back. My legs moved on instinct, tearing through brush and uneven ground toward the road I remembered. Branches scratched my face and my shoes filled with dirt, but I kept going. When I reached the pavement, a car slowed, the driver staring at me like I was something pulled out of a nightmare. I waved my arms and collapsed onto the shoulder, words tumbling out too fast to make sense. The driver called for help and stayed with me until others arrived. Later, authorities went to the house and found it empty again, like it had already decided to erase itself. I still think about how close I came to being just another person no one noticed missing. The shelter took me back that night without asking many questions, just handed me a blanket and a cup of soup that shook in my hands. I didn't sleep at all. Every time someone walked past my bunk, my body tensed, expecting to see him standing there like he had been waiting. The next morning, a caseworker sat with me in a small office and wrote everything down while I talked. Saying it out loud made it sound unreal, like I was describing a movie I barely remembered watching. She told me I did the right thing, that predators often looked for people who wouldn't be missed right away. That sentence stayed with me longer than anything else. It wasn't meant to hurt, but it did. A few days later, an officer came by to ask more questions. They showed me photos of houses on the outskirts of town, trying to see if any looked familiar. None of them did. The place I remembered didn't seem to exist anymore, at least not on paper. He explained that sometimes people used empty properties temporarily, moving on before anyone caught on. There wasn't much they could do without an exact location. Hearing that made my chest feel hollow. It meant he was still out there, looking for someone else. The officer suggested I avoid day labor spots for a while and stick close to places with cameras and staff. That advice felt small compared to what had happened, but I took it seriously. I eventually found steady work through a church program, cleaning offices during the evening. It wasn't glamorous, but it came with people around and locked doors that opened from the inside. Every time a man spoke too softly or stood too close, my body reacted before my mind did. I learned how to trust that reaction without letting it control me. I started saving again, slow and careful. I also started talking to other women at the shelter, sharing what happened without details that could scare them away from hope. I told them to listen to the moments that felt wrong even if nothing obvious was happening. Those conversations mattered more than I expected. Posting this now isn't about closure so much as clarity. That day taught me how thin the line is between survival and disappearance, especially when you're already on the margins. I don't know what his plan was or how far it might have gone, and maybe that's for the best. What I do know is that leaving when I did changed everything. I'm in a small apartment now, nothing special, but the door locks and the windows open freely. Some nights I still dream about that house and wake up counting exits. Other nights I sleep through until morning, and that feels like a victory I earned the hard way. At the time, life had narrowed down to whatever fit inside my backpack and whatever kindness the night decided to offer. Sleeping came in fragments, usually on benches or behind closed storefronts, and most days blurred together in a quiet fight to stay clean enough not to draw attention. That evening had been colder than usual, the kind that creeps through thin fabric and settles into your bones. A gas station on the edge of town glowed like a small island of safety, fluorescent lights humming and buzzing insects trapped against the glass. I went in because I needed water and a place to rinse my face. Nothing more ambitious than that. My reflection in the restroom mirror barely looked like someone with a past, just a man with tired eyes and cracked lips. The sink sputtered before giving me lukewarm water, and even that felt like a gift. For a few minutes, the world outside stopped pressing in. The restroom smelled like disinfectant layered over something older and sour, the kind of smell that never fully leaves. I leaned against the wall, letting the quiet wrap around me, counting my breaths until the ache in my feet eased. There was no clock inside, just the faint music from the store speakers bleeding through the walls. At some point, the music stopped, replaced by the sharp clatter of metal somewhere near the front. A heavy thud hit the door, followed by another, louder this time, rattling the handle. Someone yelled something muffled, words lost through steel and echo. I pulled the handle instinctively and felt the resistance immediately. The lock had shifted, solid and final, like a decision already made. Panic didn't arrive all at once. It trickled in, slow and humiliating. I knocked back, trying to keep my voice steady as I called out that someone was inside. The pounding answered me again, quicker, then stopped altogether. Silence settled in so deeply I could hear my own breathing bouncing off the tile. The light stayed on, but the building felt hollow, emptied of people and intent. No phone sat in my pocket, no bottle of water on the sink, nothing that tied me to anyone outside that room. Time stretched in strange ways, minutes swelling into something heavier. Hunger gave way to thirst, and thirst became the only thing I could think about. Every sound from the street felt distant, like it belonged to another version of the world. Hours passed with nothing but the hum of the lights and my own thoughts turning sharp. Sitting on the floor, I realized how invisible I had become, how easy it was for a place to lock up and forget someone like me existed. If something had happened in there, there wouldn't have been a name called out or a number dialed. The door didn't care who leaned against it or how long they stayed quiet. That understanding hit harder than the locked handle or the dry mouth ever could. When the morning finally came and the door opened, the clerk looked startled, then embarrassed, then relieved all at once. I stepped back into daylight, changed in a way that's hard to explain. Since then, I've never stopped thinking about how close disappearing really is, and how no one would have known if I had. The moment the door opened, light flooded in like it had weight, and I had to shield my eyes. The clerk kept apologizing, saying the lock must have caught by mistake, saying they never checked the restroom before closing. I nodded because that was easier than explaining anything. My legs felt weak standing up, pins and needles shooting through my feet as if they didn't belong to me anymore. I asked for water and drank it too fast, spilling some down my chin, not caring how it looked. People stared for a second and then went back to their own routines, coffee cups and lottery tickets, morning already swallowing the night. No one asked how long I'd been in there. No one asked if I was okay. I stepped outside and sat on the curb, letting the cold concrete ground me. Cars came and went, engines starting, doors slamming, the normal rhythm of a day beginning. From the outside, the place looked harmless, just another gas station people forget the moment they pull away. I kept thinking about the lock, how a small turn of metal had erased me from the building without anyone noticing. If I hadn't knocked, if the clerk hadn't opened up when they did, the story could have gone very differently. The thought stayed lodged in my chest, heavy and uncomfortable. I watched the sky lighten and wondered how many times this kind of thing happens without an ending. Later that day, I tried to go about things like normal, but everything felt sharper. Thirst came back quickly, my throat reminding me how fragile the body really is. Every closed door suddenly felt like a risk instead of shelter. I replayed the sounds in my head, the pounding, the sudden quiet, the way the air felt stale after hours with no movement. It wasn't just fear anymore, it was clarity. Being homeless doesn't just mean lacking a place to sleep. It means existing on the edge of other people's attention. The moment that attention slips, you're alone with whatever happens next. That night, I didn't go looking for enclosed spaces. I stayed where I could see the sky, where doors couldn't decide my fate. The experience didn't turn me into a different person overnight, but it stripped something away. I understood how easily I could vanish inside a locked room, a stairwell, a forgotten corner of a building. Since then, I pay attention to exits, to sounds, to the simple fact of being seen. The world didn't change after that day, but I did. And even now, when I pass a gas station late at night, I remember how close I came to becoming a story no one ever told. In the days that followed, the memory kept resurfacing at strange moments. Washing my hands at a public sink made my chest tighten. Hearing a lock click somewhere nearby pulled my attention instantly. I caught myself studying doors, hinges, the way handles sat in their frames, like they were clues to something dangerous. It wasn't paranoia so much as awareness sharpened by experience. People walked past me every day, close enough that I could smell their laundry soap or their coffee, yet none of them knew how close I'd come to being sealed away overnight. I realized how thin the line was between being part of the world and being forgotten inside it. I eventually told another guy on the street about what happened, someone who'd been out there longer than me. He listened quietly, nodding, not surprised at all. He said something that stuck with me, that buildings don't see people, only schedules. Closing time doesn't care who's still inside. That idea haunted me more than the locked door ever did. Systems run smoothly because they aren't built to notice individuals like us. If you fall outside the expected flow, you're just an error that goes unreported. Standing there, I understood that the scariest part wasn't the fear or the thirst, but how normal the situation was. I started making small changes after that. I avoided going anywhere without at least knowing how many exits there were. If I went into a restroom, I paid attention to sounds, footsteps, keys jangling. I asked clerks questions I never would have asked before, just to make sure someone had seen me. It felt awkward, sometimes embarrassing, but staying invisible suddenly felt far worse. I didn't want my existence to depend on whether someone remembered to check a door. Those hours trapped inside that room rewired how I moved through the world. Cautious but alert. Nothing dramatic came out of it in the end. No report, no apology letter, no consequence beyond my own memory. Life went on the same way it always does for people like me, one day bleeding into the next. But I carry that night with me as proof of how close disappearing really is. If I hadn't spoken up, if timing had been slightly different, there wouldn't have been a story to post here at all. I'm sharing this because it happened, because it could happen again, and because some people only exist as long as someone remembers they're there. During the winter I'm talking about, my life had shrunk down to a backpack, a prepaid phone, and whatever space I could claim without being noticed. I wasn't living on the street exactly, not in the way people imagine, but I wasn't stable either. I worked odd hours cleaning offices after they closed, paid in cash, and slept wherever I could stay dry and unseen. That storage facility became my compromise with reality. Renting a small unit felt like a loophole, something almost clever, a place with cameras, fences, and rules that kept most people away at night. I told myself it was temporary, just until I saved enough for a room somewhere. That night started like any other, quiet, routine, almost boring in a way that made me relax more than I should have. The unit I used was narrow and smelled like dust and old cardboard, with a concrete floor that held the cold no matter how many layers I wore. I arranged my things with military precision so nothing scraped or rattled if I shifted my weight. The metal door, when lowered just enough, left a slit of air that felt like breathing through clenched teeth. I always waited until the facility went dark before settling in, listening for the distant hum of traffic and the occasional clank of someone leaving late. That evening, the silence felt heavier, like the building itself was holding its breath. I remember thinking it might rain, the way the air pressed against my ears. Sometime after I lay down, the stillness broke in a way that didn't belong. Footsteps echoed down the row, slow and deliberate, not the hurried pace of someone grabbing boxes before closing. Each step had weight to it, the sound bouncing off the metal doors in uneven rhythm. Then came the unmistakable grind of a lock being turned and a unit door lifting nearby. I counted the seconds between movements without meaning to, my mind cataloging every sound like it was evidence. Whoever it was didn't rush, didn't fumble, didn't curse under their breath. That scared me more than anything else could have. Without warning, the overhead light snapped on, flooding the corridor with harsh white glare that seeped through the crack under my door. My heart hammered so hard I was sure it had a sound of its own. Shadows moved across the concrete as someone walked past, stopping occasionally, testing locks one by one. I could hear the faint click of metal and the soft scrape of fingers along door handles. My thoughts split in two directions at once. Stay perfectly still and hope I blended into the building, or take the risk of slipping out while the noise masked me. Every instinct argued with the other, and the space around me felt suddenly too small to breathe. I pressed myself against the back wall, pulling my jacket tighter, trying to control the noise of my breathing without thinking about it too much. The footsteps stopped right outside my unit, close enough that I could see the shadow of shoes through the gap. There was a pause that stretched longer than it should have, followed by the soft rattle of my lock being tested. It didn't open, but the sound of it being touched made my chest ache. Whoever was out there leaned close enough that I caught the faint smell of oil and something sharp, almost medicinal. I realized then how thin the metal door really was, how little separated me from being discovered. The person moved on, checking the next unit, then the next, following a pattern that felt methodical instead of random. I shifted my weight carefully, inch by inch, making sure nothing brushed the floor. Sweat gathered at the base of my neck despite the cold, and my legs tingled from staying too still. Through the crack, I could see flashes of movement as the figure passed under each light. The way they stopped, listened, and then continued told me this wasn't casual. This was someone making sure everything was exactly how they expected it to be. A low voice carried down the row, not loud enough to make out words, but close enough to know someone else might be on the phone or using a radio. That changed everything. One person was terrifying, but the idea of more than one made the air feel heavier. I thought about the exit at the far end, about how far it was, about how loud the gravel sounded under shoes. Staying hidden meant trusting that my presence hadn't already been noticed. Leaving meant stepping into the open under full light, gambling that speed would beat attention. When the footsteps moved farther away, I slowly lifted the door another inch, just enough to see the corridor clearly. The lights hummed overhead, and at the far end, a figure stood near the office, clipboard in hand, checking something against a list. Another person emerged from between units, nodding as they passed each other. That was the moment I decided. I waited until both of them turned away, then slipped out, keeping low, closing the door as softly as possible. Every step toward the exit felt like it echoed, but no one called out. I didn't stop moving until I was beyond the fence, lungs burning, hands numb, carrying everything I owned on my back. I didn't go far at first, just enough to put distance between me and that building. I sat behind a row of dumpsters across the road, knees pulled in, watching the facility from the shadows. The light stayed on longer than usual, and I saw one of them walk the perimeter fence with a flashlight, sweeping the beam along the ground and the gate. It hit the spot where I'd slipped through not long before, paused there, then moved on. That pause told me everything I needed to know. If I had stayed inside, if I'd hesitated even a little longer, I don't think I would have walked out on my own. I waited until the lights finally shut off again before moving. My hands were stiff, and my shoulders ached from tension more than from the cold. I took a longer route away from the area, sticking to side streets, listening for engines slowing down or footsteps changing pace behind me. Every sound felt amplified, like my body was still trapped in that narrow unit. I didn't sleep at all that night. I just kept walking, stopping only when my legs threatened to give out, replaying the sequence of sounds in my head over and over. The next day, I went back during regular hours, trying to look like a normal customer with a reason to be there. I packed my things fast, avoiding eye contact, half expecting someone to stop me or ask questions. No one did. The office clerk barely glanced up. That normalcy was unsettling in its own way. I dropped the key in the slot, walked out, and didn't look back. I didn't argue with myself about it or tell myself I was overreacting. I knew better after what I'd heard and seen. I never slept in another storage unit again. I found a different arrangement not long after, one that didn't rely on being invisible. Even now, when I hear metal doors rolling up or locks clicking into place, my body reacts before my mind does. I don't know who those people were or what would have happened if I'd stayed hidden until they reached my door. What I do know is that trusting that place to keep me safe almost cost me the only thing I had left, the ability to walk away. Hello everyone. Before we start, make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. and leave a comment with where you're from and what time you're watching. That way, YouTube will keep showing you stories just like this one. Now, let's begin. The day we moved into our apartment in Columbus, Ohio, I was carrying boxes up the stairs when I first met Diane. She must have been in her early 50s, with dyed auburn hair that had gray roots showing, and she wore this oversized cardigan even though it was nearly 80 degrees outside. She stood in her doorway watching us haul furniture, and when my girlfriend Amy and I passed by with our couch, she stepped out with a plate of cookies. "Welcome to the building," she said, her voice raspy like she'd been smoking for decades. The cookies were store-bought, still in the plastic tray, but she'd arranged them on a ceramic plate with little painted roses around the edges. I remember thinking it was sweet, this older woman living alone trying to make us feel welcome. She told us she'd lived there for 12 years, knew everyone in the building, and if we ever needed anything, her door was always open. Within the first week, Diane knocked on our door at least once a day. First, she needed help reaching something on a high shelf. Then her TV remote wasn't working and she couldn't figure out why. After that, her cat Mr. Whiskers had hidden under the bed and she couldn't coax him out. Amy and I didn't mind at first. We were both 26, healthy, and honestly, we felt bad for her. She mentioned her daughter lived in California and rarely visited, and her son had died in a motorcycle accident 5 years ago. The photos in her apartment showed a younger Diane with 2 kids at various ages, but the pictures stopped abruptly around 2010. Her place smelled like cat litter, and those plug-in air fresheners that try to smell like ocean breeze but end up smelling like chemicals. Every surface had some kind of doily or knitted cover, and she had this collection of porcelain angels that covered an entire bookshelf where books should have been. About 3 weeks after we'd settled in, the requests started getting bigger. Diane needed a ride to the grocery store because her car was in the shop. Then she needed a ride to the pharmacy, then to her doctor's appointment across town during my lunch break. She always caught me right when I was leaving for work, standing in her doorway in that same cardigan, clutching her purse with both hands. "I hate to be a bother," she'd say, but her timing was never coincidental. She knew our schedules by then. When we left for work, when we came home, when we did laundry on Sunday afternoons. Amy started taking the back stairs to avoid her, but I felt too guilty. One morning, she asked if I could loan her $40 for her prescription copay, promising to pay me back when her Social Security check came in. Then it was $60 for groceries, then $100 for part of her rent because there was some mix-up with her bank. The other tenants started warning us about her around the second month. Gerald from 3B pulled me aside in the laundry room one evening while I was waiting for the dryer to finish. He was a tall, thin man who worked night shifts at the hospital, and he usually kept to himself. "She got to you too, huh?" he said, not really asking. He told me Diane had done the same thing to the previous tenants in our apartment, a young couple just like us who'd lasted 8 months before breaking their lease early. The couple before them made it 6 months. Gerald had been there 4 years and learned to just not answer his door, but he said Diane had this way of making you feel like a monster if you didn't help her. "She knows exactly what she's doing," he said, folding his scrubs with precise, angry movements. "She picks the young ones, the nice ones, the ones who were raised to respect their elders." He said she'd borrowed nearly $300 from the previous couple and never paid them back, always having some excuse about waiting for insurance money or a pension check that never seemed to arrive. Amy wanted us to start saying no after that conversation with Gerald, and we tried. The next morning when Diane knocked, we didn't answer. She knocked again, harder, then again. "I know you're in there," she called through the door, her voice different than usual, sharper with an edge I hadn't heard before. "I can hear you moving around. I just need a quick ride to the bank." We stayed quiet, barely breathing, and eventually she left. But that evening when we came home from work, she was sitting on the stairs by our door, that cardigan pulled tight around her shoulders. She looked up at us with watery eyes and said her cat was sick and she couldn't afford the vet bill. She actually had tears rolling down her cheeks, and her hands trembled as she dabbed at them with a tissue. Amy walked past her without a word, but I stopped. I couldn't help it, Mr. Whiskers had seemed fine when I'd seen him the week before, but what if he really was sick? What if this one time she actually needed help? I gave her $80 that night for the vet, and Amy barely spoke to me afterward. She said I was enabling her, that Diane was playing me like a fiddle, and she was probably right. But here's the thing about manipulation. Even when you know it's happening, even when you can see all the strings being pulled, sometimes you still can't stop yourself from dancing to the tune. Diane had this gift for making her problems feel urgent, immediate, like catastrophes that only you could solve. She'd stand there with her shoulders hunched, looking small and fragile, and you'd forget about all the money she already owed you. You'd forget about Gerald's warnings. You'd forget about the way she timed her emergencies for maximum impact. 2 days later, I saw Mr. Whiskers lounging in her window, perfectly healthy, grooming himself in the afternoon sun. When I mentioned it to Diane, she said the medication worked miracles, but she couldn't quite meet my eyes when she said it. Things escalated during month 3. Diane started showing up at odd hours with increasingly dramatic stories. Her nephew in Michigan needed emergency surgery, and she had to wire money immediately. Her ex-husband was threatening to take her to court over some old debt. The apartment management was saying she was behind on rent and would be evicted by Friday if she didn't pay. Each crisis required $200, $300, sometimes $500. I'd already given her close to $600 by then, and Amy had reached her breaking point. We had a massive fight about it one night, the kind where you say things you can't take back. She accused me of caring more about a manipulative old woman than our own relationship, our own financial goals. We were supposed to be saving for a house, planning our future together, and here I was hemorrhaging money to someone who saw me as nothing but an ATM with a guilty conscience. Amy slept on the couch that night, and I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, wondering how I'd let it get this bad. The next morning was a Saturday in late September, one of those perfect fall days where the air feels clean and sharp. I was making coffee when I heard Diane's voice through the wall. She was on the phone, and she was laughing. Not the fragile, desperate voice she used with us, but full-throated, genuine laughter. No, the kids next door are good for it, I heard her say clearly. Young professionals, you know the type. They can't stand to see an old lady struggle. She laughed again, and I heard her mention something about having enough for the cruise deposit. Amy was standing behind me by then, and we both listened as Diane went on about her plans, about how she'd figured out the perfect system. She said she kept a notebook tracking what she'd told to whom, making sure her stories didn't overlap. She mentioned us by our apartment number, not our names, like we were just entries in a ledger. That's when Amy grabbed her phone and started recording, holding it up to the wall to catch Diane's voice. We stopped answering Diane's knocks after that. We'd hear her outside our door, sometimes for 20 or 30 minutes at a time, knocking with increasing aggression. She'd slip notes under the door, long, rambling letters about how we were heartless, how she'd thought we were different, how she'd be on the street because of us. One note mentioned that she knew where we worked, knew our car, knew our family's names from the mail she'd seen. It wasn't quite a threat, but it wasn't not a threat either. Gerald told us she'd done similar things to the others who'd cut her off, and that eventually she'd move on to newer tenants. Sure enough, when a young woman named Beth moved into 4A 2 weeks later, we watched Diane shift her attention like a predator choosing easier prey. We tried to warn Beth, but Diane had already gotten to her with stories about how the other tenants were jealous of her, how they spread lies because they didn't like old people. Beth looked at us with suspicion when we tried to explain, and I could see in her eyes that Diane had already won the first round. October turned into November, and we developed a routine of avoidance. We knew Diane's patterns. When she went to get her mail, when she sat in the lobby, when she prowled the hallways looking for someone to corner. The building felt different now, charged with a constant low-level anxiety. Other tenants had similar stories. The Nguyens in 2C said she'd gotten $400 from them before they caught on, and the old man in 1A just laughed bitterly when her name came up. But we all stayed because leases are hard to break and moving is expensive, and somehow we'd all convinced ourselves that we could outlast her. Then came that night in mid-November, a Thursday around 11 p.m. I was brushing my teeth when I heard the sirens, distant at first but getting louder, closer until they were right outside our building. Blue and red lights flashed through the bathroom window, painting the walls in alternating colors. Amy and I went to the living room window and saw 3 police cars, then 4, then an ambulance. The hallway filled with neighbors, everyone in various states of undress, pajamas, robes, hastily thrown on sweatshirts. We all watched as 2 officers knocked on Diane's door, then knocked harder, then announced themselves as police. When she finally opened it, she was in that same cardigan, but her face was different, blank, almost serene. They told her she needed to come with them for questioning, and she just nodded like she'd been expecting it. As they led her past us, she looked at each neighbor with this strange, distant expression, like we were strangers she'd never seen before. Gerald was standing next to me, and he whispered that her brother in Portland had been found dead 2 days ago under suspicious circumstances. The word poisoning floated through the crowd of neighbors, along with insurance money and power of attorney. Someone mentioned that Diane had visited him last month, the first time in years, right after he'd been diagnosed with cancer. The detective who came to question us the next day wouldn't confirm details, but he asked a lot of questions about Diane's financial situation, her requests for money, her stories about family members. We never saw Diane again after that night. Her apartment was cleaned out a week later by people in hazmat suits. Apparently, the conditions inside were worse than any of us had imagined. The smell that leaked out when they opened the door was indescribable, and they found dozens of those notebooks she'd mentioned, filled with detailed records of her interactions with tenants going back years. My name was in there, along with notes about my weakness for sob stories and Catholic guilt, very useful. Amy found her name too, marked as tougher. Work around her. The building management told us later that she'd never actually been behind on rent. She had plenty of money in her accounts. The requests for cash, the desperate stories, the tears, it had all been some kind of game to her. A way to feel powerful maybe, or just the thrill of seeing what she could make people do. We got a letter months later saying the case against her was moving forward, but we never learned the outcome. Amy and I moved out when our lease ended, found a place across town where nobody knew us. We're more careful now, slower to trust, quicker to see the angles people might be playing. Sometimes I still think about Beth. Wonder if she ever figured it out before Diane was arrested, or if she was still bringing groceries to an empty apartment, knocking on a door that would never open again. Two years ago, I was living in a duplex in Denver with my 8-year-old daughter, Lily. I just finalized my divorce and was trying to rebuild our lives from scratch. The place wasn't much, peeling paint on the shutters, a kitchen that hadn't been updated since the 80s, and a backyard that was more weeds than grass. But it was ours, and that's all that mattered. I was working as a dental hygienist at a practice downtown, pulling long hours to make ends meet. Most evenings I'd come home exhausted, help Lily with homework, make dinner, and collapse into bed by 10. Life was predictable, routine, and honestly, that's exactly what we needed after the chaos of the previous year. The neighborhood was quiet, mostly older folks who'd lived there for decades, which made me feel safe as a single mom. Our next-door neighbor, Walter, moved in about 3 months after we did. He was probably in his early 50s, always wearing the same faded blue coveralls and a John Deere cap that had seen better days. The first time we met, he was carrying boxes from a beat-up Ford pickup truck, and I offered to help. He had this peculiar way of talking, never quite making eye contact, always looking just past your ear like something more interesting was happening behind you. His teeth were stained yellow from what I assumed was years of coffee and cigarettes, and he had this habit of clicking his tongue before he spoke, like he was tasting his words first. Walter worked nights at some warehouse across town, which meant our schedules rarely overlapped. But whenever we did cross paths, he was friendly enough, always asking about Lily's school or commenting on the weather. Nothing that would make you think twice. The borrowing started small, maybe 6 weeks after Walter moved in. First it was a hammer. He knocked on my door one Saturday afternoon while Lily was at a friend's birthday party. Said he was putting up shelves and his hammerhead had flown off the handle, nearly took out his kitchen window. I laughed and grabbed mine from the garage, told him to keep it as long as he needed. He returned it the next morning, clean and wrapped in a dish towel like it was something precious. Then it was a screwdriver set, then pliers, then my electric drill. Each time he had these elaborate explanations. The screwdriver rolled under his refrigerator and he couldn't reach it. The pliers got mixed up in a box he'd already taken to storage. The drill bit snapped right in the middle of a project. He'd always stand on my porch, shifting his weight from foot to foot, that tongue click happening every few seconds. The tools always came back, usually within a day or two, sometimes cleaner than when I'd lent them. After a while, the requests got more frequent and more specific. He needed my measuring tape, but specifically the long one, not the short one he'd seen me use in the garden. He needed aluminum foil because the store brand he bought kept tearing. He needed batteries, but only the Duracell ones because the generic ones didn't last in his flashlight. One evening in July, he knocked while I was giving Lily a bath, asking if he could borrow my vacuum cleaner because his had sucked up something it shouldn't have and stopped working. I remember standing there in my doorway, still drying my hands on my jeans, and noticing how he kept peering past me into the house, his eyes scanning the living room like he was memorizing the layout. But I brushed it off. Maybe he was just curious about how we'd decorated, or maybe he was one of those people who couldn't help but look. The vacuum came back 2 days later with a new bag installed and a thank you note taped to the handle. By August, Walter's requests had become part of my weekly routine. Every few days there'd be that distinctive knock, 3 quick taps, pause, then 2 more, and I'd find him on my porch with another need. But here's where things started getting weird. I came home from work one Thursday, earlier than usual because Lily had a dentist appointment, and found my spare key missing from under the ceramic frog where I kept it. I tore apart the porch looking for it, thinking maybe the wind had knocked it somewhere, but it was gone. That same evening, Walter knocked and asked if he could borrow some sugar. While I was in the kitchen getting it, I mentioned the missing key, and he immediately offered to help me look. He spent 20 minutes crawling around my porch with a flashlight, checking every corner and crevice. The next morning, the key was back under the frog, exactly where it should have been. When I thanked Walter for finding it, he looked confused and said he hadn't found anything. Thought I must have located it myself. Then came the Saturday that changed everything. Lily was at her dad's for the weekend, and I decided to deep clean the house. I was organizing my home office when I realized my passport wasn't in the filing cabinet where I always kept it. My birth certificate was there, Lily's was there, but my passport was gone. I pulled everything out, checked every folder twice, even looked behind the cabinet thinking it might have fallen. Nothing. That's when I noticed other things were off. The stack of bank statements I kept paper-clipped together had been shuffled, still there, but in a different order than I'd left them. My social security card was in the wrong slot. The folder with Lily's medical records had been moved from the 3rd drawer to the 2nd. Small things, things you might not notice unless you were looking, but I'm meticulous about my filing system. I've been that way since the divorce, when keeping track of every document became crucial for custody arrangements. I sat there on my office floor, surrounded by papers, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. My laptop was still on the desk, my jewelry box untouched in the bedroom. The emergency cash I kept in an old coffee tin was all there. Nothing valuable was missing except for that passport. But someone had definitely been through my personal documents. Someone who was careful enough to put things back almost exactly where they belonged. I thought about calling the police, but what would I say? That my papers were in a slightly different order? That my passport was missing but nothing else? They'd probably think I was paranoid or had simply misplaced it myself. I spent the rest of that afternoon checking every window lock, every door, looking for signs of forced entry. Everything was secure. The only explanation was that someone had used a key, and the only key that had gone missing was the spare under the frog. That evening, around 7, Walter knocked. This time he wanted to borrow my stepladder to change a light bulb in his hallway. Apparently his ceiling was unusually high and his regular ladder wouldn't reach. I stood in my doorway, studying his face while he talked, looking for something, anything that would confirm my suspicions. He did that tongue-click thing 3 times in 30 seconds, and his eyes kept drifting to the living room behind me. But what really caught my attention was a small detail. He had a paper cut on his index finger, fresh enough that it was still slightly bleeding through the Band-Aid. When I asked about it, he laughed and said he'd been sorting through old mail, got careless with an envelope. I lent him the ladder, but as soon as he left, I went back to my office. Sure enough, one of my bank statement envelopes had a tiny speck of blood on the corner, so small I hadn't noticed it before. My whole body went cold. This man had been in my house, going through my private documents, touching my things, and now he was standing on my porch asking to borrow my ladder like nothing had happened. I barely slept that night. Every creak of the house made me jump. Every shadow outside my window looked like someone trying to get in. I called in sick to work Monday and installed new deadbolts on all the doors, plus one of those chain locks on the front and back. I bought a security camera system from Best Buy, the kind that sends alerts to your phone when it detects motion. While I was setting it up, I found something that made me physically sick. In Lily's room, tucked behind her dresser, was one of my old pay stubs from 3 months ago. I knew for certain I'd never brought it into her room. I always dealt with financial stuff in my office. But there was something else. On the back of the pay stub, someone had written in pencil, very lightly, a series of numbers. When I looked closer, I realized it was my work schedule, the exact hours and days I'd worked that month. Someone had been tracking my routine, knowing exactly when I'd be gone and for how long. The handwriting was small and cramped, nothing like mine. I took pictures of everything with my phone, finally having some form of evidence. The next morning, Tuesday, I was reviewing the security camera footage from overnight when I saw something that confirmed everything. At 3:47 a.m., Walter had walked up to my porch, stood directly in front of my door for about 30 seconds, then walked away. He didn't knock, didn't try the handle, just stood there. Then at 4:15 a.m., he was back, this time walking around to my back door, again just standing there before leaving. The footage was clear enough to see him holding something in his hand. It looked like a key. I called the police immediately, but the officer who came by seemed skeptical. Walter hadn't actually entered the property on camera, hadn't done anything explicitly illegal. Standing on someone's porch wasn't a crime. The officer suggested I change my locks and document everything, maybe look into a restraining order if things escalated. After he left, I called a locksmith and had every lock in the house changed that afternoon. I also called my ex-husband and asked if Lily could stay with him for a few extra days while I sorted this out. That Wednesday evening, Walter knocked on my door again. I watched him through the peephole but didn't answer. He knocked 3 more times over the course of an hour, each time waiting about 5 minutes before trying again. Through the security camera app on my phone, I could see him clearly. He was holding a pie dish, presumably another excuse to make contact. After the 4th attempt, he set the dish on my porch and walked back to his house, but he didn't go inside. Instead, he sat on his front steps, directly facing my house, and stayed there for 2 hours. Just sitting, watching, occasionally taking sips from a thermos. I called 911, but since he was on his own property, they said there was nothing they could do. I sat in my dark living room, peeking through the blinds, watching him watch my house. Finally, around 10 p.m., he went inside. The pie dish sat on my porch for 3 days before I threw it away, unopened. I never spoke to Walter again, but I could feel him watching whenever I came and went. His curtains would move, his door would crack open just slightly. I documented everything, built a case file that was 2 inches thick. A month later, I found out from another neighbor, Mrs. Gutierrez, that Walter had been evicted. She said the landlord had found some disturbing things in his house during a routine inspection. Dozens of women's IDs photocopied and taped to his bedroom wall, boxes full of mail that wasn't his, and what appeared to be detailed logs about multiple neighbors' schedules and routines. The police got involved, but Walter disappeared before they could question him. They found my passport in his kitchen drawer, along with 2 credit cards I didn't even know were missing. Mrs. Gutierrez said they also found a key-making kit and several blank keys. The detective who called me said Walter's real name wasn't even Walter. It was Douglas Brennan, and he had a history of identity theft and stalking in 3 other states. We moved out 2 weeks later. I still check my credit report obsessively, still triple-check my locks, still feel that crawling sensation whenever a neighbor acts too friendly. Lily doesn't know the full story, just that we needed a fresh start. Sometimes I wonder how many times he was in our house while we slept. What else he touched? What else he took that I never noticed? The not knowing is almost worse than what I actually discovered. The 4 of us had been sharing that house in the suburbs of Phoenix for about 8 months when everything went to hell. It was February 2018, and I was 26, working remotely as a graphic designer while my roommates, Jason, Maria, and Steve, all had regular office jobs downtown. We'd found this perfect 2-story rental with a huge backyard, thinking we'd scored big with the cheap rent and quiet neighborhood. The place had this old wooden fence around the back, maybe 7 feet tall, with a metal gate that connected to the alley running between our street and the one behind us. We'd throw barbecues every weekend, stay up late playing music on the patio, really living our best 20-something's life without a care in the world. The houses around us were mostly families and older couples who kept to themselves, which suited us just fine. The first time we heard the banging, it was a Tuesday night around 2 a.m. And I remember because I'd stayed up late finishing a project for a client in Japan. 3 heavy slams against our back gate, the kind that made the whole fence rattle and echo through the yard. Jason came stumbling out of his room with a baseball bat, and we stood there in the kitchen, hearts pounding, waiting for something else to happen. After about 5 minutes of silence, we figured maybe it was just some drunk kid from the community college nearby, trying to take a shortcut through the alley. We laughed it off, made some jokes about Jason's superhero stance with the bat, and went back to bed. But then it happened again the next night. Same time, same 3 heavy bangs that seemed to shake the entire fence line, followed by what sounded like someone testing the gate latch, that metallic clicking noise of someone pulling and pushing at it repeatedly. By the end of that week, the noises had evolved into something way worse. We'd hear footsteps crunching through the gravel along the side of our house, slow and deliberate, like someone was taking their time checking out the property. Maria set up her phone to record from her bedroom window one night, and we caught this grainy footage of 2 figures walking around our backyard, just wandering between our shed and the patio furniture. They weren't trying to steal anything, just walking around, occasionally stopping to peer into our windows. Steve wanted to call the cops right away, but the video was too dark to make out any faces, and technically they hadn't broken anything or tried to get inside the house. We decided to install motion sensor lights instead, these super bright LED floods that would blast the entire yard with white light if anything moved back there. The guy at Home Depot helped us pick out the most obnoxious ones they had, 3,000 lumens each, enough to blind anyone who triggered them. That Saturday afternoon, while Steve and I were up on ladders installing the lights, we finally met our back neighbors for the first time. These 2 guys came out onto their deck, which overlooked our yard, and just stood there watching us work. The younger one, probably mid-30s with a patchy beard and sunken cheeks, kept giggling at nothing while scratching at his arms. The older guy, maybe 50, with this yellowed tank top hanging off his skinny frame, started asking us weird questions about whether we had any power tools he could borrow, if we knew where to get car batteries cheap, random stuff that didn't quite connect. Their eyes had this glassy, unfocused quality, pupils like pinpoints even though it was bright out, and they both had these scabs all over their faces and arms. The smell coming from their direction was absolutely rank, like chemicals mixed with rotting garbage and body odor, strong enough that I could taste it in the back of my throat, even from 20 feet away. Steve tried to be polite, giving vague answers about not having extra tools, while I stayed quiet and focused on screwing in the light fixtures. The younger guy suddenly got agitated, started pacing on their deck and mumbling about how we were putting up cameras to spy on them, how the government uses LED lights to read people's thoughts. Completely paranoid nonsense. The older one just laughed, this dry, wheezing sound, and said we seemed like nice kids, then asked if we ever needed any electronics fixed because he was really good at taking things apart. The way he said it made my skin prickle with unease. They went back inside after about 10 minutes, but I could see them through their sliding glass door, just standing in their dark living room, watching us finish the installation. Later that evening, Maria looked up the property records online and found out the house was a rental managed by some company based in Nevada, with a history of complaints from the neighborhood association about trash, noise, and suspicious activity going back 3 years. The motion lights worked great for exactly 2 nights. On the 3rd night, around 1 a.m., they started going off every few minutes, flooding our backyard with harsh white light. We'd rushed to the windows but never saw anything, just empty yard and shadows. Then we noticed the lights were slightly tilted, aimed away from the fence line toward the house, like someone had manually adjusted them. Jason found fresh scratches on the metal housing and what looked like grease marks on the wall below, as if someone had climbed up to mess with them. We also discovered our garbage cans had been opened and rifled through, with specific items missing: old electronics, batteries from a broken remote, some copper wire Steve had thrown out from a speaker repair project. Weird selective theft that made no sense until Maria Googled it, and found out those were all components people use to make homemade meth pipes or to trade for drugs. Things escalated dramatically the following Thursday. I woke up at 3 a.m. to Maria screaming from downstairs. She'd gotten up for water and found the younger neighbor guy standing in our backyard, face pressed against the sliding glass door, hands cupped around his eyes trying to see inside. When she flipped on the patio light, he didn't run, just stood there staring at her with this blank expression, swaying slightly, his mouth moving like he was talking to himself. She was banging on Jason's door when the guy finally turned and walked slowly back toward the fence. But instead of leaving through the gate, he tried to climb over, getting his shirt caught on the top and hanging there for a solid minute, struggling and cursing before finally ripping free and dropping to the other side. We called the police this time, but by the time they showed up 40 minutes later, there was nothing to see except some torn fabric on the fence. The cops took a report, said they'd increase patrols, gave us the usual speech about keeping doors locked and staying vigilant, but we could tell they weren't going to do much about it. The next morning, I was working from home when I heard Steve yelling from the backyard. He'd gone out to check the shed and found the lock had been destroyed, not cut but literally smashed with something heavy, the metal twisted and mangled. Inside, our lawnmower was partially disassembled, with the copper motor windings pulled out and missing. They'd also taken the gas can, some old paint thinner, and bizarrely, a box of rock salt we used for making ice cream. But the really disturbing part was what they'd left behind. A glass pipe with burn marks on one end, hidden behind where the mower had been, along with a dirty sleeping bag that reeked of that same chemical smell. Steve put on gloves and threw everything in a garbage bag, but we were all thoroughly freaked out, knowing they'd been using our shed as some kind of hideout or stash spot, possibly for weeks without us knowing. That weekend, we decided to confront the situation head-on. All 4 of us marched over to their front door around noon, figuring they'd be less aggressive during daylight hours. The older guy answered after about 5 minutes of knocking, wearing nothing but stained boxers, his ribs showing through pale mottled skin. The living room behind him was chaos, mattresses on the floor, aluminum foil covering all the windows, burn marks on the carpet, and at least 6 other people sprawled around in various states of consciousness. He kept insisting he didn't know anything about anyone going in our yard, but his hands were shaking so bad he could barely hold the door, and I could see fresh scratches all over his arms that looked exactly like the marks on our fence. When Jason mentioned we had security footage and were considering pressing charges, the guy's whole demeanor changed. He started rambling about how we didn't understand what it was like, how they were just trying to get by, how the younger guy, Apparently his nephew sometimes got confused at night and wandered around when he'd had too much. Before we could respond, 3 more people emerged from the back of the house, including the younger guy we'd seen before. He was in way worse shape than the last time. Massive weight loss, teeth visibly rotting, open sores on his face that looked infected. He started screaming at his uncle for talking to us, saying we were probably wearing wires, that we'd planted listening devices in their walls through the shared fence. Then he turned to us, and his whole face changed, got this weird calm expression, and he asked if we wanted to buy a motorcycle. When we said no, he asked if we had any bikes in our shed he could fix up and sell, like he hadn't just admitted to knowing what was in our shed. Maria lost it at that point, told them if anyone from their house stepped foot on our property again, we'd have them arrested for trespassing and drug possession. The younger guy laughed, this horrible, dry cackle, and said we couldn't prove anything, that maybe we were the ones with drug problems trying to frame innocent neighbors. The older guy tried to calm him down, but then 2 more people pushed past us to leave, one of them carrying what was clearly our stolen gas can, still with Steve's initials written on it in Sharpie. That night was the worst, and thankfully, the last. Around midnight, we heard glass breaking downstairs. Jason grabbed his bat again while I called 911, and we crept down to find our kitchen window completely shattered, a brick lying in the middle of the floor surrounded by glass shards. Through the broken window, we could see flames in the backyard. They'd set our shed on fire. The whole structure was engulfed, toxic black smoke billowing up into the night sky. While we were standing there in shock, the motion lights revealed 5 or 6 figures running around our yard, some throwing more stuff onto the fire, others trying to grab our patio furniture. The younger neighbor was there, shirt off, dancing around the flames and howling like an animal. Steve ran outside with the garden hose, but they'd already cut it, sliced clean through in multiple places. By the time the fire department arrived, the shed was completely destroyed, the fence was charred, and the tweakers had scattered back to their house or into the alley. The firefighters said the accelerant pattern suggested they'd used the stolen paint thinner and gasoline to start it, and the weird colored flames were probably from chemicals they'd thrown in, possibly from their own drug-making supplies. The police arrested 7 people from the house that night, including both neighbors we'd been dealing with. Turns out they'd been running a small meth operation in their bathroom, and the fire investigation gave probable cause for a search warrant. The cops found 2 pounds of methamphetamine, a mobile cooking setup, stolen property from at least 12 different houses in the neighborhood, and 3 people with outstanding warrants. The younger guy tried to fight the cops and ended up getting tased in his front yard while screaming that we'd orchestrated the whole thing, that we were CIA agents sent to destroy his research. We had to stay in a hotel for 3 days while hazmat crews cleaned up the chemical contamination from our backyard. Our landlord let us break the lease without penalty, and we were moved out within 2 weeks. I drove by there about 6 months later, and both houses were empty with condemned notices on the doors. Sometimes I still dream about that younger guy's face pressed against our glass door, those dead eyes just staring, and I wake up checking all my locks twice before I can get back to sleep. It was a Thursday afternoon in late August when everything went sideways. I was 16, just starting my junior year at Lincoln High in Raleigh, and my mom had left for a 3-day nursing conference in Charlotte. She'd kissed me goodbye that morning, rattling off the usual list of reminders about locking doors, not having parties, and calling if I needed anything. I remember rolling my eyes and telling her I'd be fine, that I wasn't a kid anymore. The house felt different with her gone, though, bigger somehow, like all the familiar corners had stretched out and become unfamiliar. I'd spent the morning playing video games and eating cereal straight from the box, enjoying the freedom of having the place to myself. Our neighborhood in North Raleigh was one of those quiet subdivisions where nothing ever happened, just rows of 2-story houses with neat lawns and the occasional barking dog. Around 2 in the afternoon, I heard a knock at the door. Through the peephole, I saw Mr. Garrison from 3 houses down. He was this guy in his early 40s who my mom always described as such a helpful neighbor. Clean-shaven, always wearing polo shirts and khakis. The kind of guy who'd help you carry groceries or jumpstart your car without being asked. He had this easy smile and would wave whenever he jogged past our house in the mornings. My mom had mentioned him dozens of times, how he'd fixed our mailbox after some kids knocked it over, how he'd brought us cookies when we first moved in 5 years ago. He was standing there on our porch, shifting his weight from foot to foot, and when I opened the door, I noticed he was sweating more than usual for such a mild day. His polo shirt had dark patches under the arms, and he kept wiping his forehead with the back of his hand. "Hey buddy," he said, and his voice had this weird urgency to it that I'd never heard before. "I'm really sorry to bother you, but my phone died and I locked myself out of the house. My wife won't be home for another few hours, and I really need to make an important call about a job interview. Could I use your phone real quick? I'll just be a minute, I promise." He held up his cell phone, showing me the black screen, and gave me that familiar friendly smile, though it didn't quite reach his eyes this time. I hesitated for maybe 2 seconds, my mom's voice in my head warning me about letting people in when I was alone. But this was Mr. Garrison, the guy who'd helped my mom change a flat tire last winter, who always asked how school was going when he saw me. Besides, he looked genuinely stressed, and I figured a quick phone call couldn't hurt. I stepped aside and let him in, pointing toward the kitchen where we kept our landline. He followed me through the living room, and I noticed he was walking differently than usual, taking these quick, measured steps like he was trying not to make noise. His eyes darted around our house, taking in the family photos on the mantel, the stack of mail on the coffee table, even glancing up the stairs toward the bedrooms. "Nice place," he mumbled, though he'd been inside before when he'd helped my mom move our old refrigerator to the garage. In the kitchen, he picked up the phone but didn't dial right away. Instead, he stood there holding the receiver, staring at the numbers like he'd forgotten who he was supposed to call. After what felt like forever, but was probably only 10 seconds, he started dialing. I could hear the buttons beeping, but something about the rhythm seemed wrong. Too many numbers, or maybe not enough. I couldn't tell for sure because I was trying not to seem like I was watching him too closely. The conversation he had was bizarre. He spoke in this low, hushed voice, saying things like, "Yeah, I know," and "can't do that right now," and "give me more time." No mention of a job interview, no professional tone, nothing that matched what he'd told me at the door. His free hand gripped the edge of our kitchen counter so hard his knuckles went white, and I saw a strange mark on his wrist, like a red line where something had been wrapped tight around it recently. When he hung up after maybe 90 seconds, he turned to me with this forced casual expression and said, "Thanks, kid. Mind if I use your bathroom before I go?" Before I could answer, he was already moving toward our downstairs bathroom, but then he stopped, changed direction, and headed toward the laundry room instead. "Actually, where's your back door? I'll just cut through your yard if that's okay." The laundry room did lead to our back door, but something about the way he said it made every hair on my arm stand up. That's when we heard it, 3 sharp knocks on the front door. Not a normal neighbor knock, but authoritative, demanding. Mr. Garrison's whole body went rigid, and the color drained from his face like someone had pulled a plug. Without a word, he practically dove into our laundry room and pulled the door shut behind him. Through the frosted glass panels of our front door, I could see 2 shapes, and when I peered through the peephole, my heart started hammering against my ribs. 2 police officers stood there, hands resting on their duty belts, their expressions serious and alert. The taller one, a black woman with her hair pulled back in a tight bun, knocked again and called out, "Police department, we need to speak with anyone inside." My mouth went completely dry. "Mr. Garrison was hiding in my laundry room, and cops were at my door. And suddenly all those weird details, the sweating, the strange phone call, that mark on his wrist, crashed together in my mind like pieces of a puzzle I didn't want to complete. I stood there for what must have been 5 seconds but felt like 5 minutes, my hand hovering near the doorknob. Through the thin laundry room door, I could hear Mr. Garrison breathing. these shallow, rapid breaths like he'd just run a marathon. The officers knocked a third time, harder now, and the woman called out again. "We know someone's home. We saw movement through the window." My legs felt like they were made of water, but somehow I managed to open the door, keeping the chain on. "Yes?" My voice came out higher than normal, cracking on that single word like I was 13 again. The male officer, a stocky white guy with a graying mustache, held up his badge. "Son, we're looking for a man who was seen in this neighborhood about 15 minutes ago. Robert Garrison lives a few houses down. Have you seen him?" The way he said it, not asking if Mr. Garrison was here, but if I'd seen him, gave me this tiny window, this chance to maybe not be the kid harboring a fugitive in his laundry room. "What did he do?" I asked, stalling, trying to keep my voice steady while my brain raced through options. The female officer exchanged a look with her partner before answering. "He's wanted for questioning in connection with an embezzlement case. His employer reported over $200,000 missing, and Mr. Garrison didn't show up for a meeting with investigators this morning. His car was found abandoned at a rest stop off I-40. She pulled out her phone, showing me a photo that was definitely Mr. Garrison, though in the picture he was wearing a suit and tie, looking like any other suburban dad. He's not dangerous, but we need to find him. His wife said he left their house acting erratic about an hour ago. Not dangerous. The words should have been reassuring, but all I could think about was that he was hiding in my house, breathing hard behind a door just 15 feet away, and these cops had no idea how close they were to catching him. My palms were slick with sweat, and I had to wipe them on my jeans before they noticed. "I haven't seen him," I said, the lie burning in my throat like acid. "I've been home all day playing games. Haven't even looked outside much." The male officer leaned forward slightly, and I caught a whiff of coffee and cigarettes on his breath. "Mind if we come in and have a quick look around? Just to be thorough?" This was it. The moment where everything would unravel. I could feel Mr. Garrison behind that laundry room door, probably pressed against it, listening to every word. "My mom's not home," I said quickly. "She told me not to let anyone in when she's gone, even police officers. She's really strict about that." It wasn't entirely a lie. My mom had given me that talk about being careful, though I'm pretty sure she would have made an exception for actual cops with badges. The female officer nodded slowly, but her eyes were scanning what she could see of our house through the gap in the chained door. "Smart, Mom. How about this? Is there a number where we can reach her? We'd like to check with all the neighbors." I rattled off my mom's cell number, knowing she was probably in the middle of some conference session and wouldn't answer. The officers wrote it down, then handed me a business card. "If you see Mr. Garrison, don't approach him. Just call us immediately, okay? And son?" The woman's eyes locked onto mine, and I swear she could see straight through my skull to all the lies bouncing around inside. "You sure you're okay? You seem nervous." I forced out this awkward laugh that sounded nothing like my normal laugh. "Yeah, just never had cops at my door before. It's kind of intense." She studied me for another second that stretched like taffy, then finally stepped back. "Lock your doors and stay inside. We'll have units in the area for the next few hours." I watched them walk back to their cruiser, a white sedan with the city police logo on the side. They sat there for a minute, probably running my mom's information, and I stood frozen at the door, knowing that Mr. Garrison was waiting, listening, probably planning his next move. The cruiser finally pulled away, moving slowly down our street, and I watched until it turned the corner. The moment they were gone, the laundry room door creaked open, and Mr. Garrison emerged looking like a completely different person. His friendly neighbor mask had slipped off entirely, replaced by someone desperate and calculating. His polo shirt was soaked through now, and his hands were trembling as he ran them through his disheveled hair. "You did good, kid. Really good," he said, but there was something in his tone that made it sound less like gratitude and more like an assessment. He moved toward the kitchen window, peering through the blinds at the street. "I need you to do one more thing for me. I need to borrow your bike from the garage, just until tonight. I'll bring it back, I swear." The way he said it, I knew he'd never bring it back. I also knew I didn't have much choice. This wasn't the helpful neighbor who'd fixed our mailbox anymore. This was a man backed into a corner, and cornered animals do unpredictable things. "Take it," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "Just, please leave." He studied me for a long moment, and then his expression softened slightly. "I'm not a bad person, you know. Sometimes good people make terrible mistakes, and then those mistakes snowball until you're standing in a teenager's laundry room hiding from the cops." He went out through the back door, and I watched from the window as he wheeled my mountain bike out of our garage, keeping to the shadows between houses. Before he left, he turned back and looked at me through the glass door, raising his hand in this sad little wave that made him look broken and human and guilty all at once. Then he was gone, pedaling down the alley behind our houses, hunched over the handlebars like he was trying to make himself smaller. I stood there in my empty house, adrenaline still coursing through my veins, and called my mom. When she answered on the third ring, sounding confused and concerned, I told her everything. About Mr. Garrison, the police, the bike, all of it. She left the conference immediately and drove home, calling the police on the way. They found Mr. Garrison that evening at a motel 2 towns over, still with my bike. The money he'd stolen was never fully recovered, and his family moved away a month later. I still think about that afternoon sometimes, about how quickly someone familiar can become a stranger, and how one moment of desperation can unravel an entire life. The new people who moved into the Garrison house seem nice enough, but I never answer the door when I'm home alone anymore. Most people dream about quiet neighborhoods with friendly faces and weekend barbecues, right? Well, let me tell you about what happened in our little cul-de-sac last spring that completely shattered that illusion for me and my family. I'm a 34-year-old electrician, been living in the same house in suburban Illinois for about 6 years now with my wife and our 2 kids, ages 7 and 9. We'd moved there specifically because it seemed like the perfect place to raise children. Just 8 houses arranged in a peaceful circle, mature oak trees lining the street, and neighbors who actually waved when they saw you. The cul-de-sac had this unspoken rhythm to it. You know, lawn mowers on Saturday mornings, kids playing street hockey until the streetlights came on, and the occasional impromptu gathering when someone fired up their grill. It was exactly what we'd wanted when we left our cramped apartment in the city. Everything changed when Harold Garrison moved into the yellow house at the end of the circle, about 3 months before that terrible day in May. He was probably in his late 50s, always wore these faded polo shirts tucked into khaki shorts that were pulled up way too high, and had this peculiar way of walking where he'd pause every few steps like he was counting something in his head. At first, we all tried to be welcoming. My wife Janet even brought him a casserole that first week, though he barely opened the door wide enough to take it from her. He never returned the dish, by the way. Within 2 weeks of moving in, Harold had installed 4 security cameras on his property, which seemed excessive but not completely unreasonable given how paranoid some people are these days. But then we started noticing him standing in his driveway with this old camcorder, the kind from the early 2000s with the flip-out screen, just openly recording our houses for 20-30 minutes at a time. The first note appeared on a Monday morning, stuck under the windshield wiper of my neighbor Bill's truck. Bill lived 2 houses down from me, nice guy who worked construction, and had this habit of tapping his wedding ring against surfaces when he was thinking. He brought the note over to show me while I was loading my work van, and I'll never forget how his usually steady voice cracked a little when he read it out loud. The note was written in this cramped, angry handwriting with a black ballpoint pen that had been pressed so hard it tore through the paper in places. It said Bill's truck was too loud when he started it at 5:30 a.m., that the diesel engine was destroying the peace and sanctity of the neighborhood, and that appropriate measures would be taken if it continued. The weird part was all the unnecessary details Harold had included. Exact times Bill had started his truck over the past 2 weeks, the duration of how long it idled, even the license plate number written 3 times at the bottom, like some kind of obsessive chant. After that first note, They started appearing everywhere, and I mean everywhere. Stacy from across the circle found one taped to her mailbox complaining about her wind chimes creating sonic pollution and demanding their immediate removal. The Johnsons got one shoved through their mail slot about their recycling bin, being placed at a geometrically offensive angle to the curb. Even old Mr. Petrov, who'd lived here longer than anyone and kept to himself tending his vegetable garden, received a 2-page manifesto about his tomato plants attracting pest birds that were defecating on private property. Each note got progressively more hostile, with underlined words and exclamation points scattered throughout like angry little soldiers. Harold had started adding these bizarre diagrams too, sketches of our houses with measurements and angles, photos he'd printed out from his recordings with red circles around supposed violations, and once, disturbingly, a crayon drawing of what looked like a person lying on the ground with X's for eyes. We tried to handle it like reasonable adults at first. We really did. Bill and I walked over to Harold's house on a Saturday afternoon, bringing a 6-pack of beer as a peace offering, hoping we could talk things out man to man. Harold answered the door wearing rubber gloves and a surgical mask, which should have been our first warning that this conversation wasn't going to go well. His living room, what little we could see through the barely cracked door, was lined floor to ceiling with filing cabinets, each one labeled with our addresses in label maker tape. He didn't invite us in, just stood there breathing heavily through his mask, while we tried to explain that his notes were making people uncomfortable. That's when he pulled out this little spiral notebook from his shirt pocket and started reading off violations he'd observed just that morning. The angle of my lawnmower stripes, the number of times Bill's dog barked, 17 apparently, and the suspiciously ethnic smell coming from the Petrovs' kitchen window. When we tried to reason with him, his face turned this alarming shade of purple, and he started jabbing his finger at us, saying we were all conspiring to drive him out because he was the only one who cared about maintaining standards. The situation exploded on that Wednesday in May, a day so humid you could practically swim through the air. I was home early from a job that got postponed, sitting on my porch trying to figure out how to approach the Harold situation, when I heard shouting from the Johnsons' yard. Their kids, twin boys about 10 years old, had been playing with water guns, just being normal kids on a hot day, running around and laughing the way kids should. But Harold had apparently decided that some of the water had splashed onto his driveway, which in his mind was tantamount to property damage. By the time I got to their yard, Harold was already there, standing way too close to those boys, his camcorder in one hand and a garden hose in the other. His face was twisted into this expression I'd never seen on another human being before. Pure, irrational rage mixed with something else, something that made every parental instinct in my body scream danger. He was recording the kids while spraying them with the hose, shouting about teaching them respect for boundaries, and how their parents had failed to instill basic human decency. What happened next still plays in my mind like some demented movie scene. Mrs. Johnson came flying out of her house, still wearing her work clothes from the bank, her usually perfect hair coming loose from its bun as she ran. She put herself between Harold and her boys, and that's when Harold did something that shocked everyone who was gathering to watch. He turned the hose on her, full blast, while keeping that camcorder steady in his other hand. But it was what he said that really made everyone gasp. With this eerily calm voice, completely different from his shouting moments before, he looked directly at those terrified kids and said, "Your mother can't protect you forever. Boundaries exist even when parents aren't watching. I know your schedule. I know when you wait for the bus alone." The way he emphasized alone while still filming, water still running from the hose that had dropped to his side. It was like watching someone's last thread of sanity snap in real time. Bill got there before me, grabbed Harold's wrist and twisted until he dropped the camcorder, which hit the concrete driveway with a satisfying crack. More neighbors started pouring out of their houses. Stacy still in her yoga clothes, Mr. Petrov with dirt-covered gardening gloves, even the usually absent Martin who worked nights. We formed this protective circle around the Johnson family while Harold stood there, his polo shirt soaked with sweat, alternating between screaming legal threats and muttering about documentation and evidence. His eyes had this glassy, unfocused quality, like he was seeing something completely different from what was actually happening. He kept reaching for his pocket, where apparently he had another smaller camera, one of those spy pen things, and when Bill grabbed that too, Harold completely lost it. He dropped to his knees on the Johnsons' lawn and started pulling up chunks of grass with his bare hands, throwing them at us while screaming that we were all criminals, that he had files on everyone, that he knew things about us we didn't even know about ourselves. The police arrived within 10 minutes, though it felt like hours standing there watching Harold deteriorate. 2 officers, one young guy who looked fresh out of the academy, and an older woman with sergeant stripes who'd clearly seen it all. Harold immediately tried to present his evidence to them, pulling out this thick manila folder from inside his shirt that was soaked with sweat and hose water. Pages scattered everywhere. Photos of our houses with timestamps, transcripts of conversations he'd somehow recorded. Even a hand-drawn map of the cul-de-sac with everyone's daily routines mapped out in different colored inks. The sergeant's expression changed from annoyed to concerned when she saw the level of detail in his surveillance, especially the pages dedicated to tracking when the neighborhood kids were home alone. She exchanged a look with her partner that I recognized, the same look I'd shared with Janet when we realized our neighbor wasn't just annoying, he was genuinely dangerous. They took Harold away in handcuffs that day, but not before he managed to scream one last thing that still gives me chills when I think about it. As they were putting him in the patrol car, he looked straight at me and said in this sing-song voice, like he was reciting a nursery rhyme, "The electrician leaves at 7:23, returns at 5:47, wife alone from 8:15 to 4:30, children wait for bus at 7:45, no adult supervision for exactly 6 minutes." The accuracy of it, the way he'd been watching us that closely, cataloging our lives like we were specimens in some twisted experiment, it made my skin feel too tight for my body. The younger cop actually stopped writing for a second and just stared at Harold, probably wondering the same thing we all were. How long had he been documenting us? And more importantly, what was he planning to do with all that information? We found out later from the sergeant, who stopped by a few days after to follow up, that Harold's house had been like stepping into the mind of someone completely obsessed with control and surveillance. Every room had multiple monitors showing feeds from cameras we hadn't even known existed. Tiny ones hidden in fake rocks along his property line, one in a birdhouse that faced the street, another disguised as a doorbell that could somehow see almost the entire cul-de-sac. He had filing cabinets for each house, with subsections for each family member, containing everything from our license plates to our kids' names and birthdays, which he'd somehow figured out. The most disturbing discovery was what they found in his basement. A scale model of our entire cul-de-sac, made from cardboard and popsicle sticks, with little figures representing each of us that he could move around to track our movements. Some of the figures had red X's painted on them, including the ones that represented the Johnson twins. The police wouldn't tell us exactly what his notebook said about what those X's meant, but the way the sergeant's jaw tightened when we asked told us everything we needed to know. Harold was charged with stalking, harassment, making threats against minors, and a bunch of other things that the prosecutor said would keep him away for at least a few years, maybe more if the psych evaluation went the way they expected. But even now, months later, none of us feel quite the same about our little cul-de-sac. We all installed better locks, security systems, and yes, cameras of our own. The irony isn't lost on me. The Johnson family moved away in September, said they couldn't look at their yard without seeing Harold standing there with that hose and camera. The rest of us stayed, but there's this unspoken tension now, like we're all waiting for something bad to happen again. Sometimes I catch myself checking my rearview mirror more than necessary when I leave for work, wondering if someone's noting that it's 7:24, not 7:23. The yellow house at the end of the circle sits empty now, with a for sale sign that's been there so long it's starting to fade. Nobody's even come to look at it. I guess word gets around about houses like that, places where something went wrong in a way that leaves a stain you can't quite see, but everybody can feel. February of 2022 was when everything started going sideways for my family. I was 36, working remotely as a data analyst, and we'd just finished paying off the last of our credit card debt from my wife Laura's medical bills the previous year. Our daughter Olivia had just turned 8, and our son Ethan was 11 and obsessed with building these elaborate Lego cities in our basement. We lived in this cozy 2-story colonial in a quiet neighborhood in Madison, Wisconsin, the kind of place where people still borrowed sugar from each other and kids rode bikes until the streetlights came on. The house wasn't anything fancy, but it had this huge backyard that backed up to a small creek, and we'd spent 5 years making it ours. Laura's herb garden along the side, my workshop in the garage, the treehouse I'd built with Ethan the summer before. We thought we'd found our forever home, the place where our kids would grow up and bring their own children to visit someday. The first time Richard Brenner knocked on our door, it was a Saturday morning, and I was still in my pajama pants, trying to fix the coffee maker that had decided to leak all over the counter. He stood there in his pressed khakis and polo shirt, holding a folder like he was about to give a business presentation, which I guess he kind of was. Richard lived 3 houses down in this massive McMansion he'd had custom built 2 years earlier, complete with a 4-car garage and one of those circular driveways with a fountain in the middle. He introduced himself even though we'd waved at each other plenty of times, then launched into this whole spiel about how he wanted to buy our property to expand his estate, talking about market values and investment opportunities, while I stood there with coffee grounds under my fingernails. He'd clearly done his homework, knew exactly what we'd paid for the house, what similar properties were selling for, even mentioned Laura's job at the elementary school. When I politely told him we weren't interested in selling, he just smiled and said he'd make it worth our while, then left his business card on top of the folder he insisted I keep. Over the next 3 weeks, Richard showed up 4 more times, always with a new angle. Once he brought comparative property assessments showing how much the neighborhood values had increased. Another time, he came with photos of the luxury development he envisioned, complete with architectural renderings that had clearly cost him thousands to commission. The third visit, he brought his wife Cheryl, this thin woman with platinum blonde hair who kept touching Laura's arm and saying things like, "You could get such a lovely place closer to downtown," and "Think of all the opportunities for the children." But it was the 4th visit that really set me on edge. He came alone late on a Wednesday evening when Laura was at her book club and stood in our doorway talking about how property could be a burden, how maintenance costs could spiral, how one bad storm could destroy everything we'd worked for. His tone never changed from that neighborly concern, but there was something about the way he kept glancing past me into our house, cataloging our belongings like he was already deciding what to do with the space. After that Wednesday night, I told him firmly that we would never sell, that this was our home and to please stop coming by. Richard just stood there on our porch for a moment, tapping his finger against his thigh in this rhythmic pattern. Tap, 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 before giving me this strange little nod. "I understand completely," he said, but his eyes were focused somewhere past my shoulder, like he was looking at something only he could see. "Sometimes people need time to recognize opportunity. I'm a patient man." The way he said patient made my chest tighten, but I figured he'd finally gotten the message. Laura and I even joked about it the next morning, doing impressions of Cheryl's fake sympathy voice while we made breakfast. We thought that was the end of it, just another quirky rich guy who wasn't used to hearing no. Monday morning changed everything. I went out to drive Olivia to school because she'd missed the bus arguing with Ethan about whose turn it was to feed the goldfish, and found all 4 tires on our Subaru completely flat. Not just low on air, slashed with these long, deliberate cuts that had left rubber ribbons hanging from the sidewalls. The cuts were too clean to be random vandalism, each one precisely placed to make the tire irreparable. While I stood there staring at the damage, trying to process what I was seeing, old Mrs. Hooper from next door shuffled over in her housecoat and mentioned she'd heard some noise around 3 in the morning, but hadn't wanted to be nosy. "Sounded like someone was out here for a good while," she said, adjusting her thick glasses. "Very methodical, not like those teenagers who knocked over my garbage cans last Halloween." I called the police, of course, but without cameras or witnesses who actually saw anything. They just filed a report and suggested we might want to install security lights. The mailbox was next, 2 days later. Ethan discovered it when he went to get the mail after school. The whole thing was caved in like someone had taken a baseball bat to it repeatedly. The metal was so mangled that the door wouldn't even close, and our mail was scattered across the lawn, some of it torn open. But here's what really got to me. Whoever did it had been selective. They'd destroyed the junk mail and ads, but carefully placed our personal letters and Olivia's birthday party invitation from her friend back on the porch steps, weighted down with a rock so they wouldn't blow away. Laura wanted to believe it was random, maybe kids being destructive, but I knew better. The precision of it, the message in what was destroyed versus what was preserved. Someone wanted us to know they could get to our personal things whenever they wanted. That night, I caught Richard watching us from his driveway as we cleaned up the mess, just standing there beside his pristine BMW with his arms crossed, not even pretending to get his own mail or have any reason to be outside. Saturday brought the worst escalation yet. We'd gone to Ethan's soccer game that morning. He played midfielder for the Wildcats and had been practicing penalty kicks all week. When we came home around noon, the front door was wide open, swaying slightly in the breeze. Nothing was stolen. Nothing was even disturbed at first glance, but someone had been inside our house. They'd moved things just enough to let us know they'd been there. Family photos turned backward, kitchen chairs pulled out at exact angles. Every single cabinet door in the kitchen opened precisely halfway. Upstairs, they'd laid out one outfit on each of our beds. My work clothes, Laura's teaching dress, Ethan's soccer uniform, and Olivia's favorite unicorn pajamas. Each outfit was arranged like the person was lying down, arms and legs positioned naturally. But where the heads should have been, they'd placed a single sheet of paper with our home's original listing photos from when we'd bought it. The message was crystal clear. They knew our routines, our preferences, our lives, and they wanted us gone. Laura called 911 while I checked every room, every closet, the basement, the attic, my heart hammering against my ribs the entire time. The police took it more seriously this time. Breaking and entering was a felony after all. They dusted for fingerprints, took photos, asked if we had any enemies or anyone who might want to harm us. I mentioned Richard's persistent offers to buy our house, how he'd been increasingly aggressive about it, but the officer just wrote it down without much reaction. Rich neighbor wants to buy property. Didn't exactly scream probable cause, especially since Richard had been at the country club all morning with 40 witnesses, as we learned later. The detective suggested we stay with family for a few days while they investigated, but Laura refused to be driven from our home. That night, she sat in our bedroom with a baseball bat beside the bed while I installed new deadbolts and window locks, both of us jumping at every creak and settling sound the house made. Olivia ended up sleeping in our bed, curled between us like she used to when she was 3 and afraid of thunderstorms. The next morning, Sunday, I decided to confront Richard directly. I walked down to his house around 9, past the elaborate landscaping with those perfectly trimmed hedges that probably cost more to maintain than our mortgage payment. His doorbell played some classical piece I didn't recognize, and Cheryl answered wearing tennis whites even though their court was covered in snow. She tried to tell me Richard wasn't home, but I could see him through their floor-to-ceiling windows, sitting in what looked like a library or office. When he finally came to the door, he acted genuinely confused by my accusations, his face this perfect mask of concern and surprise. "These are serious allegations," he said, inviting me in for coffee like we were discussing lawn care. His study was filled with aerial photos of the neighborhood, surveys, property lines marked in red ink, and at the center of his desk was a scale model of what our block could look like, with our house conspicuously absent, replaced by an extended garden and pool house. "Vision planning," he called it when he saw me staring. "I'm a firm believer in manifesting the future you want to see." When I told him I knew he was behind the harassment, that he needed to stop immediately or I'd get a restraining order, Richard did something that chilled me more than any threat could have. He pulled out a leather journal and began reading dates and times. Every time our dog had barked for more than 5 minutes, Every time Ethan's basketball had bounced into his yard, every time we'd put our garbage cans out too early or left them at the curb too long. He had 2 years of what he called neighborhood disturbances, meticulously documented, complete with photos and videos stored on his tablet. "I believe in being thorough," he said, closing the journal with a soft snap. "You'd be amazed how useful documentation can be when dealing with difficult neighbors. Property disputes can get so ugly, especially when code enforcement gets involved. Did you know your shed is actually 18 inches over the setback requirement? And that treehouse, I don't recall seeing any permits for that construction." His smile never wavered as he showed me to the door, patting my shoulder like we were old friends. "I do hope your family starts feeling safer soon. Moving can be such a stressful experience, but sometimes it's the best solution for everyone involved." That afternoon, I installed security cameras around our property, the expensive kind that saved to the cloud and sent alerts to your phone. Laura and I spent hours researching restraining order requirements, but everything we read said we needed concrete proof of threats or harassment directly linked to Richard. Documentation of our code violations wasn't illegal, and him wanting to buy our house wasn't a crime. We felt trapped in this bizarre psychological warfare where every move had been calculated to leave us without recourse. Around 6 that evening, while Laura was helping Olivia with homework and Ethan was in his room, I noticed movement in our backyard through the new camera app. Someone in dark clothing was standing at the edge of our property line, just outside the range of our motion lights, holding what looked like a surveyor's pole. They stood there for exactly 1 hour, not moving except to occasionally write something in a notebook, then walked away through the creek bed. When I checked the footage later, zooming in as much as the resolution allowed, I could see it was a professional surveyor's tripod, and the person was wearing an official-looking vest. But surveyors don't work Sunday evenings, and when I called the county office Monday morning, they had no record of any approved survey work on our street. The breaking point came that Monday night. I'd just gotten the kids to bed after a dinner where nobody really ate much, everyone pushing food around their plates and jumping whenever a car drove by. Laura was in the shower when our new cameras started sending alert after alert to my phone. Someone was walking around our house, methodically triggering each camera in sequence. But when I looked at the live feeds, I couldn't see anyone. They'd figured out the blind spots, the exact angles where they could move without being fully visible, just catching enough motion to set off the alerts. Then the power went out, not just our house, but the whole block, as I could see from the window. Except for Richard's house. His place was lit up like a Christmas display, every window glowing, and I could swear I saw multiple figures moving around inside, way more than just him and Cheryl. The power came back on after exactly 15 minutes, and when it did, we found a manila envelope tucked into our front door that hadn't been there before. Inside was a cashier's check for triple what our house was worth, and a contract already filled out with our names just waiting for signatures. At the bottom, in Richard's neat handwriting, "Final offer. Decision needed by Friday, RB." That's when Laura did something I didn't expect. She took the check and contract, walked into the kitchen and started making phone calls. Not to lawyers or the police, but to her brother Paul, who worked in commercial real estate, her cousin who was a private investigator, and then, surprisingly, to Richard's business partners. Turns out she'd spent her Sunday doing her own research while I was confronting him. Richard's development company was in the final stages of a major deal with a Korean investment firm, something worth hundreds of millions, and any scandal could destroy it. She also discovered he'd done this before, twice, in different states. Same pattern, same escalation. Families mysteriously deciding to sell after months of random incidents. By midnight, she had compiled everything into a folder thicker than the one Richard had first brought to our door. The next morning, instead of going to work, she drove to Richard's company headquarters downtown and waited in the lobby until his business partners agreed to see her. I don't know exactly what she said in that meeting, but she came home with a different kind of smile, the one she used to have when she'd successfully negotiated with difficult parents at school. Wednesday morning, 2 days before Richard's deadline, We woke up to find his house completely dark and a moving truck in his driveway. Gerald was directing movers with the kind of efficiency that suggested this wasn't their first sudden relocation. Richard himself stood in his garage watching them load boxes, and when he saw me getting the newspaper, he didn't wave or smile or acknowledge me at all. He just turned and walked back inside. By Thursday evening, they were gone. The house left empty with a for sale sign from a national realty company. Mrs. Hooper later told me she'd heard from her bridge club that Richard's company had restructured him into early retirement and that they'd relocated to somewhere in Florida or maybe Texas. The details were fuzzy. We never cashed the check, of course. Laura had it framed and hung it in our hallway as what she calls a reminder that bullies only understand one language. The kids started sleeping in their own beds again after about a month, and we finally took down the extra security cameras after 6 months. Sometimes I still catch myself checking the street when unfamiliar cars drive by slowly, and Laura installed one of those video doorbells that lets you see who's there before answering. But we're still here, in our house with the creek in the back and the possibly illegal treehouse in the shed that's apparently 18 inches too close to something. Because this is our home, and nobody, no matter how much money they have or how methodical their campaign, gets to take that away from us. I used to live in a quiet neighborhood on the edge of town, the kind of place where most people waved at each other, and the days blended into a predictable rhythm. At that time, I was working long shifts at a small accounting office, and I often left early in the morning and came back well after sunset. My life was simple: wake up, drive to work, grab groceries, repeat. I didn't socialize much with my neighbors, but I knew them by sight. One of them stood out, though, an older man named Mr. Howard, who lived 2 houses down. He was retired, usually sitting on his porch with a thermos in hand, always watching the street like it was his personal TV channel. At first, I didn't think much of it. He was older, maybe just bored, and I figured keeping an eye on the block gave him something to do. But gradually, I noticed he always seemed to appear at the exact moment I was leaving for work or coming back home. Didn't matter if I left at dawn, noon, or late at night. There he was, either on the porch or casually walking down the sidewalk, like he just happened to be out at that very moment. It was strange enough to make me uneasy, but not enough for me to confront him. I told myself it was coincidence. Still, that gnawing awareness grew every single week. One evening, I got home later than usual, maybe close to midnight. The air was still and the neighborhood quiet, but as I pulled into my driveway, I caught a glimpse of something across the street. Mr. Howard was standing in his yard, not on his porch, and his posture wasn't relaxed like before. He was stiff, upright, and facing directly toward my car. My headlights hit his face for a split second, and instead of being startled or looking away, he just stood there, motionless, as if he had been waiting. I remember sitting in my car for a moment longer than usual, debating whether to pretend I hadn't seen him or acknowledge it. Eventually, I walked inside without a word, locking the door behind me. That night, I couldn't sleep. It wasn't just the idea of him being outside, it was how calculated it felt, like he knew the exact minute I'd be back. The next morning, when I stepped outside for work, I caught myself scanning the street, expecting to see him. And sure enough, he was there again, leaning against his porch railing, sipping from that dented thermos. His eyes followed me as I got into my car. He gave me a polite little nod, but there was something unsettling about how precise his timing always was. That was the moment I stopped believing it was coincidence. The idea of being monitored ate at me during the following week. I tried switching up my schedule, leaving earlier, staying late at work, even sneaking out to grab coffee in the middle of the afternoon. But no matter what time I stepped outside, there he was. Sometimes he'd be on the porch, other times standing by his mailbox, fiddling with envelopes that didn't exist. Once I even caught him trimming his hedge with a pair of dull garden shears in the dark, no lights on, just waiting until I turned my car on before he casually walked back inside. The pattern wasn't just weird anymore, it was deliberate. I couldn't shake the feeling that he had some way of knowing exactly when I was about to leave. One Saturday, I finally decided to test my theory. I turned off all the lights in my house, parked my car down the block earlier that day, and sat in my living room window watching his place. Hours passed, nothing unusual, just him sitting on his porch, same as always. But when I quietly stepped outside and walked toward my driveway, I noticed something I hadn't before. Right above his garage, tucked between the siding and the gutter, was a small black device, angled in a way that pointed directly at my driveway. From where I stood, it looked like a camera lens, faintly reflecting the porch light. My chest tightened. That explained everything. He wasn't just guessing, he was watching. I tried to convince myself maybe it was a security camera meant for his own yard, but the angle gave that lie away immediately. It was pointed squarely at my driveway and the front windows of my house. I went back inside, pulled the curtains shut, and paced the living room for what felt like an hour. Confronting him didn't feel safe, but ignoring it made me sick. I thought about calling the police, but what if they dismissed it as just an old man trying to feel secure? I pictured myself sounding paranoid, like some overreacting neighbor. Still, I couldn't unsee it. The way the lens caught the light, aimed like a rifle sight into my private space. The next few days, I lived like someone under surveillance. I double-checked the locks, moved around my house with curtains drawn, even parked in different spots to throw him off. Once, when I glanced out late at night, I swore I saw the faint red glow of a light coming from that camera, pulsing like it was recording. The thought that he might be sitting inside his living room, watching my comings and goings in real time, made my skin crawl. It wasn't just unnerving, it felt invasive in a way that was impossible to ignore anymore. By the following weekend, I couldn't take it anymore. I asked a friend from work, Daniel, to come over and take a look. He had some background in home repairs and security systems, so I trusted his judgment. We stood in my driveway, pretending to chat casually, while he angled his eyes toward the device on Mr. Howard's garage. After a few seconds, he whispered, "That's a camera. Not even hidden well, just stuck up there with a mount, and yeah, it's aimed right at your place." Hearing someone else confirm what I already knew sent a shiver through me. This wasn't paranoia. It was deliberate surveillance. That night, I dialed the non-emergency police line. 2 officers came by, listened to my explanation, and then walked over to Mr. Howard's property. I watched from my living room window as they spoke to him. He gestured a lot, pointing at the street, shaking his head. Eventually, one of the officers motioned toward the camera, and after a tense few minutes, I saw them remove it from his garage. When they came back, they told me he claimed it was for neighborhood safety, but because it was pointed into my property, they made him take it down immediately. They suggested I install my own cameras if I wanted peace of mind, and then left. The following days were awkward. I still saw him outside, still sipping from his thermos, still pretending to water plants that didn't need watering. But without that camera staring me down every time I left the house, the weight lifted a little. He never apologized, never spoke a word about it, but his presence lost some of its power. I kept my curtains drawn and avoided eye contact, and eventually, his constant appearances at my exact leaving times became less frequent. Maybe he knew he'd been caught, or maybe the thrill was gone now that the camera was gone. Either way, the silence was a relief. Even now, years later, I sometimes think back to that period and how easily someone can cross the line between neighborly watchfulness and predatory control. It wasn't dramatic in the sense of violence or threats, but it taught me how fragile the idea of privacy really is. Every time I see a small black lens on the side of a house, I can't help but wonder who it's pointed at, and what story the person on the other end is telling themselves to justify it. For me, that little device changed how I look at my own home forever. Hello, everyone. Before we start, make sure to like and subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment with where you're from and what time you're watching. That way, YouTube will keep showing you stories just like this one. Now, let's begin. The drive to Copper Ridge took me through winding mountain roads that seemed to get narrower with each mile. I was running a true crime podcast called Buried Truth that had gained a modest following over the past 2 years. Nothing huge, maybe 15,000 regular listeners, but enough to make me feel like I was doing something worthwhile. At 34, I'd left my job as a paralegal to pursue this full-time, living off savings and the occasional Patreon donation. The tip about Copper Ridge came through an anonymous email with screenshots of financial records that didn't add up, suggesting the sheriff's department was skimming seized drug money. The sender claimed 3 people who'd tried to expose this had either disappeared or died in accidents over the past 5 years. I checked into the Mountain View Lodge around 4 in the afternoon on a Thursday in late October. The place was one of those old-fashioned motor lodges with doors that opened directly to the parking lot, painted a faded turquoise that probably hadn't been refreshed since the 90s. The woman at the front desk, mid-50s with graying hair pulled back in a tight bun, barely looked at me as she slid the key across the counter. Room 12. When I mentioned I was a podcaster looking into local stories, her fingers tensed on the keyboard, and she suddenly became very interested in something on her computer screen. The whole check-in process took less than 3 minutes, and she didn't say a single word beyond the room number and the Wi-Fi password. My first stop was the local diner, Rosie's Kitchen, a place with checkered floors and red vinyl booths that looked frozen in time. I ordered coffee and pie, setting my recorder on the table. I always kept it visible so people knew our conversations might be recorded. The waitress, a younger woman with bleached blonde hair and a name tag reading Amber, kept glancing at it nervously. When I asked her how long she'd lived in Copper Ridge, she mumbled something about needing to check on other tables and practically ran away. An older man in overalls at the counter turned to look at me, and I noticed his John Deere cap had a small pin on it, a sheriff's badge replica. He stared for a full 10 seconds before turning back to his eggs. The pattern continued everywhere I went that first evening. At the gas station, the attendant suddenly remembered urgent inventory work when I introduced myself. At the small grocery store, conversations between locals died the moment I walked in, leaving an uncomfortable silence broken only by the hum of fluorescent lights. Even the teenager working at the pizza place seemed to have been coached. When I asked about any interesting local stories, he just shrugged and said, "Nothing ever happens here, mister. We like it quiet." But his eyes kept darting to the door, like he was expecting someone to walk in and catch him talking to me. That night in my motel room, I reviewed my notes and started outlining the episode. The anonymous tipster had mentioned a woman named Dolores Craven who'd tried to file a complaint about missing evidence money back in 2016. According to the email, she died in a house fire 2 weeks later. I found her obituary online, survived by a daughter, Hannah, who still lived in town. I made a note to try finding her the next day. As I worked, I became aware of footsteps outside my door, slow and deliberate. They'd pause right in front of room 12, stay there for maybe 30 seconds, then continue. This happened 3 times between 10 and midnight. Each time, I looked through the peephole but saw nobody. The parking lot lights cast strange shadows, and I could hear dogs barking somewhere in the distance. Around 2 in the morning, I woke to the sound of my doorknob rattling. Not like someone trying to get in with a key, but testing it, seeing if I'd forgotten to lock it. I lay there in the dark, perfectly still, watching the thin strip of light under the door. A shadow moved across it, back and forth, back and forth. Then I heard whispering, at least 2 voices, maybe 3, too muffled to make out words. My phone was on the nightstand, and I slowly reached for it, ready to call 911. But then I remembered. The police were exactly who I was investigating. The whispering stopped, the shadows disappeared, and I heard car doors slamming in the parking lot. An engine started, idled for a moment, then drove away slowly, gravel crunching under the tires. I didn't sleep after that. When the sun finally came up, I packed my recording equipment, a Zoom H6 recorder, 2 lavalier mics, and my laptop, into my camera bag and headed out for breakfast. The same woman from yesterday was at the front desk, and she watched me leave without acknowledging my nod. At Rosie's kitchen, I found Hannah Craven's name in the phone book they kept by the register. She worked at the town's only bank, so I figured I'd try to catch her during lunch break. The morning passed slowly as I drove around town, taking pictures and recording ambient sound. Copper Ridge had maybe 3,000 people, clustered around a main street that had seen better days. Half the storefronts were empty, their windows either boarded up or covered with faded "for lease" signs. The sheriff's department occupied a newer building on the edge of town, all tinted windows and security cameras. I parked across from the bank around noon and waited. Hannah came out at 12:15, mid-30s, auburn hair, wearing a conservative gray pantsuit. I approached her carefully, introducing myself and mentioning her mother's name. The color drained from her face immediately. She looked around frantically, then grabbed my arm and pulled me into the alley between the bank and a defunct hardware store. "You need to leave," she whispered, her voice shaking. "Today, right now. Don't go back to your room. Don't talk to anyone else. Just get in your car and drive." When I asked about her mother, she shook her head violently. Mom thought she could fight them. She thought evidence and truth mattered. They burned her alive in her own home and made it look like she fell asleep with a cigarette. She didn't even smoke. Her eyes were wild with fear. "They know you're here. They know why. If you don't leave..." She didn't finish the sentence, just squeezed my arm hard enough to leave marks and hurried back to the bank. Her warning echoed in my head. But I needed my equipment. Everything for my podcast was in that motel room. Thousands of dollars worth of gear plus all my research notes. I drove back to the Mountain View Lodge, telling myself I'd just grab my stuff and get out. The parking lot was empty except for my rental car and an old pickup truck I hadn't seen before. As I approached room 12, I noticed the door was slightly ajar. Not kicked in, but open just enough that I could see darkness inside. My key was still in my pocket. I pushed the door open with my foot and felt my chest tighten. The room had been torn apart. My laptop was smashed on the floor, keys ripped out and scattered like broken teeth. The Zoom recorder was in pieces, circuit boards exposed and memory cards missing. Even my clothes had been shredded and thrown around. But it was the wall above the bed that made me step back. In what looked like motor oil, someone had written, "Last warning." I heard footsteps on gravel behind me and spun around. 3 men stood there blocking my path to the car. The one in the middle wore a sheriff's deputy uniform, complete with badge number 247, and a nameplate reading Briggs. He was maybe 45, with a thick mustache and cold blue eyes that didn't blink enough. The other 2 were in civilian clothes but had that same cop stance, weight balanced, hands ready. Deputy Briggs smiled, but it was all teeth, no warmth. "Looks like you've been vandalized, friend. Real shame. Copper Ridge used to be such a safe place." He stepped closer and I could smell stale coffee and cigarettes on his breath. "You should file a report. Course, investigating property crime can be real difficult. Sometimes we never find who's responsible." The man to his left, younger with a scar through his eyebrow, laughed quietly. "Maybe you should head home," Briggs continued. "Nothing good comes from stirring up dirt in small towns. Sometimes dirt's better left buried. You understand what I'm saying?" I understood perfectly. My mouth was dry, but I managed to nod and say I'd be leaving immediately. Briggs patted my shoulder, his grip just a little too firm, fingers digging into the muscle. "Smart man. And hey, don't worry about the mess. Checkout isn't till 11 tomorrow, so take your time cleaning up." Another laugh from his buddies. They walked away slowly, taking their time, making sure I watched them leave. I grabbed what little I could salvage: my phone, car keys, wallet, and surprisingly, one memory card that had rolled under the dresser. Everything else was destroyed. I threw it all in my car and started driving, not even bothering to close the motel room door. As I passed the sheriff's department on my way out of town, I saw Briggs's cruiser in the parking lot. He was leaning against it, watching me drive by. He gave a little two-finger salute off his forehead, and I knew he'd be watching until I crossed the town limits. I drove for 3 hours straight before stopping, my heart still racing every time I saw a police car. When I finally felt safe enough to pull over at a rest stop near Knoxville, I checked the memory card on my phone. It had about 20 minutes of ambient sound from the town, nothing useful. But then I remembered something Hannah had said about evidence and truth mattering. I'd been recording our conversation with my phone in my jacket pocket, a habit from years of journalism work. The audio was muffled but clear enough. I had her confession about her mother's murder, Deputy Briggs's threats, all of it. I uploaded everything to 3 different cloud services immediately. The episode I released 2 weeks later didn't name Copper Ridge specifically. My lawyer advised against it, but I told the story. About the town where nobody talks, where asking questions gets your room ransacked, where deputies make threats in broad daylight. The anonymous tipster never contacted me again, and I never went back. Sometimes I Google Copper Ridge, Tennessee corruption to see if anything's changed, but nothing ever comes up. Hannah Craven moved away 6 months after my visit, according to her Facebook. I hope she found somewhere safe. As for me, I stick to investigating cold cases now. Stories where all the dangerous people are already dead or in prison. Some dirt really is better left buried, at least while the ones who buried it are still carrying badges. I drove into Oak Hollow on a Thursday afternoon with 3 cameras, a stack of release forms, and enough optimism to fill a documentary grant proposal. At 32, I'd been chasing stories through forgotten corners of America for half a decade, scraping by on arts funding and the occasional streaming license. My beat-up Subaru carried everything I owned, including the recording equipment that had become my lifeline to making sense of the world. Small-town ghost stories were my specialty, the kind of local legends that got whispered about in diners and passed down through generations like heirlooms nobody really wanted but couldn't throw away. Oak Hollow sat 40 miles from the nearest interstate, population 847 according to the faded sign at the town limits. Main Street stretched for maybe 6 blocks, lined with buildings that hadn't seen fresh paint since the Clinton administration. I'd picked this place specifically because of an email from a librarian named Dorothy, who'd seen my last documentary online. She'd written about the town's collection of supernatural tales, particularly one about a hanging tree where Confederate deserters had met their end. The stories themselves weren't unique. Every southern town had its share of Civil War ghosts. But Dorothy mentioned something that caught my attention. She said the locals had footage, actual video recordings from the 1980s of unexplained phenomena. That kind of archival material could make or break a documentary. The library stood on the corner of Main and 2nd, a brick building with tall windows that caught the afternoon light. Dorothy turned out to be younger than her emails suggested, maybe mid-40s with prematurely gray hair pulled back in a tight bun. She greeted me at the door with an enthusiasm that seemed forced, her eyes darting to the street behind me before ushering me inside. The place smelled like old paper and lemon furniture polish, that particular scent that made every small-town library feel like a time capsule. She'd already pulled boxes of materials for me to review, newspaper clippings, photographs dating back to the 1920s, and 3 VHS tapes labeled simply "Evidence" in shaky handwriting. We spent that first afternoon in the library's basement, where she'd set up an old television and VCR for me to review the tapes. The first video showed grainy footage of the town square at night. The camera focused on a large oak tree near the courthouse. For 20 minutes, nothing happened except the occasional car passing by. Then, at the 21-minute mark, 3 distinct shapes appeared beneath the tree, translucent figures that seemed to sway in a non-existent breeze. The second tape contained interviews with townspeople from 1987, each describing encounters with what they called the Hanged Men. But it was the third tape that made me lean forward in my chair. This one showed a town meeting, maybe 30 people gathered in what appeared to be this very library. They weren't discussing ghosts. They were talking about protecting Oak Hollow from outside influences and maintaining the natural order. The meeting cut off abruptly when someone noticed the camera. Dorothy stood behind me during that third tape, her breathing shallow and quick. When I asked about the meeting, she mumbled something about community watch programs from the 80s and changed the subject. She gave me a list of locals who'd agreed to be interviewed, 5 names with addresses and phone numbers written in her neat script. Sherman Briggs owned the hardware store and had lived in Oak Hollow for 70 years. The Fitzgerald sisters ran the diner and supposedly had stories about their grandfather's encounters with the hanged men. Edgar Vance worked at the gas station and claimed to have photographed strange lights near the old tree. Dorothy assured me they were expecting my calls, that she'd already explained my project, but her hands trembled as she handed me the paper, and she kept glancing at the basement stairs, like she expected someone to come down. I checked into the Magnolia Motor Inn that evening, the only accommodation in town besides a few rental cabins near the lake. The owner, a woman in her 60s who introduced herself as Nadine, seemed friendly enough until I mentioned why I was in town. Her expression shifted like a door closing, though she still gave me the key to room 12 and pointed out where the ice machine was. My room overlooked the parking lot and beyond that, Main Street. From my window I could see the courthouse and that oak tree from the video. As darkness settled over Oak Hollow, I sat at the small desk with my laptop, transferring footage from the library and making notes. Around 9 o'clock I noticed something odd. Cars kept driving slowly past the motel, their headlights sweeping across my window. Not many, maybe one every 15 minutes, but they all slowed down as they passed, like they were checking to see if my car was still in the lot. The next morning, I started my interviews early. Sherman Briggs met me at his hardware store before it opened. A tall man with deep-set eyes and hands, scarred from decades of manual labor. He told me about the hanged men while organizing boxes of nails, his voice steady and matter-of-fact. According to him, 3 Confederate deserters were lynched by townspeople in 1864 for trying to steal food and supplies. Their bodies hung from that oak tree for 3 days before anyone cut them down. Every full moon since, people claimed to see them swaying in the breeze. Sherman had photos, old Polaroids showing blurry shapes beneath the tree. But halfway through our interview, his demeanor changed. He kept glancing at the store's front window, and when I asked about other strange occurrences in town, he suddenly remembered urgent inventory work in the back room. The interview ended with him practically pushing me out the door, muttering that he'd said too much already. The Fitzgerald sisters were even stranger. I found them at their diner during the breakfast rush, 2 women in their 70s who moved in perfect synchronization, like they'd choreographed every step. They agreed to talk, but kept contradicting each other. Marlene would start a story about lights in the woods behind their property, and Louise would interrupt to say it never happened. Louise would mention visitors who disappeared in the 60s, and Marlene would laugh it off as gossip. The other patrons in the diner watched our conversation with undisguised interest. Forks paused halfway to mouths, coffee cups suspended in mid-air. When I asked about the town meeting from the 1987 video, both sisters went silent. The entire diner went silent. The only sound was the hiss of bacon on the griddle and the slow drip of coffee into a pot. Marlene finally leaned across the table and whispered that some stories weren't meant for outsiders. They refused to sign the release forms. By noon, I'd struck out with Edgar Vance, too. He wasn't at the gas station, and when I asked his co-worker where to find him, the young man just shook his head and went back to wiping down pumps that were already clean. I drove to the address Dorothy had given me, a small house on the outskirts of town. Edgar's truck sat in the driveway, but no one answered the door despite my repeated knocking. Through a gap in the curtains, I could see someone moving inside. On my way back to the car, I found a note tucked under my windshield wiper. Block letters in black ink. Stop asking questions. Leave tonight. The paper was crisp and new, like it had just come from a printer. I looked around the quiet street. No one in sight, but curtains twitched in windows, and I had the distinct feeling of being watched from multiple directions. I went back to the library to find Dorothy, but the building was locked despite the hours posted on the door, showing it should be open until 5. Through the glass doors, I could see lights on inside and movement in the back office. I called the number she'd given me, and it rang once before going to a generic voicemail. Something had shifted in Oak Hollow since yesterday. The few people I passed on the sidewalk avoided eye contact, crossing the street rather than walk past me. Even the teenager working at the coffee shop acted like I was invisible when I tried to order, serving the customer behind me instead. By 3 o'clock, I'd made a decision. I'd gather what footage I had, maybe try one more interview, then leave first thing in the morning. But when I got back to my motel room, I discovered my laptop missing from the desk. Nothing else had been touched. My wallet still sat on the nightstand. My camera equipment appeared intact. Just the laptop with all my transferred footage was gone. Panic set in as I searched the room, checking under the bed, in the bathroom, everywhere. The window was still locked from the inside, and the door showed no signs of forced entry. Nadine claimed she hadn't seen anyone near my room when I confronted her at the front desk. Her eyes wouldn't meet mine, and she kept wiping the same spot on the counter over and over. I demanded she call the police, and she actually laughed, a short, bitter sound. She told me the sheriff was probably busy, that things had a way of working themselves out in Oak Hollow. That's when I noticed the row of keys behind her. Room 12's spare hung on its hook, but the metal looked freshly cut with bright scratches around the teeth. Someone had made a copy recently. I grabbed my camera bag and headed for my car. Decision made. I was leaving now, forget waiting until morning. But my Subaru wouldn't start. The engine turned over once, sputtered, then died. I popped the hood to find cables cut clean through, the ends still shiny where metal met metal. As I stood there staring at the sabotage, cars began pulling into the motel parking lot. Not all at once. First one pickup truck, then a sedan, then another truck. They parked in a loose semicircle around my car, engines running, headlights on despite the afternoon sun. No one got out. They just sat there, waiting. I recognized one of the trucks from my interview that morning. Sherman Briggs behind the wheel, his scarred hands gripping the steering wheel. More vehicles pulled up along the street, blocking both directions. That's when Dorothy appeared, walking across the parking lot with measured steps. She looked different than yesterday, older somehow, her gray hair loose around her shoulders. She stopped 10 feet away and spoke in a voice that carried despite its softness. She said I had two choices. I could hand over all my equipment, all my notes, everything related to my documentary, and they'd arrange for someone to drive me to the county line. Or I could be stubborn, and Oak Hollow would handle things the way they'd handled curious outsiders since 1864. The way they'd handled a journalist in 1987 who'd filmed that town meeting. The way they'd handled anyone who threatened to expose what really happened under that oak tree, not to Confederate deserters, but to anyone who asked too many questions. I gave them everything. Every memory card, every note, even the backup drives I'd hidden in my spare tire compartment. They knew about those too. Sherman and another man I didn't recognize loaded it all into a metal drum and doused it with gasoline right there in the parking lot. The smoke from my burning work rose black against the evening sky, while Dorothy watched with an expression that might have been regret or satisfaction. I couldn't tell which. They made me stand there until every last piece was ash. Then a younger man with nervous eyes and shaking hands got behind the wheel of a rust-spotted Chevy and told me to get in. We drove in silence for 40 minutes, him gripping the wheel like it might escape, me trying to memorize every detail I could. At the county line, marked by a crooked sign and nothing else, he pulled over. Before I got out, he turned to me with tears actually streaming down his face. He whispered that his sister had come to Oak Hollow in 2015 to study folklore for her thesis. They found her car at the bottom of Miller's Pond 6 months later. He shoved something into my hand, a flash drive, tiny and black, then screamed at me to run. I hitchhiked to the next town and caught a Greyhound back to Atlanta that same night. For weeks, I was too scared to look at that flash drive. When I finally did, I found dozens of files, police reports, newspaper clippings, missing persons cases spanning decades, all outsiders who'd come to Oak Hollow and vanished. The journalist from 1987, yes, but also a civil rights worker in 1963, a geology student in 1979, a travel blogger in 2018. The last file was a video shaky phone footage of that same oak tree. But this time, the shapes beneath it weren't translucent or ghostly. They were solid, swaying bodies, fresh and real. The date stamp showed 3 days ago, while I was in town. I've moved 4 times since then, but sometimes I still get calls from blocked numbers. When I answer, there's only silence, and then Dorothy's voice, soft and certain, reminding me that they know where I am. That Oak Hollow has a long memory and longer reach, that some towns keep their secrets by any means necessary, and the real ghosts aren't the ones that haunt, they're the ones that hunt. The thing about small towns is they usually feel safe, predictable even. That's what I thought when I pulled into Cedar Ridge on a Thursday evening in late September. I was driving from Boston to Pittsburgh for a job interview, and my GPS said this was the halfway point. Perfect place to rest for the night, I figured. The town looked postcard perfect as I drove down Main Street. Old brick buildings, American flags on every porch, kids riding bikes. I checked into the Riverside Inn around 7, and the woman at the desk, Mrs. Garrett, seemed friendly enough. She handed me the key to room 12, then paused, her fingers still gripping the keychain. "You planning on going out tonight?" she asked, and there was something in her voice that made me look up from signing the receipt. I told her I was thinking about grabbing dinner somewhere, maybe taking a walk to stretch my legs after the long drive. "Mrs. Garrett's face changed then, not dramatically, but enough that I noticed. She leaned forward across the counter, lowering her voice even though we were the only ones in the lobby. "Listen, hun, I'd recommend you stay in after dark. Order room service if you're hungry. We've had some troubles lately, break-ins, couple of assaults. Police can't seem to catch whoever's doing it." She straightened up, smoothing down her cardigan like she was embarrassed by her own warning. "Just being neighborly," she added with a tight smile. I thanked her for the heads up, but didn't think much of it. Every town has its problems, right? Besides, I'd grown up in cities where you actually had to watch your back. How dangerous could a place like Cedar Ridge really be? After settling into my room, I decided to ignore Mrs. Garrett's warning. The sun was still up, casting long shadows across the street, and I was starving. The diner I'd spotted on my way in was only 3 blocks away. I grabbed my jacket and headed out, noticing how quiet the streets were for early evening. Usually, you'd see people walking dogs, watering lawns, normal suburban stuff. But the sidewalks were empty except for an older man sitting on his porch across the street. He watched me walk by, didn't return my wave, just stared with this intense focus that made me walk a little faster. The diner was nearly empty too. Just me, a trucker in the corner booth, and a waitress who kept glancing at the windows. I ordered a burger and tried to make small talk, but she barely said 2 words beyond taking my order. The whole atmosphere was weird, like everyone was waiting for something bad to happen. By the time I finished eating, darkness had settled over the town like a heavy blanket. The streetlights were on, but they seemed dimmer than they should be, creating more shadows than light. I paid quickly and stepped outside, immediately noticing how the temperature had dropped. But that wasn't what made me stop in my tracks. Across the street, I saw 2 men walking slowly down the sidewalk, and one of them was carrying what looked like a baseball bat. They weren't talking, weren't hurrying, just walking with this deliberate pace, heads turning left and right like they were looking for something, or someone. I ducked back into the diner's entrance, pretending to check my phone while watching them pass. Once they turned the corner, I started walking back to the inn, taking a different route than I'd come. That's when I saw more of them. Residents out on their porches, in their driveways, all holding something. Golf clubs, crowbars. One woman even had what looked like a machete. They weren't being subtle about it either. I kept my head down and walked faster, but not too fast. Didn't want to look like I was running from something. That's when I heard footsteps behind me, matching my pace perfectly. When I slowed down, they slowed down. When I sped up, they did too. I risked a glance back and saw 3 people about 20 feet behind me. A middle-aged man in a flannel shirt carrying a tire iron, a younger guy with a hockey stick, and a woman holding something I couldn't quite make out in the dim light. They weren't trying to catch up, just following, maintaining that exact distance. My heart was hammering now, and I had to force myself not to break into a run. The inn was still 4 blocks away, and every house I passed seemed to have someone standing guard outside, watching me go by with cold, suspicious eyes. Some of them fell in behind the group following me, creating a growing parade of armed locals trailing me through their streets. Then things got worse. Up ahead, I saw a pickup truck pull out from a side street and stop right in the middle of the road, blocking my path. 2 men got out, leaving the doors open, engine running. One had a shotgun, not pointed at me, but held in a way that made it clear it could be in a heartbeat. The other was holding a length of chain, wrapping one end around his fist. "Evening," the one with the shotgun said, his voice carrying clearly in the quiet night. "Don't think we've seen you around here before." I stopped walking, very aware that the group behind me had stopped too, forming a loose semicircle. I explained I was just passing through, staying at the Riverside Inn, tried to keep my voice steady and normal. The man nodded slowly, like he was thinking it over. "That's so. Mrs. Garrett check you in?" When I confirmed she had, he exchanged a look with his partner. "Funny thing is, we've been having some problems lately. Strangers coming through, causing trouble. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you?" The accusation hung in the air like smoke. I told them I'd just arrived that evening, showed them my room key as proof, even offered to let them call Mrs. Garrett to confirm my story. But I could see in their faces that they'd already made up their minds about me. The man with the chain stepped closer, and I caught a whiff of beer on his breath. "See, that's the thing," he said, voice low and menacing. "Last break-in was at the Hendricks place, just 2 houses down from the inn. Happened 3 nights ago, right around the time their security camera caught someone who looked an awful lot like you casing the property." I started to protest that I'd been in Boston 3 nights ago, but he cut me off. "We take care of our own here in Cedar Ridge. Police can't do nothing, so we handle things ourselves." The crowd behind me murmured agreement, and I heard the distinctive sound of someone pumping a shotgun. My mouth went dry as I realized these people weren't interested in the truth. They needed someone to blame, and I was the unlucky outsider who'd wandered into their crosshairs. That's when I noticed something that made my situation even worse. Several of the people surrounding me had what looked like dried blood on their clothes. The woman with the machete had dark stains on her sleeves. The man with the tire iron had specks of something on his boots that looked suspiciously like blood spatter. These weren't just paranoid citizens protecting their neighborhood. They'd already hurt someone, maybe multiple someones. And now they had me surrounded, a convenient scapegoat for their troubles. "Look," I said, trying one more time to reason with them. "I understand you're all scared and angry, but I'm not your guy. I've got a job interview in Pittsburgh tomorrow morning. Check my car, check my phone, whatever you need to do, but please just let me go back to the inn." The man with the shotgun actually smiled at that, but it was the coldest smile I'd ever seen. "Oh, we'll check all right. Boys, why don't you help our friend here back to his car? We'll have ourselves a little look-see." The way he said it made it clear that getting to my car was going to be the least of my problems. They closed in around me, not touching, but making it clear I had no choice but to move where they wanted. We walked as a group back toward the inn, me in the center of their armed circle. Other residents came out of their houses to watch our procession, some joining the mob, others just staring from their porches with grim satisfaction. When we reached the inn's parking lot, I saw my car sitting alone under a flickering streetlight, looking impossibly far away even though it was only 50 feet. The man with the shotgun gestured with the barrel. "Keys." I handed them over with trembling fingers, and he tossed them to the guy with the chain. While they searched my car, throwing my belongings onto the asphalt, ripping apart my overnight bag, I noticed Mrs. Garrett watching from the inn's lobby window. Our eyes met for a second before she quickly drew the curtain shut. She'd known this would happen. That's why she'd warned me to stay inside, not because of some mysterious criminals, but because of what the town itself had become. "Well, well, well," the man with the chain called out, holding up something from my car. It was just my tire iron from the emergency kit, but the way he displayed it to the crowd, You'd think he'd found a smoking gun. Look what our friend here was hiding. Bet this would make a real nice tool for breaking into houses, wouldn't it? The crowd muttered angrily, pressing closer. I tried to explain it came with the car, that everyone had one, but my words were drowned out by their accusations. Someone shoved me from behind, not hard, but enough to make me stumble. Then another push from the side. They were working themselves up, feeding off each other's anger and fear. The man with the shotgun raised his hand for quiet. "Here's what's going to happen," he announced. "You're going to get in that car and drive out of Cedar Ridge. Tonight, right now. And if we ever see you again, if you even think about coming back through here." He pumped the shotgun for emphasis. Well, let's just say we know how to deal with problems permanent-like. I should have been relieved they were letting me go, but something in his tone made me hesitate. The way the crowd was positioned, the eager looks on their faces, this felt like a setup. But what choice did I have? I walked to my car on unsteady legs, very aware of dozens of eyes tracking my every movement. My scattered belongings were still strewn across the parking lot, but I didn't dare stop to collect them. I just got in, started the engine, and put it in reverse. That's when I saw it in my rearview mirror. Several of the mob members were already heading for their vehicles. They were going to follow me, make sure I left town. Or maybe they had something else in mind for when I reached the town limits. Some lonely stretch of road where no one would hear or see what happened. I pulled out of the lot slowly, and sure enough, 3 sets of headlights fell in behind me. The main road out of town was a winding 2-lane highway through thick woods. No streetlights, no houses, just darkness and trees. Perfect place for an accident. My speedometer crept up as I tried to put distance between us, but they matched my speed, staying right on my tail. Then, just as we reached the town limits sign, they started flashing their high beams and honking their horns. In my mirror, I could see someone leaning out a window, waving that tire iron they'd taken from my car. I floored it then, pushing my old sedan as fast as it would go on those dark curves. But they kept pace, and I realized with growing horror that they knew these roads better than I did. They could predict every turn, every straightaway. Just when I thought I'd gained some distance, I came around a sharp bend and saw another pickup truck parked sideways across both lanes, completely blocking the road. I slammed on the brakes, tires screaming, and managed to stop just feet from the truck. In my mirrors, the vehicles behind me screeched to a halt, boxing me in. This was it, the real plan. They'd never intended to let me leave. I was trapped on a dark road with a mob that had already tasted blood, and nobody knew where I was. But then, something unexpected happened. A state police cruiser came around the bend from the opposite direction, lights flashing. The trooper had to stop because of the truck blocking the road, and suddenly his spotlight was illuminating the whole scene. Me boxed in by multiple vehicles, armed people getting out of their cars. The mob members hesitated, caught in the act. The trooper stepped out, hand on his weapon, and spoke into his radio. Within minutes, 2 more cruisers arrived. Turns out the state police had been getting reports about Cedar Ridge all week. Not about break-ins, but about the town's increasingly violent vigilante problem. They'd already arrested 6 people for assault and false imprisonment. The criminals the town was so afraid of? They didn't exist. It was just paranoia feeding on itself until anyone who wasn't local became a target. I gave my statement at the state police barracks and drove straight through to Pittsburgh, no stops. Got the job too, though I was a mess in the interview. Cedar Ridge made the news a few weeks later when the feds got involved. Turns out, I wasn't the first traveler they'd cornered, just the first lucky enough to escape. Look, I know how this sounds when I type it all out, but I swear on everything that what happened to me in Fairfield is real. I'm Claire, and at 29 I was teaching 4th grade in Chicago when I got the call that my grandmother Catherine had passed. We weren't super close. She'd moved to this tiny place called Fairfield years ago after my grandfather died, and I maybe visited twice my whole life. But somehow, she left me her house. My parents said it was because I was the only one in the family who still sent her Christmas cards, which honestly made me feel pretty guilty. I was going through a rough divorce at the time. My ex-husband had taken half of everything, and frankly, I needed somewhere to go that didn't cost me a fortune in rent. The timing felt like a sign from the universe, you know. A fresh start in a small town where nobody knew about my failed marriage or the mess I'd made of my life in the city. The drive to Fairfield took about 3 hours through winding country roads that seemed to get narrower the further I got from civilization. When I finally pulled up to Catherine's house, my house now, I guess, it was this old Victorian place with peeling white paint and a wraparound porch that creaked when the wind hit it. The realtor had given me the keys weeks ago, but seeing it in person was different. It sat on about 2 acres, surrounded by these massive oak trees that blocked out most of the sunlight, even in the middle of the day. The nearest neighbor was maybe half a mile down the road, which I thought was perfect at the time. I remember thinking how peaceful it would be, how I could finally get my head straight without the constant noise of traffic and sirens. The moving truck had already dropped off my stuff the day before, so boxes were stacked everywhere inside. That first night I ordered pizza from the only place in town that delivered and sat on the porch steps, watching fireflies dance around the yard. It felt like the beginning of something good, something healing. The weirdness started on my 3rd morning there. I came out to get the mail and found this folded piece of notebook paper tucked under the door knocker. No envelope, just plain lined paper with words scrawled in blue ink. Go back to the city. My first thought was that it was some kind of prank from local kids, maybe testing the new person in town. Small towns can be weird about outsiders, right? I crumpled it up and tossed it in the kitchen trash, figuring it was just someone being juvenile. But then 2 days later, there was another one. Same handwriting, same blue ink, but this time it said, "Don't open the window at night." That one made my skin crawl a little. Not gonna lie, it was way more specific, more personal somehow. Like whoever wrote it knew something about my habits or was watching to see which windows I kept open. I started locking my doors at night after that, even though I'd never been the paranoid type before. The notes kept coming, maybe every few days, always appearing when I wasn't looking. "You don't belong here." She tried to warn them. The trees remember everything. Each one got stranger than the last, and the handwriting started looking more frantic, like whoever was writing them was getting agitated. I tried staying up late a couple times to catch whoever was leaving them, but I never saw anyone. The person was either really good at staying hidden or they knew my schedule better than I thought. What really bothered me was that last note. She tried to warn them. It had to be talking about Catherine, my grandmother. But warn them about what? I realized I didn't know much about her life in Fairfield, or why she'd moved to such an isolated place. My parents had always brushed off her stories as the ramblings of an old woman, but now I was starting to wonder if there was more to it. Something was definitely not right in this town, and I was beginning to think Catherine had figured that out too. So I did what any reasonable person would do. I went digging. The Fairfield Library was this tiny brick building downtown with maybe 3 computers, and a librarian named Dolly, who looked like she'd been there since the place opened. She was actually super helpful when I explained I was Catherine's granddaughter and wanted to learn more about her time in town. Turns out my grandmother had been quite the frequent visitor to the police station. Dolly pulled out these old filing boxes from the back room, and holy hell, what I found in there made my head spin. Police report after police report, all filed by Catherine Morrison between 2013 and early this year. Break-in attempts, footprints on her porch that didn't match any shoes she owned, strange noises at night, and, get this, multiple reports about hooded figures standing in her yard between 2 and 3 a.m. The cops had clearly thought she was losing it, because half the reports had notes scribbled in the margins like, elderly woman, possible dementia, and no evidence found at scene. But here's the thing that made my chest tight. Every single report described exactly what I'd been experiencing. The timeline matched up perfectly with when she'd stopped calling my parents as much, when she'd started sounding paranoid, according to my mom. Catherine hadn't been losing her mind at all. She'd been dealing with the same creepy stalkers that were now focused on me. One report from November really stood out because she'd written in shaky handwriting at the bottom, "They want me gone, but if I leave, they'll just wait for the next person." Jesus, she'd known this would happen to whoever inherited the house. She'd tried to protect future owners by staying put, enduring whatever these people were doing to her. And now that she was gone, they'd moved on to me. I photocopied every single report and drove home with this sick feeling in my stomach, knowing that Catherine had spent her final years living in the same fear I was just starting to understand. The next logical step was getting cameras, right? I wasn't about to spend months filing useless police reports like Catherine had. I drove to the hardware store in the next town over and bought 4 wireless security cameras with night vision. The guy at the store, this older dude named Pete, was super helpful and even offered to come install them for me. When I told him the address, though, his whole demeanor changed. He got this weird look on his face and started talking really fast about how he was booked solid for the next few weeks. I ended up installing them myself, 1 pointing at the front door, 1 at the back, and 2 covering the sides of the house where the yard met the tree line. The setup took me most of a Saturday, but by Sunday night, I had everything connected to an app on my phone. I'm not gonna lie, I was actually excited to finally catch these weirdos in the act. I figured once I had proof of who was doing this, I could take it to the state police and actually get some real help. The footage I got that first week was absolutely insane. On Tuesday night around 2:30 a.m., my phone buzzed with a motion alert. I pulled up the live feed and nearly dropped the damn thing. 3 people in dark hoodies were walking slowly around my house in a perfect circle. Not jogging, not rushing, just this deliberate, methodical pace like they were performing some kind of ritual. What made it even creepier was that none of them ever looked directly at the cameras. It was like they knew exactly where each one was positioned and deliberately kept their faces turned away. They'd walk past a camera, and right at the moment when their face should have been visible, they'd turn their head just enough to stay in shadow. The whole thing lasted about 20 minutes, and then they just melted back into the trees like they'd never been there. I watched that footage probably 50 times, trying to make out any identifying features, but it was useless. All I could tell was that one was shorter than the others, and they all moved with this eerie coordination that made my skin crawl. After seeing that footage, I barely slept for 3 days. I kept checking the cameras obsessively, jumping at every little sound the old house made. The notes stopped coming after I installed the cameras, which should have made me feel better, but somehow it made everything worse. It was like they were changing tactics, escalating to something I couldn't predict. On Friday night, I took 2 sleeping pills because I was becoming a complete wreck. Bad decision. Around 4 a.m., I woke up to the most horrible sound I've ever heard. My home security alarm blaring like the world was ending. I stumbled out of bed, still groggy from the pills, and checked my phone. The app showed that the back door sensor had been triggered. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears as I crept toward the kitchen, grabbing a baseball bat from the hall closet. When I got to the back door, it was standing wide open, letting in the cold morning air. But here's the thing that really messed with my head. There were absolutely no signs of forced entry. No broken locks, no damaged wood, nothing. The door was just open. I called 911 immediately, and 2 officers showed up about 20 minutes later. Officer Thompson and Officer Banks, both local guys who clearly thought I was just another paranoid city girl making a fuss over nothing. They walked around the house, checked the door frame, asked if I was sure I'd locked it before bed. The younger one, Thompson, kept giving me these looks like I was wasting their time. They spent maybe 15 minutes total before telling me it was probably just an old lock that didn't catch properly and that I should get it replaced. But I knew I'd locked that door. I'd been obsessive about it since the note started. As they were leaving, Banks mentioned that my grandmother used to call them about similar things all the time. "Old houses, you know," he said with this dismissive shrug. "They settle funny sometimes." I wanted to show them the camera footage of the hooded figures, but something about their attitude made me keep my mouth shut. These guys had clearly written off Catherine as a crazy old woman, and they were doing the same thing to me. After the cops left, I was too wired to go back to sleep, so I made coffee and sat in the kitchen trying to make sense of what had happened. That's when I noticed the refrigerator door was slightly ajar. I walked over to close it, and that's when I saw something that made my entire world tilt sideways. There, sitting on the middle shelf between a carton of milk and some leftover Chinese takeout, was a single folded piece of paper. My hands were trembling as I pulled it out and opened it. It was a photocopy of an official death certificate, Catherine's death certificate. But the date had been whited out and changed to tomorrow's date in black ink. And underneath, in that same frantic blue handwriting from all the notes, someone had scribbled, "Yours will look the same." I literally had to grab the counter to keep from falling down. Someone had been inside my house, had access to official documents about my grandmother's death, and was essentially telling me I was going to die tomorrow. This wasn't just harassment anymore. This was a direct threat on my life. That moment was my breaking point. I wasn't going to end up like Catherine, slowly driven insane by these psychos until I died alone and scared. I grabbed my phone and called my brother James in Denver, told him everything that had been happening, and begged him to come help me. He's a private investigator, and while he thought I was being dramatic at first, when I texted him photos of the death certificate and some of the camera footage, his tone completely changed. "Pack a bag right now," he said. "Don't sleep there tonight. I'm driving out and I'll be there by morning." I threw some clothes in a suitcase, grabbed all of Catherine's police reports and my camera equipment, and drove to a motel in the next town over. The whole way there, I kept checking my rearview mirror, convinced I was being followed. But you know what? For the first time in weeks, I slept through the night. When James arrived the next morning with two of his buddies from his army days, we went back to the house together. The front door was standing wide open, and pinned to it was one final note: "Running won't save you." But James took one look at everything I'd collected, made some calls to contacts he had with the state police, and within 48 hours, 3 people were arrested. Turns out it was a local family, the Carters, who'd been trying to buy Catherine's land for years to expand their meth operation in the woods behind the house. They figured if they scared off anyone who inherited it, they could eventually get it cheap at a tax auction. James's military connections and my documentation finally got someone to take it seriously. The Carters are in prison now, and I still live in that house. Sometimes I think about Catherine and how she died thinking she'd failed to protect me, when really, her meticulous record-keeping is what saved my life. People always ask me why I chose to focus on abandoned places for my photography. Truth is, there's something about decay that tells a story better than any pristine building ever could. The peeling paint, broken windows, and overgrown weeds, they all whisper secrets about the lives that once filled those spaces. In August 2018, I was working on a historical documentation project about forgotten institutions across New England. That's what brought me to Ashford, Vermont, a tiny village tucked away in the mountains where most GPS systems lose signal about 3 miles before you actually arrive. I'd heard whispers about an old asylum there, the Hillcrest State Hospital, which had been shuttered since the late 1980s. At 32, I'd photographed dozens of similar places, but something about this one felt different even before I set foot in town. Maybe it was the way people's voices would drop to a whisper whenever they mentioned Ashford, or how online forums about abandoned places had surprisingly little information about Hillcrest despite its size and history. The drive into Ashford felt like stepping back in time. The main road was barely wide enough for 2 cars, flanked by towering pine trees that blocked out most of the afternoon sun. When I finally reached what passed for the town center, I counted maybe 15 buildings total. A gas station that looked like it hadn't been updated since the 1970s, a small grocery store with faded Coca-Cola signs, and a diner called Murphy's that had seen better decades. The people I encountered were polite enough, but there was something guarded about their interactions. When I mentioned I was a photographer interested in local history, their smiles would become forced, and conversations would quickly turn to the weather, or how I should probably head back to the main highway before dark. The clerk at the gas station, a weathered man named Frank with calloused hands and suspicious eyes, told me flat out that there wasn't much to photograph around here. But when I casually brought up Hillcrest, his entire demeanor changed. He suddenly became very interested in organizing the cigarette display behind the counter, mumbling something about how that old place had been torn down years ago. The way he avoided eye contact told me everything I needed to know. Hillcrest was still standing, and for some reason the locals didn't want outsiders knowing about it. I decided to try a different approach and headed to Murphy's Diner, hoping the coffee would be better than the information I'd been getting. The place was dimly lit with those old-style booth seats that had probably been there since the 1960s, cracked vinyl held together with electrical tape. There were only 3 other customers, an elderly couple sharing a piece of apple pie and a middle-aged woman reading a paperback novel while nursing what looked like her 3rd cup of coffee. The waitress, who couldn't have been older than 25, had that small-town friendliness that felt genuine until I mentioned why I was in town. Her name tag read Bethany, and she had strawberry blonde hair pulled back in a messy bun, with tired eyes that suggested she'd been working double shifts for weeks. When I asked about historical sites in the area, particularly anything related to the old hospital, Bethany's pen stopped moving across her order pad. She glanced nervously toward the kitchen, then leaned in closer and lowered her voice to barely above a whisper. "Look, mister, I don't know what you heard about this place, but there ain't nothing up there worth seeing. That building's been empty for decades, and it's not safe. Foundations crumbling, roofs caved in, and the whole place is probably full of asbestos." What struck me as odd was how specific her warnings were for someone who claimed there was nothing to see. She rattled off details about structural damage and environmental hazards like she'd given this exact speech before, multiple times. But it was what happened next that really got my attention. As she was talking, the kitchen door swung open and an older man emerged, probably the cook or owner. And the moment he saw Bethany talking to me, his face darkened. He didn't say a word, just gave her a look that made her straighten up immediately and change the subject to the daily specials. The whole interaction lasted maybe 30 seconds, but it was clear that discussing Hillcrest was absolutely forbidden. After that, Bethany became almost robotic in her service, refilling my coffee without making eye contact and practically throwing the check on my table. As I left, I noticed the older man watching me through the window, his arms crossed and his expression grim. I had the distinct feeling that word about the nosy photographer was already spreading through town, and that made me more determined than ever to find out what they were all so desperate to hide. I spent the rest of the afternoon driving around the outskirts of town, looking for any road that might lead to the old hospital. Most of the side roads were unmarked dirt paths that disappeared into thick forest, and my sedan wasn't exactly built for off-road exploration. Finally, about 4 miles north of town, I found what looked like an old service road partially hidden behind a rusted metal gate that had been left slightly ajar. The chain that should have secured it was hanging loose, as if someone had recently cut through it and tried to make it look intact from a distance. Weeds had grown up through cracks in the asphalt, and tire tracks in the mud suggested this route was still occasionally used despite its abandoned appearance. The road wound uphill through dense pine forest for about 2 miles before opening into a clearing, where I got my first glimpse of Hillcrest State Hospital. The building was massive, easily 4 stories tall with 2 long wings extending from a central structure. Even from a distance, I could see that most of the windows on the upper floors were boarded up, while others gaped like empty eye sockets. The red brick facade was stained with decades of weather, and ivy had claimed large sections of the exterior walls. As I approached the main building, my excitement was tinged with unease. The front entrance was secured with heavy chains and a sign warning about trespassing, but like the gate below, someone had clearly been here recently. Fresh cigarette butts were scattered near the steps, and I could see footprints in the mud leading around to the side of the building. The structure itself was in better condition than Bethany had claimed. Sure, there was obvious decay and damage, but it was far from the crumbling ruin she'd described. Most telling were the windows on the ground floor, which had been boarded up from the inside rather than the outside, suggesting someone was actively trying to keep people from seeing in, rather than simply securing an abandoned property. I walked the perimeter of the building, documenting everything with my camera, when I noticed something that made my pulse quicken. In what appeared to be the administrative wing, one of the boards covering a first-floor window had come loose, leaving a gap just wide enough to peer through. What I saw inside made me realize that this place wasn't as abandoned as everyone wanted me to believe. The hallway was dusty but not decrepit, and more importantly, there were fresh tire tracks in the grime on the floor, as if someone had been wheeling equipment or furniture through recently. I managed to find a side entrance where the lock had been broken, probably by previous urban explorers or vandals. The heavy metal door creaked loudly as I pushed it open, and the sound echoed through what felt like miles of empty corridors. The smell hit me immediately. Not the musty odor of abandonment I expected, but something sharper, almost clinical, like disinfectant mixed with old paper and something else I couldn't quite identify. The interior was a maze of long hallways lined with doors, most of which were locked or blocked. Emergency lighting strips along the baseboards were still functional, casting an eerie green glow that made everything look like it was underwater. As I explored deeper into the building, I started finding things that didn't belong in an abandoned asylum. In what had once been the main reception area, I discovered a desk that looked like it had been used recently, with coffee ring stains and pen marks that seemed fresh. There were filing cabinets that had been left unlocked, and when I opened one, I found manila folders containing documents that made my photographer's curiosity turn into something closer to fear. The papers were photocopies of old medical records, but not the kind you'd expect to find in a normal psychiatric facility. The documents I found were disturbing in ways I hadn't anticipated. Patient files from the 1960s and 1970s detailed treatments that sounded more like torture than therapy. Electroshock sessions administered at voltages far beyond standard practice, experimental drug cocktails with no apparent medical purpose, and surgical procedures that seemed designed to test the limits of human endurance rather than provide healing. What made it worse was that many of these files had recent handwritten notes in the margins, as if someone had been studying these old records and taking notes. One file in particular caught my attention. A patient identified only as Subject 47, who had undergone something called cognitive restructuring therapy over a period of 18 months. The description of the treatment was vague but chilling, involving sensory deprivation, chemical restraints, and what the notes referred to as perception modification techniques. But the most unsettling discovery was a newer document paperclipped to the old file. A modern psychological evaluation form with today's date on it, filled out in careful handwriting for someone identified only by initials. The symptoms described matched almost exactly what Subject 47 had exhibited 50 years earlier. Someone was not just studying these old experimental procedures, they were apparently still using them. I was so absorbed in reading these horrific documents that I almost didn't hear the car engines approaching outside. When the sound finally registered, my heart started pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. Through the grimy window, I watched as 3 vehicles pulled into the clearing, 2 pickup trucks and what looked like a police cruiser, though I couldn't make out the department markings from this distance. Car doors slammed shut, and I could hear voices, muffled but urgent. Panic set in as I realized I was trapped inside a building with only one unlocked entrance, and that entrance was exactly where these people were heading. I quickly stuffed several of the most damaging documents into my camera bag and tried to find another way out. The building was a labyrinth of locked doors and dead ends, but I finally found a rear exit that led to what had once been a loading dock. The door was rusted shut, but adrenaline gave me the strength to force it open just enough to squeeze through. As I slipped outside, I could hear heavy footsteps echoing through the hallways I'd just been exploring, along with voices calling out instructions to check every room and find anything that doesn't belong here. I managed to circle around through the woods to where I'd parked my car, staying low and moving as quietly as possible through the underbrush. My hands were trembling as I fumbled with my keys, and I kept expecting to hear shouts or see flashlight beams cutting through the trees around me. The drive back down the mountain was the longest 20 minutes of my life. I kept checking my rearview mirror, convinced I would see headlights following me, but the road remained empty. When I finally reached the main highway, I didn't stop driving until I was 3 towns away, where I pulled into a 24-hour truck stop and sat in my car trying to process what had just happened. The documents I'd taken were spread across my passenger seat like evidence of some unthinkable crime, and I realized that my simple photography project had stumbled into something far more sinister than I could have imagined. The people of Ashford weren't just protecting the memory of an old asylum. They were protecting an ongoing operation that had apparently been running in secret for decades. And now they knew that someone had discovered their secret. Over the next 3 days, I became convinced that I was being watched. It started with little things. The same blue sedan appearing in my rearview mirror on 2 different routes home from work. A man in a baseball cap who seemed to be reading the same newspaper at 3 different coffee shops I visited. Phone calls where no one spoke when I answered. I tried to tell myself it was paranoia, but the feeling was too persistent to ignore. On Wednesday evening, I came home to find my apartment door slightly ajar, even though I was certain I'd locked it. Nothing appeared to be missing, but everything felt wrong. Drawers that were opened slightly differently than I'd left them. Books on my shelf arranged in a subtly different order. My computer still warm, even though I hadn't used it all day. The documents I'd hidden in a safety deposit box were still secure, but clearly someone had been looking for them. That night I barely slept, jumping at every creak of the building and every car that passed on the street below. I knew I had to make a decision. Either go to the authorities with what I'd found or try to disappear and hope they'd eventually lose interest in me. The decision was made for me Friday morning, when I found a note slipped under my door. Written in block letters on plain white paper, it simply read, "Return what you took, forget what you saw. This is your only warning." That afternoon, I drove to the state police headquarters and handed over copies of all the documents to a detective named Captain Jennifer Walsh. She listened to my story with the kind of professional skepticism you'd expect, but when she saw the files, her expression changed completely. Within hours, I was being interviewed by federal agents, and by Monday morning, the news was reporting that a major investigation had been launched into alleged illegal medical experimentation in rural Vermont. 3 months later, 18 people were arrested, including the sheriff of Ashford, 2 doctors who'd been running what they called private research, and several townspeople who'd been paid to keep outsiders away. The asylum was finally shut down for real this time, and I testified in court about what I'd discovered. I never did finish that photography project. Some stories are too important to be art. But every time I drive through small towns now, I can't help but wonder what other secrets might be hiding behind boarded-up windows and friendly warnings to stay away. The gas station attendant wouldn't meet my eyes when I asked about the missing hikers. That should have been my first warning sign. I'd driven into Blackwater on a Thursday afternoon in September 2014, following a trail of disappearances that stretched across 3 counties. As a freelance journalist, I'd covered everything from corporate fraud to small-town corruption, but this story had a different weight to it. The attendant, a wiry man with grease-stained fingernails, kept glancing at the sheriff's office across the street while he filled my tank. He muttered something about folks getting lost in the mountains all the time, then practically threw my change at me before hurrying back inside his booth. Blackwater wasn't on any tourist maps, and now I understood why. The main street had maybe 12 buildings, half of them boarded up with sun-bleached plywood. Paint peeled off the remaining storefronts like diseased skin, and the few people I saw walking around moved with purpose, heads down, avoiding eye contact. I parked outside Mabel's Diner, the only place that seemed to have any life to it, and grabbed my notebook and recorder. Through the window, I could see locals hunched over coffee cups, their conversations dying the moment I pushed through the door. The silence that followed was thick enough to choke on. I slid into a booth near the back, trying to appear casual while every pair of eyes tracked my movement. The waitress, a woman in her 60s with silver hair pulled into a tight bun, approached with deliberate slowness. Her name tag read Gladys, and her smile never reached her eyes. I ordered coffee and the daily special, then asked if she'd heard about the hikers who'd gone missing last month. Her hand trembled slightly as she poured my coffee, and a few drops splattered on the checkered tablecloth. "We don't talk about that," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Best if you don't either." Before I could ask what she meant, she'd already retreated to the kitchen, leaving me with more questions than answers. The sheriff walked in 20 minutes later, and I knew it was him before seeing the badge. He had that unmistakable swagger of small-town authority, shoulders squared like he owned every inch of the place. Sheriff Clayton, according to the brass nameplate on his uniform, was built like a former high school quarterback gone to seed, broad chest, thick neck, and hands that looked like they could crush walnuts. He made a beeline for my booth, sliding in across from me without invitation. "Heard we got ourselves a reporter asking questions," he said, his pale blue eyes studying me like I was something scraped off his boot. "Gladys called you?" I asked, and he just smiled, revealing tobacco-stained teeth. "Everyone calls me when strangers come sniffing around. That's how we keep things peaceful in Blackwater." "Just doing my job, Sheriff. 3 hikers have vanished in this area over the past 2 months. Their families deserve answers." I kept my voice steady, professional, but my pulse quickened when his jaw tightened. He leaned forward close enough that I could smell the coffee and cigarettes on his breath. "Those folks got themselves lost in the mountains. Happens every year when city people think they know better than locals about these trails. Nothing sinister about it." His tone suggested the conversation was over, but I pressed on. "Their cars were found at different trailheads, all within 5 miles of town. Seems odd they'd all get lost so close to civilization." Clayton's smile vanished entirely, replaced by something cold and dangerous. "You'd be surprised how fast these mountains can swallow someone up. Weather changes, trails disappear, and suddenly you're turned around with no way out. Best advice I can give you, finish your meal and head back where you came from. Tonight." I spent the rest of the afternoon driving around, taking photos of the abandoned buildings and the 3 trailheads where the hikers' vehicles had been discovered. Each location had the same characteristics: isolated parking areas surrounded by dense forest, no cell phone service, and trails that seemed well maintained for about 100 yards before becoming overgrown and barely visible. At the second trailhead, I found something the initial reports hadn't mentioned: fresh tire tracks leading off the main path into the woods, too wide to be from a regular car. When I followed them on foot, they ended abruptly at a cleared area where the ground had been recently disturbed. The earth was darker there, turned over like someone had been digging. I took photos from every angle, my unease growing with each click of the camera. By 5 o'clock, the sun was already dipping behind the mountains, casting long shadows across the forest floor. I decided to check into the town's only motel, a rundown place called Pine Rest Inn that looked like it hadn't been renovated since the 70s. The desk clerk, a nervous young man with acne scars and darting eyes, handed me a key to room 12 after I paid cash up front. "You planning to stay long?" he asked, fidgeting with a pen. When I said maybe a few days, he shook his head quickly. "Most folks just pass through. Not much to see in Blackwater." As I headed to my room, I noticed him pick up the phone and dial, speaking in hushed tones while watching me through the office window. The room smelled like mildew and old cigarettes, with a bed that creaked under my weight and a TV that only picked up static. I spread my notes and photos across the bedspread, trying to piece together a pattern. Around 8 that evening, I walked to the town's records office, hoping to find historical documents about missing persons cases. The building was supposedly open until 9, according to the faded hours painted on the door, but it was dark inside. I peered through the window and could make out filing cabinets and boxes of documents in the moonlight. That's when I noticed movement in the reflection. Someone standing about 30 feet behind me. I turned around to see a man in dirty overalls watching from across the street. When our eyes met, He didn't look away or pretend to be doing something else. He just stood there, hands in his pockets, waiting. I walked back toward the motel and he followed at the same distance, never getting closer but never falling behind. 2 more people joined him along the way, emerging from the shadows between buildings like they'd been waiting. By the time I reached the pine rest, there were 5 of them, all maintaining that same eerie distance, all watching. I locked my door and pushed the dresser in front of it, then called my editor, Carla, back in Philadelphia. The connection was terrible, crackling with static, but I managed to tell her about the sheriff's threats and the disturbed ground I'd found. "Get out of there," she said immediately. "This isn't worth it. We'll send someone else with backup." But even as she spoke, the line went dead. I tried calling back. Nothing. My cell showed no signal, though I'd had 2 bars just hours earlier. Through a gap in the curtains, I could see them still standing in the parking lot, now joined by 3 more figures. They weren't talking or moving, just standing in a loose semicircle facing my room. Around midnight, I heard the doorknob rattle. Slowly at first, like someone testing if it was locked. Then more insistent, the metal grinding as someone tried to force it. The dresser held, but I could hear breathing on the other side, heavy and deliberate. A different voice, gravelly and low, spoke through the door. "We know you found the digging site. Should have listened to Clayton. Now you're part of the problem that needs solving." The rattling stopped, but I didn't sleep. I sat on the floor in the bathroom with the door locked, my laptop open, uploading every photo and note to my cloud storage while I still had battery power. Around 3 in the morning, I heard engines starting outside, multiple vehicles, their headlights sweeping across my window. Through a tiny bathroom window, I watched a convoy of pickup trucks heading toward the forest, the same direction as those tire tracks I'd found. That's when everything clicked. The missing hikers hadn't gotten lost. They'd stumbled onto something they weren't supposed to see, and now I had too. I waited until dawn, then made my move. The parking lot was empty except for my car, which now had 2 flat tires. The sidewalls had been slashed cleanly, deliberately, but I'd come prepared for emergencies and had a can of Fix-A-Flat in my trunk. I worked fast, knowing they were probably watching from somewhere, spraying the foam into both tires just enough to get me moving. The main road out of town was blocked. Sheriff Clayton's cruiser sat sideways across the pavement, and he leaned against it with his arms crossed, waiting. I didn't slow down. Instead, I yanked the wheel hard left onto a dirt service road I'd noticed the day before, my patched tires protesting as I floored it. In the rearview mirror, I saw Clayton scrambling for his vehicle, but I had a head start. The service road was rough, full of potholes and loose gravel, but it connected to the state highway about 8 miles out. Those were the longest 8 miles of my life. 2 pickup trucks appeared behind me after the first mile, gaining fast. My speedometer hit 60 on roads meant for maybe 30, the car sliding around corners, branches scraping against the windows. At one point, they got close enough that I could see the driver of the lead truck, the same man in overalls who'd followed me the night before. He tried to ram my bumper, but I jerked the wheel at the last second, nearly sending myself into a ditch. I made it to the highway with maybe 100 yards to spare, merging into blessed traffic, a stream of normal cars with normal people living normal lives. The trucks didn't follow onto the main road, just sat at the intersection watching me disappear. I drove straight through to Philadelphia, 12 hours without stopping except for gas, constantly checking my mirrors. The story I wrote exposed everything. The pattern of disappearances, the sheriff's obstruction, the midnight convoys, and my own near miss. State police launched an investigation 2 weeks later, but by then, most of Blackwater's residents had scattered. They found human remains at 3 sites in the forest, some dating back 20 years. Clayton and 12 others were arrested, though the full truth of what they were doing, whether it was covering up accidents, hiding bodies for money, or something worse, never fully came to light. I still get nightmares about those people standing in the parking lot, silent and watching, and I've never driven through West Virginia again. The last stretch of road before Hollow Creek looked like something peeled from the pages of a forgotten American ghost story. Flat, endless farmland blurred beneath a sky that couldn't decide between dusk and storm. I was driving cross-country for work, cutting through Nebraska to shave off time, when my truck started sputtering just past mile marker 72. The nearest town on the map was Hollow Creek, and I figured I'd find a mechanic there, maybe grab some food, sleep a night, and be out by morning. I wasn't planning to stay longer than that. Places like Hollow Creek have a way of looking empty without actually being quiet, like the air itself is holding something back. The town had this kind of permanent vacancy vibe. The only lodging I could find was a squat one-story building with a faded red sign that read Creekside Motel, but most of the letters were missing or hanging by threads. A man at the front desk, who introduced himself as Wendell, handed me a key without much talk. The room was what you'd expect from a place that rents by the hour more than the night. Dusty carpet, wood paneling that smelled like old cigarettes, and a TV bolted into the wall like someone might try to steal it. But I was too tired to care. I dropped my duffel bag, grabbed a sandwich from the gas station across the street, and spent the evening trying to find a signal strong enough to text my supervisor about the delay. The next morning, something small bugged me. My phone charger, which I always plug in on the left side of the bed, was on the right. I figured I'd just been more exhausted than I thought and let it go. But when I came back from seeing the mechanic, who told me they'd need to order a part that wouldn't arrive until the next day, I noticed my toothbrush was facing a different direction in the cup by the sink. Little things, too small to call out, but too specific to be random. I even wondered if Wendell was just nosy and had let himself in for housekeeping, though the place didn't look like it knew what that word meant. That night, I didn't sleep much. I kept thinking I heard the doorknob shift or soft clicks from the vent. I chalked it up to nerves. Maybe I'd had too much caffeine. Maybe I was just anxious being stuck in a nowhere town. Still, I slid a chair under the doorknob just in case. It was something I hadn't done since college, but there was this itch in the back of my head I couldn't shake. I left the lamp on and dozed off facing the door, half daring something to prove me right. By the next morning, I knew I hadn't imagined it. My duffel bag was unzipped, just slightly, and I never leave it like that. Worse, my car keys had been moved from the table near the lamp to the bathroom counter. I stared at them for a long time, trying to make sense of it. No forced entry, no signs of a break-in, nothing missing. But there was something so calculated about how it had been done, like someone wanted me to notice just enough. Not to steal, not to scare, to test boundaries. I went to the front desk and asked Wendell if housekeeping had been through, and he just blinked at me like I'd asked him for a steak dinner. Back in the room, I started inspecting the place more carefully. Behind the curtain rod, there was a tiny black dot in the corner of the wall. It looked like an old screw, except it had a faint red glimmer, like an LED trying not to be seen. I climbed on the chair to check and realized it was a pinhole camera wired into the wall. I stood there for a few seconds trying to convince myself it was left over from some forgotten security system. But the wire was fresh. No dust, no corrosion, and it was angled directly at the bed. I felt like I was being watched right then, not through the camera, but through some other set of eyes I couldn't see. I unplugged the lamp, unscrewed the light bulb, flipped the mattress, every surface I could reach. I ended up finding two more. One tucked behind the smoke detector and another hidden in a hole drilled under the desk. None of this made sense. I wasn't anyone important. I worked freelance electrical jobs. I didn't owe anyone money. No criminal record, no enemies I knew of. And Hollow Creek wasn't the kind of place where things like this happened by chance. I started feeling like I wasn't just unlucky. I was being selected, targeted even. What got me wasn't just the cameras. It was the fact that someone had installed them recently, and done it with precision. That meant they either knew I was coming, or someone here was choosing guests on the fly. I packed up what little I'd unpacked, called the mechanic, and told him I'd find another shop in the next town over. He paused for a beat too long and said, "You sure about that?" Like he already knew why I was rushing. That tone stayed with me. It was subtle, almost lazy, but there was something underneath it. Like he'd been through this dance before with someone else. I didn't even wait to check out. I tossed the key on the nightstand and walked straight to the front office, but it was empty. The blinds were pulled, lights off. Wendell was gone, like he'd never been there. I walked around the back, knocked once, then twice, but no answer. I didn't push it. I just got in my truck and drove down the road to the next service station, praying they'd have what I needed. On the way out of town, I noticed something I hadn't seen before. A security camera mounted on a telephone pole near the motel, aimed not at the road but at the parking lot. There was no branding on it, no city markings. Just a plain black casing bolted into splintering wood. When I got to the next town over, the mechanic there took one look at the truck and told me the fuel line had been tampered with. Not by Ware, but by someone who knew what they were doing. He showed me where the clamp had been loosened, just enough to cut off pressure but not enough to make it obvious. I asked him how long it would have taken someone to do that. He shrugged and said, "A couple minutes tops." That's when everything clicked. They hadn't been watching me because I stumbled into town. They'd brought me in. I filed a report with the sheriff's department in the next county, but I never heard back. A week later, I got a generic email saying they'd looked into the matter and found nothing unusual. I tried calling once, but nobody returned the message. It didn't matter. I already knew I wasn't supposed to get answers. Hollow Creek wasn't the kind of place that shows up on headlines. It just absorbs people. Quietly. Neatly. Like they were never there. Since then, I don't take back roads. I don't stop in towns that don't show up in search results. I sleep in the truck if I have to. There's something about Hollow Creek that still bothers me. Not just because of what happened, but because of how easy it was for them. Like they'd done it before, like they'll do it again.